Season of Stranger Things, and they put out all the episodes at once, and it's like, okay, cool, I've been waiting for this. I'm going to go and I'm going to watch the episodes, and now I'm done with the show. Now I can move on with my life. I don't have to think about Netflix all the time. The fact that these shows are releasing every single week means that Disney is going to occupy real estate in my brain every single week for the foreseeable future.
Well, think about how many memes there were of WandaVision. It took over Twitter.
Yeah.
We're going to have that for the next show, and then the next show,
Yes.
and then the next show. Like, we're not ever going to stop talking about the MCU.
Yeah, they're just going to dominate.
If they do their job.
If they do their
If
job.
it keeps being good.
That's true. This might be like the height of it. Maybe the next ones are less interesting, but
Yeah.
we don't know.
I can only hope that some of these shows are going to suck. I don't know. I don't know what I want. The only thing I'm sure of is that it just feels a bit weird because Disney owns every cool pop culture franchise, basically.
Yeah.
And it gives me a icky feeling.
Well, and like, okay, if they can if they can weaponize the MCU in this way, and then they're doing it with Star Wars, like we already have the Mandalorian. There's the Star Wars Bad Batch.
Oh my gosh.
So that's going to come out. Like they are going to be able to take away they have these hundreds of properties and turn them into weekly shows, and then like nonstop have us talking about Disney shit. I don't know, man.
I guess I don't know, because they killed it with the MCU phase 1 to 3.
Yeah.
Like that, from Iron Man 1 to Endgame was just like, it wasn't flawless, but it was pretty close to being like, it was definitely one of, we've talked about this. It's one of the most amazing achievements ever in movie
Pop
history.
culture cinema, yeah.
And so now I'm just kind of I'm worried that it's gonna be more of, instead of being more of that, it's gonna be more of the Star Wars sequel stuff, where it's like we're just gonna try our best to milk this franchise because we know that people are in. We got.
I
our
think
hooks
the difference is the distributed nature of it, right? Because they have all these different people and diversity. Like having a writer who's female on this, I don't think a random like the regular dude would have made this show. Anyway, the point is they have a distributed network of people who are like, I'm going to make a horror movie, and I'm going to make a sitcom, and I'm going to make this, and it keeps it fresh.
Yeah. Whereas Star Wars kind of feels like it's a similar genre. Like you can kind of have like a little bit of differentiation. Like one's kind of a little bit more Western, one's a little bit more heisty.
Yeah.
But they all have like a similar taste. But yeah, the MCU does have.
But Star Wars has to have those wipe transitions.
Yeah.
It has to have an opening crawl.
I don't think they have them in Mandalorian.
Yeah, they do.
They don't have opening crawls.
Well, but they have the wipes.
Well, at
There's
least
some wipes,
the
yeah.
movies,
Yeah,
at
fair
least,
enough.
though.
Yeah.
Whereas even in MCU, the movies can be very different.
Honestly, if they're taking as big a swings as they did with WandaVision, like I'm all for it. Like, what a cool idea for a superhero show. Like it transcends other things they've achieved in that genre. Yeah. Like it's cool. It's
okay.
great. But I don't believe that all the shows will be this good.
No, me either.
Yeah. Fair enough. And I guess I completely agree with you. It's really cool that they can like experiment and make these cool experimental things. I think the thing that's making me feel icky is the fact that it's like the shows that I feel like I've been spoiled by bingeable shows, by platforms like Amazon Prime and Netflix putting out all the episodes at once, and then you can watch a show like at your own pace, more or less, and then engage with people on social media or whatever when you want to. But when it's coming out every single week, there's like a pressure to like keep up, and then it's like a new thing just dropped, so everyone's talking about it, and there's spoilers.
Yeah, if you
and
don't
I have
watch
to
it
be
right
careful
away.
online about
Yeah.
like it's stressing me out.
Totally.
It's stressing me out.
Well, it's so
You need to
interesting.
unplug, dude.
I know.
You need to have a.
I need to get my
detox.
Twitter
I
banned.
totally
like
agree.
James.
As a consumer, I want everything to come out at once because then I just get to watch it when I want. But as a distributor, man, the power of a weekly release is so apparent.
I know.
And it's so clear how, like, the stuff that's just put out, it's like we talk about it for a week, maybe 2 weeks, then it's gone. But, like, WandaVision, it's been 8 weeks. Mandalorian was 10 weeks or whatever. It is so much more effective.
Yeah, it's
for
it's
keeping us
collecting
there.
viewers along the way.
Totally.
Do you think?
If-
do you
if it
think
does well.
Do you think Netflix and Prime Video are now being like?
They
"Oh,
already
man,
do it.
we
They
s-
already do
we-
it.
Well,
The Boys was 1 week at a time. Like,
Do they?
yeah.
Is it still that way?
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of like the big Netflix shows and Prime shows, they're all 1 week
Not
at a time.
Stranger
now.
Serially, serial. That's what that's called, guys.
Serialized.
Not yet. But season 4, I wouldn't be surprised.
Season 4 of
If there's a
Stranger Things
WandaVision
is gonna
serial
be-
you can buy.
I would be so sick.
Can I talk about my nitpicks?
Yes,
Can we
please.
wrap this up?
Yeah.
Nitpick. We didn't even talk about this character. What's her name? Darcy? Dallas?
Darcy.
Kat Dennings' character?
Yeah.
I don't know
Darcy.
actors. That's not going to help me.
Kat Dennings is the research scientist.
The astrophysicist.
Yeah.
What is she from? What
From a
other-
bunch of stuff. Two
No, but no.
two
What
broke girls.
what
Thor.
movies? Thor.
the Thor franchise.
Is she in that? Oh, I don't remember that.
She's Jane Foster's friend in the Thor.
She's hilarious, man. When she her character introduction in this one, the guy's like, "I'm a chemist." She's like, "No one cares." I was like, "Whoa, this chick's a bitch."
Yeah.
Like, so I like her.
She's a comedian. She's funny.
Nitpick. She's at that like station that they set up for her, and apparently it has like an old analog wave scanner just under the desk that she just pulls and plops on the desk, and that's how she dials into the TV show.
Sword brings that to all of their forward
Maybe.
operating bases.
Okay.
Maybe that's a superhero
I don't
thing.
hate it, but whatever.
Yeah.
Nitpick. Contact in 5, 4, 3 when the truck is driving towards the wall. Like those countdowns only work with like automated vehicles where like she could just hit the gas harder or the brake and your countdown's fucked.
Totally.
5, 4, 3. Oh, she's there.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense, you
that's
guys.
fair.
Like, okay, you just wanted it to have like hype.
Yeah.
Okay, my other nitpick.
Marvel.
That's it. Actually, my other nitpick was the paperclip thing. I'm good now.
But he's a magician. Do you guys think that all the fan theories, because like this show every week there would be like 30,000 videos that are released, like this is what I theorize this means, and like they would be predicting. Do you think that helps? Because I think it helps Disney. It spreads the word. People are thinking about it. But do you think it helps or hinders the fan experience?
The fan theories?
Yeah, all these fan theories, and like if you engage with those theories, do you think it makes it better or worse?
Well, okay, the people creating the fan theories are fans. It's in the name. So it obviously enriches their experience because they get to go and make a post on Medium or a video or something.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then people watch them. So you're saying that for the people who actually do watch those
Yes.
videos or consume fan theories, do you think most people who do that are like, I'm so glad I watched that? Or overall, they're like,
Yeah,
this
they
is an icky thing that I do.
I don't think
Kind of
it's-
like how you go on Instagram a lot and then you're like, oh, I shouldn't go on there as much, but you keep doing it.
I think it's more, yeah, to me, it feels like it sets up such unrealistic expectations. Because I saw some like crazy bonkers series. They're like, yeah, like this is the start of the Marvel or the X-Men in this. And like they create this unrealistic expectation. I mean, Paul Bettany created unrealistic expectations. Did you guys see that interview after like episode 3 that came out? Where he's like, oh, I was so pleased to work with an actor. Like, yeah, I trust him. I love him. Like, I admire him so much in the
Which
finale.
actor?
Himself.
Oh, it was a joke?
It was a joke. He was trolling everyone.
That's funny.
But like
'Cause he
people had
acted
crazy.
together,
He
yeah.
said it was a cameo on par with Luke Skywalker in the Mandalorian.
Wait,
and
what
I'm like,
was?
himself. It's
Oh,
a
but it's a joke.
That's
yeah.
dumb.
Oh,
But it's like, yeah.
it got you hyped up.
Totally. People are like, oh yeah, and they
Like,
came up
Luke
with all these
Skywalker
theories.
is going to
like,
be in WandaVision?
Magneto's gonna walk in. Like Patrick Stewart's gonna be there. Like Professor X. Like
Okay, that X-Men theory, I don't get it at all. How could that be the genesis of mutants when it occurs? Like,
Yeah,
it's not like
no,
it occurs in the 60s. It occurs in modern day.
I think they would like they would change X-Men to start now.
Also,
Well, but that-
Apocalypse is a mutant from Egyptian times and,
Yeah, but
and
he's-
earlier.
James,
like-
they're not gonna be able to just like take that Marvel and put it in
Well,
unless
yes,
they do like a
they- sure.
multiverse.
I think
course
the,
they are.
the prevailing theory is that they were going to do a multiverse thing because
don't like
the
multiverse.
Doctor Strange movie, Multiverse of Madness, is about a multiverse type thing, obviously.
Ah.
So the idea is that people think that's how they're going to bring the
Just pull
X-Men
in.
in. So then the fact that Pietro showed up here, we're like, oh, maybe this is like a tie-in to the Doctor Strange movie because it's also magic and stuff,
Nope.
and there's going to be multiverse. Yeah, no, it's not.
The theory is based on Quicksilver, but it's really about how everyone's genetic code got rewritten, and then now they're like kind of mutated.
I just have to
and
say,
then when they breed, so it'd be a generation down the road.
I just have to say that wouldn't be X-Men because the X-Men specifically are the result of evolution of like human genes spontaneously having these mutations that give them these powers. So if it was like an exterior cause that caused the
Well, that's
mutation.
still
It's
could
a mutation,
work. Like,
but it's not like it's more
But
like
yeah.
you got affected
I
by
don't-
this thing.
yeah.
It's not like you were born with it.
But Monica's was the same thing. It's not necessarily that that Wanda's like psychic shield, like the hex barrier, had like an intentional effect on her. It could have just been like it mutated you randomly
Yeah,
three
yeah.
times, and that just randomly gave you powers.
But I'm saying in the comics, they differentiate between the idea of a mutant and the idea of someone who has had
Gotten
their genetic
powers.
code tampered with.
Yeah.
There are different types of people.
That's fair. That's fair.
One thing that I wanted to say is kind of a nitpick, sort of, but like in the comics, Wanda's powers very, very, very gradually over her character history evolved from being like pretty weak to being like you're the supreme sorcerer of the universe, basically.
Yeah, more
Not of the universe, but she's
more
one of the
powerful than this.
Well-
she's more powerful than the
Yeah,
Supreme
yeah,
Sorcerer.
right.
well,
she's, like, super
Harkness
powerful.
teaches her how to use real magic.
It's yeah, sort of. But I liked Wanda Maximoff, the character in the MCU, kind of starts out having these like crazy good powers, and I think I was confused when I first saw her in like what Civil War, I guess, or something.
No, Age
I
of
mean,
Ultron.
Age of Ultron. But then she's also in Civil War, and she's like got super good powers. Because the character originally was like she can alter probability. And that's her whole deal. She can just kind of like make random things happen, like make some things more likely to happen and make other things less likely.
Slip on a banana peel.
So then it's like the way that she's contributing to these like Avengers battles is being like, oh, there's a bunch of bad guys, and I like make it more likely that their guns are gonna jam. And then it's like, oh, whoops,
she's
you
just
can't
like
shoot
a
at you.
dice modifier.
Yeah,
It's like
basically.
Domino, yeah.
Yeah, she's in the code of the game. And over time, she kind of like learns to unlock more of her powers, and it's like very, very gradual. And then she like from there she can shoot little bolts at people, and then from there she kind of gets more powerful. And so it's kind of lame to me that she starts out being like really powerful already, because like by the time Infinity War happens, there hasn't really been any character development on her part. But she's like the most powerful person. She's going to one with Thanos and stuff. It's like no big deal. And so I would have liked if there was a bit more of like a progression of like, you're not already the most powerful person. Because I think that would have given more power to the more weight to the idea that she is the most powerful person. If she's like, you're the Scarlet Witch, you have chaos magic, that's the most powerful thing ever. But it's like, we already know that she's the most powerful person ever. So it was just kind of, there would have been more weight there.
Now
agree.
she's even more powerful. She just like beat her own record.
Yeah.
PR of magic. I agree. I think that the growth from Age of Ultron to Endgame is not super clear. And part of it is that she has never been a main character. Like she's always been a side character. And so they're relying, I think, on the fans' comic book knowledge to fill in those gaps and make it that we understand.
But it's I do appreciate how there's a clear progression in the sense that she doesn't know why she has the powers. She doesn't know how to use them really. And now she's like got the dark hole, apparently. I didn't see
She got
that.
the dark hole.
She got the dark hole.
My hit pick is how they explain away her accent.
I like that they
It's
like
great.
flew in
Yeah,
the
what did they
face of
say
that.
there?
Oh, it's just that. Well, it's because she's on an American sitcom that she doesn't have an accent. She's in control, so she
But
can.
she
like,
never had an accent before
Yeah,
this.
she did. She had a Sokovian accent.
Yeah,
the
in,
first
in
movies.
Age of Ultron.
No, she had it. It was still there. It was much milder, but it was there. It was definitely
It wasn't there in Infinity
I like that.
War.
The point
no,
is,
it wasn't.
It was
guys,
definitely
come
there.
on. The point is that they're self-aware now. They've said it out loud, so now she no longer has to have an accent at all. So,
Apparently, she was in the compound with Vision for 2 years, so I could sort of understand how by the time Infinity War comes around, it's like basically gone.
yeah, they're learning English together.
Yeah.
Did you guys notice this? And I don't know if I'm the only one in the world who thinks this, but did you notice the Silence of the Lambs homage?
When was it?
Okay. To me, this was like an obvious Silence of the Lambs moment. It's when she's about to go down into the basement and discover Harkness's lair.
Yeah.
She's upstairs in her house, and suddenly, and Harkness's, her neighbor, is in the kitchen. Okay. So Wanda sees a moth on the curtain. Suddenly there's a bug crawling on her wall.
Yeah.
And then there's a shot, it shows Wanda's point of view looking at Harkness in the kitchen. Harkness is in the kitchen with a window behind her, lit in a very similar Silence of the Lambs in a way, with the window light behind her. And Harkness says something and then like moves out of frame, out of view, very Buffalo Bill like.
Yeah.
And then Wanda goes down into the basement, which looks exactly like a Buffalo Bill basement.
Yeah.
And then that's it. That's the end of the little sequence. But it's to me, I don't think I'm reaching. I think if anyone watches it, it'll look really Silence of the Lammy. And then in the fact that in later episodes, there's other little homages, like the Wicked Witch of the West, like boots sticking out from under the car after she's crushed with the car. It's like obviously they're just sneaking in pop culture references.
Yeah.
So I really think that this is an intentional Silence of the Lambs moment.
Okay.
I agree. I think
might be right.
this will be one of those fun shows that like 5 years down the road, people will be still dissecting and finding those little details. And I'm excited to hear more about it.
I recognize I took note of that little scene for a different reason because does Agatha have a pet bunny?
Yeah.
And then she's
Yeah,
like
it's her familiar.
It's her familiar.
But did you guys get the sense that it was her kids? I thought it was her kids that were turned into that for a second.
We never
Well,
saw
I
her
was confused
children.
because in that shot where it shows the moth, and then it cuts to Agatha in the kitchen, and then it cuts to like the bunny in the cage, and then I think there's another shot that just like doesn't really. I'm like, what is this shot? And then she goes downstairs, and I'm like, what was these shots? What were those?
I think it's because
So confused.
Well, she knew that her kids were with Agatha, and she's starting to suspect something. So I read it as
She has a rabbit.
Oh, that's where she's
she's
looking.
a witch.
I
She's
thought-
looking for the kids, right?
she's looking for the kids, and she sees these. I thought it was like foreshadowing that she had turned her kids into like the bunny and the
Mush.
mash.
Familiars. We talked about that in the Hereditary episode.
That's right. Salem the cat. Wait, I think she's supposed to have a cat in the
Yeah, she has a
comics,
black cat in the comics.
and now it's a bunny.
I guess so. I don't know why that choice. I guess bunnies. I saw a theory because bunnies are the symbol of fertility, and she gives to Wanda and Vision a bunny.
I think it just makes more
Early on.
sense because she used it earlier to like soothe a kid. It's if you're trying to make the kid comfortable and you're like, here, have a bunny. A bunny is a pet you can just put on someone's lap.
Yeah.
Whereas a cat would just be like, I don't know you, fuck you, and it would just
that's
scratch you
fair.
and leave.
That's totally
Yeah, no
fair.
one should have a cat. So
What's wrong with you?
I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
It's a meme.
I like this show. I think it's well worth watching. If you haven't watched it and you've made it through this podcast,
No need.
no need.
I mean,
It's a good journey.
I guess
though.
it's pretty easy to binge because they're short episodes, except for the last few. I guess they get a bit longer. But
That's one thing I like about this format is 8 episodes, mostly short episodes, because like you get through it, it's pretty easy. I hate when shows run long because they have to fill a certain amount of a quota.
Yeah.
Like that's mostly gone away. But even shows like that are 13 episodes that should be 8 episodes, I hate
This
it.
was a good length.
Yeah, it was a
I
great
think
length.
overall it has proven that Disney is going to make some interesting and possibly experimental, cool stuff with
Maybe.
these Disney Plus shows.
Aggressively non-political.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But at the same time, it's giving me anxiety over the level of control that Disney has over pop culture and my unwillingness to resist watching their
This guy
shit.
needs to write a concluding statement here.
That was it.
All right, guys, thanks for tuning in to our first ever and last coverage of a TV show. This has been WandaVision. Welcome to the show. I'm James.
I'm David.
I'm Riley.
And today we are discussing, it just says movie. I didn't fill in my template. We're discussing Squid Game, season 1, all 9 episodes. We'll laugh, we'll argue, we might get a little too into it. It's one of those shows. But at the end of the day, they're just, damn it, it's a series. They're just, the show is called They're Just Movies. Welcome to the podcast, everybody.
Oh my goodness.
Give me a spoiler alert.
That's because there's lots of squids in the
David's
show.
doing the spoiler alerts.
I don't want
From
to.
now on?
No,
I don't-
just for James Bond.
I do all the other things.
Okay, you're
That's
right.
true.
You're right. You're right.
All right, David, what are you giving this movie out of 10? Do that for us.
Although its concept isn't fully original, the well-executed surprises and high concept satire carries the first half of the show. But once the melodramatic middle school philosophy meanderings begin, the show loses the game.
Oh wow.
7 out of 10.
What a
Oh,
great
man.
slogan.
It was good.
And might I add, we are just full of a weird combination of piss and vinegar today, hey? This is a weird vibe. David's
yeah.
like hyper, but mad.
Yeah.
Riley's like sick.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm
But
recovering. Yeah. I'm chill. I'm too chill.
I don't know what I am. Just,
Terminally chill.
oh, shit. give us your rating.
Okay. Critiques of economic systems are so much more fun when they involve school uniforms and gruesome deaths.
and there's no denying that Squid Game has given the internet much to ink about. It's not just a pun, it's a double entendre.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Ink about?
I get
Think
No.
and ink, right?
You ruin it when you explain it.
I'm giving it an 8 out of 10. I really enjoyed it.
Nice, 8. What did you say, David?
7.
7.
Yeah. I
Okay.
mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not prepared to like super argue for a long time about it, but
7 and 8
you're
aren't that far off from each other.
it's a
They
Korean
are
drama.
for me.
Okay.
What'd you give it, James?
The best episode is a 9.5. The worst is a 6. But hey, it's better than Bird Box.
It's not a movie. That's not
Yeah,
a
but
TV.
that was like the previous Netflix's biggest thing.
What?
So if this is going to be Netflix's
That was
biggest
their biggest
thing,
movie.
I'm happy.
What about Bridgerton?
That's their biggest show.
7.25.
Who watched
Okay.
Bridgerton? I mean, a lot of people.
I didn't. I
Not
don't.
me,
I don't
but
even know what Bridgerton is. Is that like a
the
poor
period thing.
poor
isn't it?
man's Downton Abbey? Downton Abbey? I don't even know how to say it.
I guess literally poor man because they have Netflix, not cable.
You guys are getting really into classist territory. I did watch the first episode of Bridgerton, and I was like, meh, until the end of the episode. I was like, what?
What is it?
I don't know. It's like
This is a tangent.
it's like Pride and Prejudice.
This is
kinda-
what you call a
kinda
tangent.
crap.
We should get back on track after.
This message from our sponsor, Private Internet Access VPN. PIA helps you hide your true IP address so that you can bypass geo restrictions and censorship. You can connect up to 10 devices at once, and it includes an internet kill switch if your VPN gets disconnected involuntarily. I guess squids have little beaks, isn't that weird?
Yeah.
PIA is available for Windows, Mac, Android, iOS, and even as a Chrome extension, so check it out at lmg.gg/carpoolcritics.
Okay.
They're Just Movies is also supported by Vessi Footwear, famous for making shoes that are light, comfortable, and most importantly, waterproof. I'm rocking their latest edition, the Everyday Move, which are way cooler than the ones your old ones.
they're
you're
both
wearing.
cool.
No, these are way better. It's called the Everyday Move.
They're really nice.
It's great for people who are adventurous and want a sportier look. They have enhanced breathability and added support. And you know what? They are slip-ons. Look at this.
Oh!
This is the only thing I care about in a shoe. Nike, Adidas, slip-ons. That's what I want. But they aren't making them. At least Vessi is.
Oh man.
So you can get your own and save $25 with our code. It says short circuit here. There was. You can just use the code short circuit. It's our other channel at
Sure.
vessi.com/short circuit.
I got mine. Mine have been delivered, but I haven't put them on yet.
Yeah, mine is-
Yours are like kind of sandy color, goby.
That's what I wanted.
They look nice.
I will traverse the desert in them.
Dune, baby, next week. Dune.
Riley of Arabia.
No.
Yeah, actually though, next week is Dune. God damn it,
It's
Dune.
real.
I'm too excited.
Everyone buy 6 tickets so they make the sequel for sure.
I think they're gonna.
Imagine.
I think they're going to do it anyways.
Can you imagine if they didn't?
Because this is
That'd
only
be
part of the.
wild.
This is. We know that this is only like half the first book or something, right?
It would, if they don't make a sequel, it would be like Fellowship of the Ring comes out and that's it. And we never get Return of the King. We never get
Which is.
the Two Towers.
They didn't film it all though, right?
No.
Yeah, they haven't even
That's the
started-
thing that's messed
Yeah.
up. And
They
they
got
already
ahead of it.
finished filming like 2 years ago at this
Yeah.
point. So it's messed
Oh my
up.
gosh.
If they
All
don't,
right.
I wonder if they'll, even if they do go back to it, I wonder if they'll be able to recapture that feeling, or if it'll be so different. Who knows?
who knows? Plus, like aging out too.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Chalamet.
this
But-
is
but
He's gonna be
really-
40 in a
but-
couple years.
What? Shut up. Okay, this is not the Doom podcast. This is a Squid Game.
We're really here to
podcast.
talk about Squish Game. Let me. Want to
Octogest.
know what happened in it?
Sure.
Also, spoiler alert one more time. This is the whole series. We're spoiling it. Gi-hoon, I mean. It says hard G. Gi-hoon, a divorced chauffeur in debt to loan sharks, accepts an offer to play a series of children games for a chance at a large cash prize. He is taken to a mysterious facility with 455 other indebted players, one of whom is Song-woo. So it's spelled Song-woo, but it's Song-woo. Anyways, he's Gi-hoon's former classmate, now wanted by police for embezzling money. Kept under watch by masked guards and overseen by the black-clad frontman, the players soon discover that losing means death, but each dead player adds money to the prize pool. Now knowing the stakes, the players vote to leave, but faced with insurmountable debt, most return to the games, now followed by police detective Junho, who poses as a guard to find his missing brother. Ji-hoon and Song-woo form a motley crew with Il-nam, an old man with a brain tumor, Sae-byuk, a North Korean defector, and Abdul Ali, a Pakistani immigrant. Pakistani? Surviving deadly games and brutal fights against the murderous gangster Deoksu, the team's members are eventually pitted against each other in pairs. Song-woo defeats Ali by lying to him about the rules. Sae-byuk's partner loses on purpose, and the old man lets Gi-hoon win for being such a good friend. Meanwhile, discovering the game is entertainment for uber-rich VIPs, Junho is found out and chased to a cliff where the frontman reveals he is Junho's brother before shooting Junho, who falls. Sae-byeok, Sangwoo, and Gi-hoon alone survive the next game, but Sae-byeok is wounded, and when Gi-hoon goes to call for help, Sangwoo cuts her throat, enraging Gi-hoon. He defeats Sangwoo in the final game, then asks the VIPs to let him and Sangwoo leave alive without the money. However, Sangwoo stabs himself in the neck, asking Gi-hoon to help his mother. A victorious but traumatized Gi-hoon returns home to find his own mother dead. 1 year later, after barely touching the prize money, Gi-hoon receives a game invitation and is shocked to find a barely alive Il-nam, who reveals himself as the game's mastermind.
Ill as fuck.
Il-nam bets Gi-hoon that no one will help an unconscious man they see on the street. Il-nam loses and then dies. Gi-hoon then dyes his hair a disgusting red, retrieves Sae-byeok's brother from his orphanage, leaves him and half of the winnings with Sangwoo's mother, and is about to leave Korea to reconnect with his daughter when he sees someone being recruited for the games. Gi-hoon snatches the player's card and calls the phone number, demanding answers. The frontman orders him to get on his plane, but Gi-hoon hangs up and walks away, determined to
Not take care of those two kids.
yeah, well, stop the game. Yeah, we don't really know what he's doing. I don't know how
I
he
hated
would
that
stop
last
it
episode.
He's gonna go be the detective next season, and the detective's gonna be the participant next season.
because
Nice.
you think the detective's alive.
Oh, if you don't see a character die on TV, they're still alive.
Well, so this is the thing, because I feel like I forget who it was specifically, but the people I was watching this with were like, I thought that somebody was definitely not dead, but then turns out they were dead, and I forget which character
I
it
mean,
was.
he's definitely Schrodinger's, not Schroeder, or
Schrodinger's
Schindler's.
detective?
At first it was Schindler's.
Schrodinger's fist.
detective, where he could
Schindler's cat.
Schindler's. he could be dead. Like they could write him to be dead, but he's definitely could be alive as
He
well.
got shot in the shoulder, same place as his brother who lived. So, but he
Regardless-
fell off a cliff.
Yeah.
Regardless, it's a
Okay.
nice open ending because,
Yeah.
Apparently they didn't know when this show was first written whether they would do more of it.
Which
So
is
it's,
wild.
It's kind of like a conclusive ending while still leaving it open.
Yeah. I never would have guessed that based on like what happens. Like there's so many like big time wasters in this season that go nowhere that I expected like, oh, they're just planting the seed for season 2. Like there's like whole subplots like that. The whole detective subplot goes nowhere
Oh, what do you mean?
unless they're going to do something with season 2. Like it does not matter that the front man is that guy's brother. Who fucking cares?
Ha, yeah.
I don't know.
Preach.
I feel like well, I thought it was interesting at the very least because it shows, if you're taking this whole season as a contained thing,
Yeah.
and like there aren't going to be more afterwards. I thought it was interesting, given that the whole thing is obviously an allegory for capitalism and the whole system.
What?
and- what? Huh? The fact that the front man was a former player who was like indebted, obviously, and he went through the game, he won.
Yep.
But now he's been assimilated into the infrastructure.
Like Elon Musk.
I like that, but you can do that in 2 minutes, not hour and a half of worth of content.
That's true.
That's what I feel about this show overall is that you can tell that it was very quickly stretched from a movie to 9 episodes. For 10 years, he'd been thinking about this as a movie, and he refined it, and there's so many good ideas in this.
It was originally a movie.
It was originally a movie, and that's
Right.
what he was pitching for 10 years. And then you can kind of tell at one point it just like quickly expanded into a TV show, and it's loose, man.
Now,
This is like what I hate about TV is when it's like it is not tightly integrated. There
Okay,
are so many loose ends. There is like lots of dead weight in this show.
I felt the same way. However, I have learned that this is kind of a thing in Korean drama and Asian dramas in general. They really drag things out. They really
you
want
seen Dragon Ball Z?
Well, sure. Yeah. I mean, sure. That's a good
12
example.
episodes of-
But like, where a Western piece of media would maybe be like, oh, this character's feeling conflicted. And he's like, oh, he feels guilt about something or whatever. And we spend a little bit of time with him while he like wrestles with it.
Mm-hmm.
That might be like a scene or maybe a couple scenes in a movie, in a Western thing. But in a Korean drama or an Asian drama, it's going to be like half an episode. And like the whole, like a running theme throughout the whole thing. And they just take like the monologues. Characters have
Yeah, there's a lot of
monologues in this.
monologues. I don't hate that stuff, though.
Internal monologues.
I
I mean.
like that they take the time to develop a few more characters. Like if it was a movie, you wouldn't get the full like roster that you get of all the participants. But it's the stuff like the organ harvesting subplot. Like that
didn't
goes
matter at
fucking
all.
nowhere. So like that's like 2 hours of my life that I'll never get back.
I feel
What do you
like
mean
I
it
feel
goes
like we
nowhere?
could honestly
all that
identify
matters,
all the parts.
Yeah,
I think we could identify them.
Totally, because that it's really just about showing that like the games are quote unquote fair and like nobody is above it. But like it really doesn't matter the rest of it. That like there's like this particular doctor character like.
No, I think I'm on the same
What?
page as you because I thought when they started to introduce it, I was like, oh, the game that they're in is just a small part of something way
Totally,
bigger. Like, no, it's
totally.
not. It's just some rogue employees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but I think that's what was interesting to me about it. It was like, okay, at first glance, all these soldiers seem like they're like towing the party line, and they are, there's no like extra weirdness going on within the organization. It's just the organization and the players. And then we find out that, oh, there's all this illicit dealings among the guards as well. So that's just like, I mean, yeah, they get
But they
caught.
didn't lean into that. They could have had that be
Yeah.
way better. There could have been like some people getting preferential treatment and stuff. Well, I mean, they were like the guy got advance warning, but there could have been like a relationship. There could have been all sorts of
Yeah, but I
shit.
feel like you're on the one hand you're complaining about there being kind of like these extraneous factors, but then on the other hand you're like, yeah, I want more time spent on those factors.
No. I think the point is not where the. It's just how good it is. It's how good each of these things is. It's not like, oh, there's too many things going on.
Yeah.
It's just that we spend time on this thing and it ultimately doesn't culminate in anything.
I will say
compelling.
that like I completely agree with you that the story of the police detective, like too much time was spent on him just kind of like sneaking around and like, I mean, we do learn some things like, oh, they mark the boxes when the victims are alive, and so that's how they know to not incinerate them and like send them to the organ harvester people instead. And so we like learn little things like that, but it's like, how important is that? I get that, but at the same time, I also, to bring it back to the allegory thing, I feel like the organ harvesting bit is like, if the games are an allegory for capitalism, this could be sort of a thing where the game, the institution, the system wants to just take this waste and destroy it, right? And like garbage. Okay, capitalism makes excess and then doesn't make it available to people who need it. Whereas these guys are kind of like, oh, we're going to, they're doing criminal activity and they're stealing the organs, quote unquote, but they were just going to be incinerated otherwise. So it's
I totally agree on the allegory level. I get it. And I like it, but it's just like contain it from 1 hour to 6 minutes. And like, that's the stuff that like, I bet there was a really good scene in the movie that like quickly and efficiently got that idea across.
Yeah.
But because it's a TV show, they have to come back to it like 6 different times until he's dead.
And so this is
well,
why
hold on, guys.
Wait. This is why I feel uncomfortable giving it. Like we talked about this when we did Parasite. It's kind of hard to give it a conclusive rating because I'm like, is that something that I'm like, this is a bad feature and it would be a better show objectively if they didn't have this? Or is it something that's like more of a trope of Asian drama?
I mean, we can only
drawn out long
You can only rate it for
episodes.
your own taste. But why
Yeah.
don't we do what we normally do, which is start with the things we like.
You're
Sure.
right. You're right.
There's at least like 4 characters in this show that I think are awesome.
amazing
awesome
characters.
Might as well start with Gi-hun.
He's
Yep.
amazing.
Yeah.
I love how he grows and changes and then kind of has a sort of a tragic end, but not
Yeah.
Well, I thought the ending did him dirty.
a little bit. Yeah.
Because I really like, they spend like the first 3 or 4 episodes making him so reprehensible. He really has no redeeming characteristics.
right.
Yeah.
He's just like, he's an addict. I see him as an addict.
Yeah, for
He's a
sure.
gambling addict.
He's a fuck up.
Oh my God. Yeah. When he steals his mom's debit card, you're like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
No, not like this.
Yeah, he's just a bad person.
Yeah.
He wins the money. He'd rather gamble than be at his daughter's birthday. And
Yeah.
So, but like, what I really loved about the character is that he's a fuck up, but we learn that he has a good heart. Pretty early, we learn that because he does care about
well,
his
the
daughter.
games is like a rehab for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really
Yeah.
is. He's like off. He's not able to. Well, he is gambling, but the game is a gambling thing, really.
Sort
but
of.
they get to have their teams and their sense of community there. There was a moment where I wrote down like, oh, it's connection that they really need when they're on a team. When they're like, yeah, I'll be the major and you be the
Yeah,
captain,
yeah.
and they really should have just stayed in the games forever at that point. Like
Imagine.
the outside was worse.
I feel like it's such a his character is kind of saying something about the system because when he's removed from, like, in the outside world, he's this huge fuck up, right? He does not have the inherent know-how. He's kind of naive. He's kind of foolish with like his decisions, right? So
And he's selfish.
he's selfish. Yeah, I mean, he is selfish, but he's also, I would call him more foolish than selfish because at the end of the day, what he's trying to do is provide for his daughter or like be a good dad to his daughter, but he keeps fucking it up. He just
No, man, he's
he
totally
does-
selfish because his mom gives him money. Here's
Okay.
enough money to go to dinner with your daughter, and he goes to the horse track, and it's not.
But I think that's the addict. That's
Yeah.
like not him. That's like the addiction making that decision.
he goes
for
to
him.
the
Not
horse
that
race
it's an
because
excuse.
in his mind that's the only real way to make money. He in his mind it's like, oh, what am I gonna do? Get a job and work hard and do all the like yes, that would be the right thing to do, but I view him as just kind of like operating on faulty information. It's not entirely not his fault. Obviously, he
Yeah,
he
for
does have a
sure,
degree
yeah.
of selfishness and greed, but I think that on the spectrum of foolishness or greed, I put him more on the foolishness side.
I think we're identifying though that he is complex and has layers,
Yes.
and that like he is. I believe his choices,
Yeah,
which I really
and I
like.
like how they unravel it slowly to you that he has a good heart.
Yes,
right.
you know.
and,
totally.
and like notice, this is what I was saying, that when he is removed from that system and put into a different system where
Rat Park.
what's that?
Never mind. Okay, keep going on.
Rat race?
Rat Park.
What is this?
It's an experiment for the 80s. Never mind. Addiction literature. Have you seen? There's a TED Talk about this. You haven't seen this? It's basically like you got
Yeah, you have to explain it now.
there's like rats that they offer like cocaine to in like a water bottle, and the rats when they're in a cage will go and eat the cocaine like until they starve and die.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But then they put the rats in Rat Park, which is like a Rattopia that they constructed.
Yeah.
That had just everything. It had a lot of space, and the rats got to be social with each other, and freaking water slides, whatever.
They didn't go for the
And-
drugs.
The drugs were still available. They didn't eat them.
Right.
So yeah, Rat
Yeah.
Park is just like the basis of a kind of drug rehabilitation theory that is it's the
That's-
system that's against you. The world is messed up. It's not the
That's-
individual so much.
That stirred something in the memory of my in my memory that still's there from my psychology degree.
I'm positive you've heard this before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that
Well,
sounds
I-
familiar.
I-
But wait, but what I was gonna say is that when he's removed from this system and put it into a different system where his mistakes and his particular ineptitudes in regards to like financial literacy and all this stuff doesn't really matter. All he has to do is be a good teammate and survive and be a good person. He's really good at that, and people like him. Anyways,
And he is a good person. Like he's the only one being like, a man has died.
yeah.
Everyone gets desensitized to death right away, and
Yeah.
he still cares.
Well, even like those actions where he decides to go with Ilnam. Like, he teams up with him, and you're like, oh, he's like actually sacrificing his own well-being for him. Like, it's a lot. I really like
When he tied his jacket around Ilnam's
Oh.
pissy pants,
yeah.
that was amazing.
that was really nice.
Well, and I love it as well because in retrospect, especially knowing that Ilnam was like the mastermind behind everything, it's like, how much of this dynamic was Ilnam doing on purpose? Like, was Ilnam like trying to bring out the good side of him because he kind of like took a liking to him or something? Like,
Yeah.
or was this all Gihun and it had nothing to do with Ilnam's like machinations? It's that the show leaves you with these questions, and I love it.
I do like those questions.
We'll get to Ilnam later, but yeah.
Well, and I think a really fun way to examine Gihun is to compare him to Sang-woo,
Yes.
where like outside of the game, Sang-woo is clearly the more successful one, quote unquote. He obviously has all this debt that's following him, but he's a
He
big
went to
businessman.
SNU
He went
business
to
school.
SNU to snoo snoo.
Yeah.
Death by Snoo Snoo.
Yeah. And even like when they at the second episode when him and Ali are kicked out and like they go to the store, like he has the resources to buy the food, like buy the charger, do that stuff. So like outside of the game, he's more successful and he seems like the nice guy outside of the game, whereas Gihun outside of the game seems like a piece of shit. And then inside of the games where like maybe you could argue it's like theoretical capitalism instead of like practical capitalism, Gihun gets to succeed, whereas Sang-woo turns into an evil monster. And so I
Yeah.
find that's an interesting like duality of examining kind of the same thing. So
It's kind of just like an individualism versus kind of team approach, because Sang-woo is very competent and successful even within the game, but he's more shrewd and he's looking out for number one and he's trying to survive and he's going to leave with the money.
True.
Whereas to Gihun, he almost just wishes everyone would agree that the game's ended and we didn't get the money at like game 7 or something.
Yeah. Well,
He's
that's
like, if I
exactly.
can just keep hanging out with you people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he does at the. I mean, it's funny though because like the reason they go back is because they recognize that better to have a a one in a whatever shot of getting this cash money than to spend out to remain out in the real world and try to like actually pay off your debt. But like once you actually get in there, it's I don't know. I'm kind of confused about Gihun's motivation to
Come back.
yeah, like
Because I really buy him the first time he goes in.
Well, it's
I'm like,
because he learns his mom is sick.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
yeah,
That's
her
fair.
medical bills. I had to leave out a bunch of stuff from the synopsis, but
And does he know that his daughter's leaving before he goes in the first time?
yes.
Okay.
Before he goes in the first time? I don't remember.
I guess what I was actually wondering about is how Gi-hun is able to survive so well, given that he clearly, like, I did feel like he had plot armor at some points.
Oh, inside the game?
Yeah, because
Sure.
it's like there's no real reason why this guy should have the skills or the anything to survive.
Which game?
Any of the games.
Well, he was with Ilnam for half of that, and Ilnam always had the upper hand. He knew how to work the tug of war.
That's right. That's
Yep.
true. Ilnam protects him at some
Yeah.
point. Ali saves him in the
Yep.
first
Game
game.
one.
I really like how he wins in the second game. Like that might be my favorite game where it's the only one where it feels like he really outsmarts the game. And I wish the game had a little bit, or there was a little bit more of that. But where
Was that the honeycomb?
the honeycomb one where he
Yeah.
licks it, I'm like, oh, that's smart. He's like outsmarting the game. Like he's
Right.
beating the game at its own game. But yeah, I don't know. There's like, especially the later games, it doesn't feel like they're that clever. It doesn't feel like the way they're overcoming this is like that clever. It's just like, yeah, they're just playing the game. And
The bridge episode's the worst episode.
oh, it sucked.
Okay,
It's kind of boring.
Yeah.
my favorite episode is the Marvel episode.
Yes.
That episode was amazing.
Oh, the
That was a good
tension.
episode.
I know.
There's so many cool like psychology moments in it.
Yeah.
The first one being when they are picking teams,
Yeah.
and then that woman gets picked last, and she's like such a psycho. I love that's another
She's one of my
character I
favorite
love.
Character, yeah.
Yeah, and she got did dirty by the that's my phrase today. Yeah, she got did dirty by the
Yaksu.
subtitles. Have you seen that?
Oh yeah. We
No.
should maybe touch on that real quick.
Yeah, there's this TikTok person who made a series. She's, I think, Korean American. She's bilingual, and she says that the subtitles are often really bad. I think there's she distinguishes between the closed captioning English
Yes.
subtitles and then just the regular ones. But
Oh.
the ones that are on by default, there's a line in particular. There's a lot of lines that just don't have the subtlety, and the one that's most egregious is that character. She says something like, "I'm a genius. I'll figure it out." But instead, she says, "I'm a smart person. I was just never given the opportunity to learn," which is a thing in Korea.
Yeah.
Right.
With people who aren't privileged.
Yep.
Yeah, so the thing with that is that the English closed captions are the subtitles, quote unquote, for the English dub. I believe.
Oh, okay.
I might be switching them up, but one of them is the subtitles for the English dub. I'm pretty sure that's the CC, and then the English non-CC is the actual translated subtitles,
Okay.
where they translate the Korean into English, and that's the subtitles instead of because when you do a audio English dub for a foreign language thing, you have to like match up what you're saying
Yeah.
to the lips.
You have to change.
Oh.
change
Yeah, to
Man,
the flaps.
That dub was bad.
Was
I
it?
didn't even bother.
Yeah, so I put it on for a second because I was like, I had to binge it in one weekend. I'm like, maybe I'll like do some cleaning and stuff while watching. So I needed the English voice so I could do
Oh,
stuff.
yeah.
Put it on for 10 seconds, and I was like, absolutely not. It
Yeah.
is horrendous.
No, I can't do it. I mean, and I'm saying this as someone who just the other week I went in and dubbed over some anime, and like I will say, as someone who has dubbed English onto Japanese language stuff, don't watch the dub.
Yeah, it's bad.
watch the original foreign language and put on subtitles. I mean, I'm not going to get in trouble for this or anything. It's just most of the time it's better. You get the more emotion because like when you are trying to match the flaps and like you sacrifice some of the emotion and the performance that could be there because you are, and you don't mean to, but it just ends up happening because of the timing.
Well,
you
they
know?
talk about actors, like let's say you're in front of a green screen, or you're instead of talking to Dobby the house elf, you're actually just looking at a tennis ball on a stick. You get a worse performance. You get a
Yeah.
more authentic performance when you're in situ with a set that's built around you and everyone's in costume and stuff. And so if you're just dubbing, you can use your imagination, but that's not going to be as good.
Right.
And also, it's just weird when the voices don't match what the character you're looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I've watched some things dubs in the past. It's just a sad fact of reality that most of the time the English dub is just not going to be very good.
Well, yeah. There's like an extra element of interpretation there, and sometimes the person doing the interpreting, the translator, just doesn't get it.
Yeah.
And honestly, that's a really important part, even in video games and stuff. The games that are Japanese games, the translation is so fucking important because like the Japanese language and Korean language and English language are so different, and like the subtleties are so different. So you need someone that like understands the intent and can communicate the intent even though the words are different. And it's like that's really fucking hard. And that's like a level of artistry that I don't
Especially
think
with
most translators
Asian
have.
cinema, which always has those kind of subversive undertones throughout, like Parasite. You know, the subtext is huge in this genre, I feel. So, anyways, that character is dope, though. She's
She's
a
amazing.
high self-monitor. We really have no idea who she is under it all. Really.
I self-monitor.
Yeah, she adapts. Whoever she's talking to, she's a different person.
Oh yeah,
I
sure.
heard it. I heard her.
You don't know any of these psych terms. Don't you have a psych degree?
You're using it as a noun. A high self-monitor.
Yeah.
I've never heard.
I
That.
heard her. I heard
Psych
her
101,
acting
pal.
described as Nicolas Cage reincarnated as a Korean woman.
Yeah,
and I was like,
I heard that too.
Yep. Like, it's so elevated. And I mean, like all
Got
of
the crazy eyes.
Yeah, all of the acting in the show is very high energy, except for a couple. But it really works for this. But hers, especially, man, I was transfixed every time she's in a scene. I'm so excited by it. But I will say, her main counterpart, which is the mob dude, I think he is the worst actor in the show. I think he sucks.
Yeah.
He like jowl acts. Like most of his acting is his face jiggling.
And
I'm
it's
like,
hard. It's hard to know if someone sucks when it's subtitles.
Fair.
I didn't think.
But
that
David
they-
still knows.
No, I don't know. But he was the only actor that took me out of it. Everyone else was like either like amazing or like good, but
He's
kept
pretty
being-
one note.
Yeah, I kind of just kept being reminded that I'm watching someone act.
Yeah, I feel like I didn't blame it so much on his acting as I did on the writing for him.
Maybe.
Like, you could be right, and maybe a different actor could have brought more nuance to the role. But like, I was just annoyed by how one-dimensional the character was, and how he didn't really seem to have any sort of motivations beyond like being a selfish prick.
Yeah.
And it's like the best characters have something that they actually care about, and they're being a selfish prick in service of that.
Yeah, like the North Korean character.
Yeah, like
she's a pickpocket and a loner, and then you find out about her little brother and her
Right.
plight having defected. It was super interesting. She's probably my favorite character.
Yeah. It's like he was the villain. I guess since the organization is sort of in this, like, we don't know everything about them, and like Ilnam, maybe he's got some benevolence to him or maybe not. I don't know. But he was, this Gyaksu guy was like 100% just bad guy. He was just, I'm a bad guy and I want to murder people.
I like the flashback they give you of him outside of the game when it's like explained why, like he's in debt and he had to escape and stuff. Like that's a cool scene where like he immediately kills the guy and runs off the bridge and jumps.
Yeah.
But you're right, they never give him like any redemption. And like I think even just a little bit, and even if he goes back on it by the end of the show and like dies a villain, like just a little bit would have gone so far for him.
Yeah.
I agree.
We see a little bit of like fear from him instead of like intense, I don't know, bravado, anger or whatever, when Han Min-yo basically sacrifices herself to take him down with her.
I love that.
And we see fear on his face for like kind of the first time.
Yeah. Or in the marble game too.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I liked, and then I was like, okay.
I liked how much I love that moment because his underling realizes that he has a chance to, like, basically one of them is going to die. So he's got nothing to lose at this point.
Yeah.
He either wins or he dies. So he's like, now I'm just going to be rude. Like, I'm just going to like talk
like
back
that.
to him as much. But before that, he's like, hey, what do we do, boss? Like, boss.
Yeah, it's so awesome to see hierarchies break down. Like, oh yeah, this whole world, it's not real.
Yeah.
It's not real, pal. As soon as like the odds are evened out, like fuck you.
Yeah. Once you kind of like expose the structure at the root.
Well, speaking of that, like I love when they serve the Sprite and eggs, and then it's revealed that like it's a social experiment. We're not feeding them enough, so they fight, and then he kills the person, and then the money comes in, and they realize there's no repercussions to the death, and then you're just like, uh-oh.
That's a dark moment.
This is really bad. Because, like, yeah, up until then, you're like, oh, the game has structure. Like, it's all safe. Like, you can only die inside the game by fucking up. But it's like, oh, no.
They could just kill each
They
other
can
right
just
now.
kill each other right now.
You're
But-
incentivized to just murder everybody tonight.
The riot. Does that happen before or after we kind of hear the first diatribe from the organizers of the game being like, it's on a level playing field, you know, like we pride ourselves on giving everyone an equal opportunity to like do this stuff and blah, blah. And, you know, everything's fair.
Probably before.
I
would think.
The riot happens before that?
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that too. Because, but for some reason, like it felt to me like there is this like implicit understanding that, okay, when we're in the bedrooms, when we're in the gym here, or whatever, with the beds, we're safe, you know? We don't have to worry about dying until we're back in the games, and that's such like a betrayal. Be like, wait, they could just kill us in our sleep?
Well, that's life, right? I think that fits the allegory where,
Totally.
you know, capitalism's fair. We ostensibly live in a meritocracy, except biology's not fair. Like, you had you had players in there who were a husband and wife, and they're like maybe late 40s, 50s, smaller people versus like a giant thug guy.
Yeah.
Like you're just gonna lose. So it's not fair.
It was such an
That's
interesting.
life, baby.
It was it's just such an interesting twist when they start describing it as like, because at first I'm just kind of like, all right, this is clearly probably going to be entertainment for rich people or something. It's going to be some like a reality show or whatever. But then they come in with we pride ourselves on the equality of opportunity we give everyone, and it's like it's a fair playing field, blah blah blah. And I'm like, oh, there's like an ideological component, which felt so weird because I was like, this is obviously not a moral undertaking.
No, that's for the benefit of the people betting. It's not for the players.
Well, but I don't know because
I'm guessing here.
Yeah, I mean it is guessing, but
Because they're doing it every year. You have to think of this as a game that they run and a business they run.
yeah, and they've done it for many, many, many years, and there's like
it's
people,
big money.
there's things in every country. So I'm like, I don't know. Were you guys not shocked to see that there was some like ideological component to the setup?
No, I kind of knew. To me, the whole thing was an ideological thing. I guess knowing that it was a takedown of capitalism, I just kind of assumed that
I didn't see. I guess
that
I didn't.
ideology was permeated throughout.
I guess I didn't really think of it as like a specific criticism of capitalism or anything until that point, and then I was kind of like, oh, this is an allegory. Because up to that point, I was just kind of like, oh, it's a fun battle royale thing.
Fair.
Which is why I said in my slogan, it's possible to watch this show and not think about that stuff at all and still have a good time because it is a decent
Totally.
show.
Yeah, fair.
Yep.
I think I came to the show late. I intended to watch it right when it happened, and they kind of got too big, and then my hipster glasses went on. I'm like, I'm not gonna watch it. Everyone else is watching it.
It's too cool
It's
now.
too cool. I can't do it. And so I kind of knew what to expect going in.
Yeah.
And I really like some of the stuff. Like I love the third clause where they can
Right.
choose to stop the game if the majority choose to do that. And like after the first game, half of them plus Ilnam choose to stop the game, but they all basically come back.
And
I
that
love that.
It makes everything so much more interesting because, I mean, then there's a conversation to be had about whether they are choosing to do this or not.
Well, they are because Ilnam is the last person to vote, right? And he is the deciding vote.
Yep.
And he's in charge. So you would think, the guy in charge of the game wants the game to continue.
I completely forgot about that until like a few days after I finished the show, and then I was like, oh, he was the deciding vote.
That's probably why he's number one.
Yeah.
But at
It
the
is
same
why
time,
he's number one. Yeah.
yeah. But at the same time, it's kind of like, do they have a choice? Is it a choice? Because it's kind of weird because you could make an argument that like, oh, they're doing it of their own volition, so like they're accepting the potential consequences of what might happen to them. But when they first agree to do the games, they don't know that death is on the line.
Yeah.
They just are like, oh, you have a chance to win some money.
Yeah.
And they go in there, and then half of them die, and then they're like, oh, what? So for all those people that died in the first game, too bad, too fucking bad for you,
Yeah.
But then for everybody else, for them, it's a choice. It's a real choice to come back, and they know the risks.
And I do like that. Like 184 of the 206 players come back, and that with the clarity and the choice, it's real. Because like you said, it's almost like they're tricked into it. The first episode. And I hated when the game master was like, "Oh, we told you what you were getting into."
Yeah,
no, you
it's
fucking
like, no,
didn't.
you didn't.
You didn't fucking tell us.
Well,
it was
and that's
life or
why it was
death.
so confusing to me when they were like, "It's all about fairness."
Yeah.
I'm like, "Well, that wasn't fair."
No. Yeah. Here's a
Jeez.
question: Would you guys play a game where if you lose you take a slap, but if you win you get $100?
100%.
I would play that
Yes.
game for days.
Of course.
Well, he did play for days.
Yeah.
They only show it like once, but then at the end he has so much money. Like,
I love that
such an
scene.
addict.
That's like I love that scene because I'm like all three of us are like, yeah, of course I'd play that, and it's like, yeah, why wouldn't you play
I love
it?
the recruiter.
Sell
His
your body
face
for money. Oh yeah.
was so
Great cameo. That's the guy from Train to Busan.
Oh baby.
He's, and he's
His
been in a bunch
face
of
is
stuff.
just so friendly.
Yeah. Oh, he's perfect for that role. When you see him at the end too, when you know more what he is, and
I know
Gi-hun
what you
sees
are.
him across the thing, and he just smiles. Oh boy. You just want to slap.
What do you
him.
guys think of the fan theory that the color you choose in that game determines if you're going to be a contestant or staff?
It could work. I get it, but it's also
Wait, what?
so when you play the knocking game, you pick the blue or the red thing, and then if you pick red, you become staff. If you pick blue, you become player. But it sort of works because it's like cool and hot, but like the red isn't pink
It's
and
not
the
the
blue isn't the
I don't think
teal.
that's
I
the
don't
thing.
think it's quite the same. They might retrofit that, but I don't think it was intended to be that.
No, and I think that the recruiting for the contestants is so much more important or different. It's different than the staff. Like, especially there's some management staff and soldier staff versus
I was
chefs and stuff.
Man, yeah, there's still so many questions about the staff, the guards, because originally the first one that's unmasked, it's like, oh, you're just a kid, and so then I'm like, oh, are they kind of like, are they brainwashed? Did they like kidnap a bunch of people and just like brainwash them into being guards, and they don't really know what they're doing? But then later, the guards are doing this like illicit organ harvesting thing. So I'm like, oh, okay, no, they have their wits about them.
I wonder if it's been thought of, or if it's like they want to leave that open for what they could do. Because I could see it being like the players are people that have huge debts, and like the soldiers are more like people that are joining the military that like don't have the huge debt now but want a future opportunity, and so they're selling this time to the game so they can get it. Like there's a million different things they could do, but I wonder if they'll try and take like a slightly different angle on indentured servitude.
It might be maybe like
they
maybe
could definitely do a lot more with them.
Maybe the soldiers are people who like, if they were ratted out, they could go to jail or something. Like they don't necessarily need tons of money in order to write their life, but they are in trouble in some way. I don't know. I love that the show kind of leaves questions open like that, because it's knowing exactly everything about the infrastructure of the organization wasn't 100% necessary in order to get to the end of the season, but it's left enough seeds there that I'm like, yeah, give me some more.
There's a lot of elements of this show that weren't necessary that made it so much better, like the production design.
Oh yeah,
all those cool sets,
so cool,
and colorful.
Yeah, they built so like I would expect seeing a show like this, all those like colorful stairs and stuff. I would expect that to be like a place that they location scouted, and then they're like, this would be cool for the show or whatever. They built that custom.
It's such a cool set.
It's so weird.
And I like the way the sets kind of work together. There's all like the like game rooms that are just like little kid inspired one. Like I like the honeycomb game, like the giant playground inside of those clouds, or the first one where it's like a painted field. And when I saw the stills of the show when they're playing the red light, green light, I just assumed it was a field. But then in the show, it's so much more menacing because they're in a box that's painted like a field.
Yeah. There's something about it.
Yeah, but then you counter it to like the dark tunnels of the where like the soldiers work and stuff, and you just keep cutting between it, and you're just like, I hate everything. I hate all of this.
It's good contrast. Yeah,
totally.
It makes you uncomfortable.
Yeah, the colors are so vibrant in the show. It's
honestly, I feel like if it didn't have that, half as many people would have watched it. Like the iconography of the show is so strong. The masks that they all wear, the colors of the jumpsuits, all of that is so strong.
Someone pointed out that the school, like the gym uniforms and the pink guard uniforms, are like opposites on the color wheel.
I mean, that's just basic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like when that's your job, like
that's the production design thing. I know originally the writer wanted them to look like Boy Scouts, the soldiers, and then out of practicality, they kind of started shaping it into what we got.
What do you think? There was any significance to the circle, square, triangle thing?
Guy really likes PlayStations. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know.
There's significance certainly in their roles, but I don't know what they mean.
But like why it was those shapes.
Well, we can go based on PlayStation.
I kind of want to like
circle is accept, X is cancel, and triangle is bag. It's like what's in your inventory. That's why they.
What, in every game?
That's why they designed it that way. Square is supposed to be your map. Triangle is supposed to be your bag. Circle and cross are accept and cancel. That's why that's the design philosophy behind those buttons. I doubt it's the same.
Yeah, it's the same in English with X and Y and A and B.
Yeah. I hate the PlayStation controller.
Why?
It's
the only one that makes sense.
No, I grew up with Xbox, so like I'm used to press the A button, press the B button when it's like press shape. I'm like my brain doesn't have like the infrastructure to like map that easily.
But it's just habit.
That's fine.
It is.
Xbox isn't more intuitive. It's just that's what you use.
Yeah,
Nintendo.
No, that's all fine. It's when you go to Nintendo and the accept button is on the far right.
Yeah.
You're like, this is not from the West. This is
Nintendo does.
Every time I play the
wants.
Smash Bros upstairs, I'm like, what the
hell?
And on the GameCube commercial, or controller, I still don't know what which Y button is.
Yeah.
All right.
That's a terrible.
I want to come back to some of the characters. One more thing about Gi-hun, because we talked about him for a little bit. I feel like it was a weirdly glossed over aspect that he was part of this like labor union strike.
Mm-hmm.
And people like died at it or something.
It's inspired by a real life event.
Yeah, the SsangYong. SsangYong is an automobile manufacturer in Korea, and they had a big worker strike.
But I agree, it's super glossed over. Like they have the one scene, and then it never really plays into it.
It was just so weird because I was like, oh, is this like an interesting background detail about this character that kind of informs why he's such a fuck up? Like he originally had a good job and he was working hard for his family and blah, blah, blah. And then
he was traumatized.
And then he was traumatized, and that kind of, but they like, I'm like telling this story to myself, but they don't really go into that in the show big time. They're just like, all all the beds kind of piled up as barricades reminded him of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems at least more intentional than another question I have, which is when we see him, when it's demonstrated that he has a heart and then he acts in ways that we think are good and we start to like him, is that the character changing, or are we just seeing for the first time things that were there all along?
So I think it's that they were there all along, and it's part of the criticism of, the system that people like him don't really have what it takes to make it in the rat race, And I feel maybe this is me kind of projecting on it because I feel like I'm definitely not like an entrepreneurial person. Like I'd rather everyone just kind of like I think that I'm not a socialist, but if socialism was conceivably possible, it would be cool. I don't think it is possible. I don't think it's practical, but like if humans were not completely shitty to the point where we could decide to work together and make like a utopian system, I think that would be nice.
You're happy just being an ant. Like
what? Well,
like yeah,
but an ant that is close to being as happy as other ants. Like I feel no need in my soul to like ascend above other people
You're a
and
sheep.
be more successful. Sure, man.
I've seen you with your mask on. And
you say this as someone who I know you are very kind of entrepreneurial.
No.
I'm not saying that is a bad thing.
I'm a
There are
regular
people.
employee.
There are people. You owned your own business.
Kind of.
Starting your own business.
Oh my goodness! I'm staying here forever, Linus. You know that. If somebody else made an offer to me, I wouldn't accept. You know it. I wouldn't know. I would be too dumb. Somebody else staying here forever. Your own business?
Kind of.
Starting your own business.
Oh my goodness! I'm staying here forever, Linus. You know that. If somebody else made an offer to me, I wouldn't accept. You know it. I wouldn't know. I would be too dumb.
I've tried to run my own business before. I hate it.
I clapped anyways. All right. My point being that I see a bit of myself in Gi-hun because at his heart, I feel like he just wants everybody to cooperate and be nice to each other. Mm-hmm. But he gets into these situations because he's dumb. He doesn't know what to do with the money. He steals a little bit of his mom's money and then uses it to gamble instead of being like, I'm going to use this in a responsible way. He wants to make a big gesture.
What's the deal with at the end when he doesn't use any of the prize money? I hated the end.
Yeah, I don't like that ending at all.
So it really, really, really bothered me. There is some basis for that in the concept of like survivor's guilt, where like people who experience a traumatic thing where a bunch of people died but they survived, they're kind of like, it's like PTSD.
If they set that up and included it in the show, sure. But they didn't.
I don't know. I mean, okay, so there's that, but then there's also the fact that I also kind of attributed this to the same kind of Asian drama thing of like everything's more dramatic. He's not sad for a few months. He's sad for a whole year and he lives as a hobo basically. Like
Yeah, well that's all fine. I don't know. I mean, I feel like they just switched up the whole ending just so they can make another season. But if this was a contained thing, the show would have ended in a way that was commensurate with the arc that he'd been on the whole time. He would go and like take care of his daughter and maybe give all the money away to that
this is
lady
what's
or whatever.
interesting.
But he
It's
wouldn't
sort
go
of,
back. He wouldn't dye his hair red and then go back to the show. Like
Well, so-
that
doesn't make any sense.
ending.
Yeah, that very end. But like when he gets out of the game and he kind of like is living as a bum, I'm kind of like, okay, I kind of see this because his mom's dead, his daughter is being taken care of, and he thinks of himself as a failed father anyways. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure, he's got a ton of money now, but like she was already rich. You know, her
husband had lots of money.
Yeah. So he's like, okay, well, what do I have to give her? The same thing that her other dad is giving her right now. So what do I have to live for? I have nothing. So it's like he just sits around, without a purpose. Got a bunch of money. Money don't buy you happiness, as Gi-hun knows. Gi-hun. Anyways.
And I guess it's to get him to the point where you can have that really terrible discussion with Il-nam in the hospital bed and be like, will anybody help him? So it's like, I guess he has to be on on a low point so that winning that helps him like help that be a bigger emotional victory that after he comes out of it and it's like, yeah, see, he kind of did win.
How did that reveal affect you guys? That big twist.
0%.
What, that Il-nam was the guy?
I thought it was like, you can tell the show wants it to be a big bomb, but I was just like, I guess so.
That's exactly how I felt. Like, meh.
See, I didn't feel like it was supposed to be. I mean, I had deduced that the old man was behind it.
Sure.
I think
Clever girl.
a few episodes earlier. Well, it's just because of one shot. Like, the front man is like, oh, the VIPs are here, and he goes to, I think he has he refers to the old man with something. It's like
and
the
you see
man
the backs of
behind
his
it or
mask or
something.
something?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's got the bird mask.
Yep.
And earlier you see the bird mask sitting there on the thing, and then in a later episode, front man goes and talks to him, and he's sitting there, and we see the back of his head, and there's a close up on his hand. It's an old man's hand. I'm like, oh, well, okay, there's the old man.
Sure.
And so we didn't actually see him die. So I'm like, all right, he's involved. He's probably like the big man behind it. And so later, when they're like, when Gi-hun gets the card and he goes and finds Il-nam in the hospital bed, I'm like, I didn't feel like the show was like, oh my gosh, dude, you didn't see this coming. I thought it was like super, super obvious, and I thought everyone was going to be on the same page.
I'm too dumb. I'm too dumb.
Wait, but so you didn't know that it was the old man, but when it happened, you were like,
okay. Yeah, it's like I don't know. It just didn't have any emotional weight to me. I'm like, yeah, it makes sense that it's someone that we know that's behind it. Like, it would be weird if they brought in like a new person, but like
Scooby-Doo style. It's like, Scooby-Doo style. It's Old Man Jenkins
Yeah.
that you met very briefly in the first scene.
well, that's how I
well,
felt.
it's more than that.
That's how I felt about the front man.
He's like the wizard character.
I like the old man.
I like the old
Don't
man
get me wrong.
before it's revealed that he's behind it all.
Yeah.
I
loved him throughout the show.
And then you're just kind of it's,
What a good actor. He's so good at being
yeah.
old. His face is always like kind of like shaking.
Yeah.
His lips are always kind of dripping. He's just so
Yeah.
old.
Yeah, I've really felt so fucking I felt awful when he peed himself. Such a depth
But
of
did he pee himself?
I don't know.
Well, there's an empty water bottle beside his head. in
Yeah.
there.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And so I guess he's not demented. Is that
No.
what you say? When
He's
in the
not
Marvel
yeah.
in the Marvel episode when he's like acting like he has dementia.
Yeah.
He's just putting that on just
to
to
test
Yes.
him.
fuck with him.
That reveal when he's like,
I knew what you were doing the whole time.
yeah, because like, what's his face? Gi-hun is like, it's not fair. Like, he's like, oh, let's bet it all on this game. Let's bet it all on this last
Yeah,
one. He's like,
yeah.
that's not fair. Are you crazy? And he's like, oh, crazy. Like, you stole all my
for
marbles. Fair, like you stole all
Yeah.
my marbles. And I was like, that was a great moment. I
Yeah.
was shocked.
Great episode
I love that.
altogether.
That was
yeah.
a great
It was
episode.
the best episode.
Oh my gosh, I wanted to murder Sungwoo.
Oh
so
my
bad.
God.
I'm like, you bastard, Ali is such
Ali
a good
Abdul
guy.
was so cute.
Yeah.
Okay, but before we go to Ali, 'cause I didn't want to talk about Ali.
Il-nam.
Just another moment of like the Scooby Gang where you're like, okay, obviously this person is that I a million times predicted was the fact that the front man was the brother. Like
Yeah.
it was like
Just had to be.
Who the fuck else is it gonna
Yeah,
be?
that was
Like,
super obvious. Yeah,
and
for
so
sure.
that
Especially when he found out that the game he won was like 8 years before or something. like that. I'm like,
yeah.
what?
And so that whole plot I've already said I think was a waste of time, but that reveal was just like okay.
Yeah.
I guess we're doing it.
I feel like there was also like a double layer of it being a cool reveal for Korean audiences, I think, because that actor
Yeah.
is a big giant.
Yeah, he's in,
Actor in Korea.
I Saw the Devil, which is a really good
Yeah.
Korean revenge film.
I haven't seen that, but he was the Terminator in Terminator Genesis.
Oh yeah, he was awesome. Korean Terminator was the best Terminator.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, he was just like skinnier back then.
What's his
I
name?
remember that.
Lee Byung-hun.
Yeah, he was sick in Genesis. But he's also, I think he's in Good, Bad, and the Weird too.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Okay, but Il-nam,
Yep.
since we were kind of talking
Yes.
about him, you guys think, like, you don't like the character? I feel like I don't,
No, we said we do like
we
it.
love him when he is the old man in the game.
but I feel like the reveal, I loved him as the old man in the game as well, but like I feel like the reveal that he started it all and his motivations behind it it just makes everything, like I have so many questions. Like, look, I wrote them down. What is this guy really about? Is he wise and benevolent and like we see what they're doing as like brutal and horrible, but really he's like, look, I've been in this earth for a long time. I know how the system works, and this is actually the best way to do it. You know, is he trying to achieve something good? Whereas
Then
like
he would just
you
make
can't-
Rap Park.
Well, this is
But this is profit motivated.
Well, yeah, I think if
or
they, if
is
they
he
did, like-
just jaded and sadistic, and he was like one of these like horrible American VIPs or whatever, and he was just like reveling in people killing themselves because it's like when you're that rich, nothing matters. And then once he got there is something to life, I'm going to go into the game and maybe like relive some of my childhood memories and maybe teach somebody something on the way and like oh my god, there's so many questions.
I think that it has to be that he is shitty and sadistic, and at the end of his life, he's like, I want to feel something. Because if they should have done like a Matrix where it's like, hey, we tried to make a Matrix where everyone was happy and everyone was living in a new utopia, but like human brain can't handle it. And like maybe he tried to make a version of this like alt world where it was like everyone is happy and we're rehabilitating people and like we're changing their lives, and then they leave and then they go back to normal. And like maybe he through failure of trying to do the right thing, he landed on the Squid Game, and it had to be this violent thing. And like I think
like
that could be
therapy.
That could be way more interesting. But as it is, he just was bored. He started making it, and like I don't know.
You think that's but like I guess that's what I'm saying is that I feel like the show doesn't tell you 100% that it was one way or the other. Like that one that you described that you would like, I feel like that there's a possibility that might still be the case. But we haven't gotten a confirmation.
Do you think?
One way or the other.
I'm surprised. I would be very surprised that he just wouldn't have said that, because I think like at that point in his life, he's trying to explain
he's
to Gi-hoon.
mysterious.
I think though, like
he doesn't tell you the whole story the whole time, which is why I feel like it's maybe confusing. Like maybe I'm just asking more questions than I need to, given the fact that like there are all these times where Gi-hoon like kind of learns something from the old man. Like Gi-hoon's like freaking out and he's naive and he doesn't really like, he's concerned about everything. And the old man is like, hey, he has the wisdom, he has the calmness, he's world weary, And so like Gi-hoon learns a lot from him. Gi-hoon thinks that he's tricking him, but really he's onto him the whole time. And then he kind of like Il-nam makes Gi-hoon feel bad. He feels morally bad because it's like he's teaching him a moral lesson. So I'm like, why would Il-nam go through the trouble of teaching Gi-hoon a moral lesson when all he was trying to do is just kind of go in there and have some fun and then fuck off because he's going to die anyway?
Well, because he eventually likes Gi-hoon because, as he says to Gi-hoon, thanks to you, I had a good time.
Mhm.
If everybody was just a dick like the thug, joining the game would have sucked. He probably would have like pieced out of there earlier.
Yeah, maybe.
So I think all right, I think I'm coming to a conclusion of my own about this, and I'm not going to ask so many questions about it. I think what the deal is, that he started it as jaded and sadistic, and he's like, I'm so, the world sucks. There's no goodness left in humanity because I've seen all these rich people and we're all horrible people. So let's just like go crazy and have people kill each other for our amusement. And then at the end of his life, he's kind of like, maybe there is some goodness left in humanity, but he's gone so far on this path that he's not about to just like tear the whole infrastructure down.
I love how you're like, if a universe doesn't have lore, by God, I'll make the lore.
I need to
making
know.
all this shit up.
I need to know, but there's mysteries.
That's fair. And
Because I think it's more about like his character's motivation. I don't understand his motivation.
It's because it doesn't exist because he's made to be a twist. It's a contrivance.
Yeah.
But they're making more about it, so we're gonna dive deeper into it. So there's an answer.
Here's a better question.
All right, we should
Is
move
it
on.
unethical to cheat against a guy with dementia? Let's say like pre-twist, we don't know anything.
Yeah.
Just if you've only seen up to the marble episode, you're sitting there getting into the headspace of Gi-hoon. Would I do that? He's trying to survive. This guy's dementia. Even if he does survive, he's not gonna be on the outside. It's not gonna be for long.
Mhm.
You should probably cheat against him, right?
This is the moral question.
That was a really good moral question.
Yeah, and that's why I thought it was so interesting because he's like seemingly teaching Gi-hoon that, like, maybe this is like the utilitarian right way to do. He's not going to use anything with it. It makes more practical sense for you to just kind of cheat this dementia guy so
I would
you can
totally
survive.
cheat the dementia guy. And I wouldn't. I mean,
I think most people would.
He feels really anguished doing it, and they haven't built a relationship, so I can see the anguish. But having not been in the game or actually built a relationship, I'm sitting there being like,
Sorry, buddy.
afraid to say. I think I'm more like Sang-woo. I would have cheated that dementia guy like that.
I mean, I think that's kind of that's why this Gi-hoon and Il-nam dynamic, particularly in that game, is so interesting because at the end of it, Il-nam basically says to him, you cheated me, but you know what? We're buddies, and I'll let it go.
I think because he knows he's a
Because
good
he knows-
What choice did he have?
Yeah.
Everybody would have done that.
Exactly.
Like 99 people out of 100 would have done that.
Exactly.
He didn't want to.
But, okay, when you say you're more like Sang-woo, we're not talking, like, you're talking about the Gi-hoon versus Il-nam thing, because, like, the spirit of Sang-woo would be to, like, cheat all your
For
way to the
sure,
top.
yeah.
But, like, what Gi-hoon is doing is basically, like, he was losing, and then Ilnam knows that he's losing, and Ilnam kind of like let him
Gives him
bring
the
it back.
opportunity.
Yeah.
Makes it
He
easy.
let him bring it back by faking dementia, and Gi-hoon's like, okay, I'm just gonna go with this.
Yeah.
Whereas Sang-woo, oh my god,
fuck.
he was losing.
Yeah.
And he should have lost. He actually did lose, I think. But he had like one marble left, and they would one more round, and it would have been over. But then Sang-woo's like, oh wait, hold on, there's a way for both of us to win. Hold on.
Yeah.
And because Ali is such a good guy,
He was so shady when he was doing it all too. You just knew. It was not convincing.
it was so infuriating.
Yeah.
Ali
Especially
Abdul
like
is
he's got a
just
wife
lamb.
and kid. It's so sad.
I had a bit of a problem with Ali, not as like a nice guy, but as a full human being.
Too naive.
Yeah, it just feels like
I blame the
Okay,
show for
I'm
this.
gonna put a little bit of my SJW cap on.
Yep.
It kind of feels like the 50s or 60s portrayal of black people in-
Yes.
in Hollywood,
I was gonna
whereas
say
like
this, yeah.
they're really good, really awesome people, but you don't get the complex. You don't get let into their inner life, and they're really simple and naive, and they exist to serve the homogenous class.
It felt very strange.
And I was like really uncomfortable with especially that moment where I'm like, he has no questions, like nothing, like his brain doesn't even question a little.
So this is how I kind of explained it, because I felt the same way. I'm like, he is perpetually characterized as like strong. He's like they say, you're very strong. You have physical strength, but you're dumb.
Yeah.
Which is weird because he's like smaller than Sang-woo.
Yeah.
But anyways,
Yeah.
there's like a magical N-word thing. That's a term. That's a term. I didn't
okay.
say it.
Oh, I see.
Magical, whatever.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say it.
Okay.
Anyway, so I kind of felt like maybe this is because that kind of content in the West or in the States, when they have this like mysterious immigrant or mysterious black person or whatever, was like culture was more homogenous. Like it was less diverse. There was more white people, and in Korea, super homogenous in terms of like the vast majority of people are Korean. There's very few immigrants, and so I'm like maybe they're kind of still in the same place in terms of like depicting
Like it was progressive just to have
diversity.
him there.
Yeah,
Honestly, and
I was shocked.
I'm sitting there as I'm the white audience in the 50s being like, wow, there's a person of color in this show. Like I was sitting there thinking like, I didn't know there's Pakistani people who speak Korean. This is crazy.
Well, I think Asian people count as people of color, depending on what you're. Anyways, whatever. He's not
Okay,
Korean.
a brown guy,
Yeah,
a
yeah.
Daisy folk.
Yeah.
It was-
dude.
It was very
Desi folk.
interesting.
I don't know how to use the word folk there.
It was
but
very interesting to see a brown person speaking Korean.
that was interesting to me.
Yeah.
And I have no idea about the like internal. Like I know that there's a lot of Filipino healthcare workers like in Japan and stuff, and in China, but I have no idea about. I assume every country, now that I'm thinking about it, has some workforce from another country that helps them out, and I just didn't know that about Korea.
For some reason, like
Pakistan's relationship. It's
for
cool.
some reason, as people who speak English, which is kind of like the universal language of trade in the globe, you know, like most people learn English in order to do commerce with other countries or whatever. It seems weird to us that I don't know, like the thought of a brown person from Pakistan going to Korea and learning Korean is just weird. I don't know. For some reason, it's just like
Yeah, check your
we
privilege,
just-
pal.
I
we
know,
just-
it's
we
not-
just
I'm
consume
totally
so
saying
much
it is our
Hollywood
privilege, but-
entertainment that sells the American dream, and so the idea that people would travel anywhere, oh well, they'll travel to America.
Yeah.
And it's like no.
But we're
There's
totally
a million other places.
like
to
the
go.
idea of people learning English is totally normal.
And the flip side of that is in Australia, instead of learning Spanish, they learn Indonesian because that's the closest hot destination to go to.
Do
Isn't
they
that-
actually
Yeah, isn't that bizarre?
in school?
I don't know about in school, but I've talked to Australians who are like, "Oh, I'm going to learn
Indonesian.
Indonesian." Like, what the hell? Why don't you do something like Spanish?
Everybody should be
Because
learning
they don't have
Chinese.
Mexico next door.
Speaking of next door, Sebiak.
What girl next
Nice.
door? What is this?
Segue.
North Korea.
Oh, okay.
That was awesome.
She is awesome.
Oh,
and like
man.
we were talking about how everyone is really heightened acting, like they all have like really external, like high energy acting. I really appreciated that she was not. That she's so internal, she's so quiet, but she gives you so much. And I feel like
Is that due to her acting skill, you think? 'Cause
she is awesome.
Oh.
And
Hey.
North Korea.
Oh.
Sebiak.
What girl next
Nice.
door? What is this?
Segue.
North Korea.
Oh, okay.
That was awesome.
Do they actually
Yeah, isn't
Like
that bizarre?
in school?
I don't know about in school, but I've talked to Australians
sense.
who are like, "Oh, I'm going to learn
Indonesian.
Indonesian." Like, what the hell? Why don't you do something like Spanish?
Everybody should be
Because
learning
they don't have
Chinese.
Mexico next door.
Speaking of next door, Sebiak.
What girl next
Nice.
door? What is this?
Segue.
North Korea.
Oh, okay.
That was awesome.
She is awesome.
Oh,
and like
man.
we were talking about how everyone is really heightened acting, like they all have like really external, like high energy acting. I really appreciated that she was not. That she's so internal, she's so quiet, but she gives you so much. And I feel like
Is that due to her acting skill, you think, because she comes from the world of modeling and
maybe, and
it
I
was safer?
I don't know. I found everyone's performance were the kind of performance you can lean back and just receive 100% of. But hers, I found myself leaning into because I'm like, what is she doing? I
But
need
you
to
know what? I guess I started out like that, but then as the show progressed, we kind of learned that that's her one note. Like she can she can do this dark brooding
Well, that's
face.
the thing. She's a model, so she can do faces.
Yeah, and she gives the face.
She gives the
She is
face.
giving
She
face,
serves.
honey, snaps back and
her,
forth.
Her and that other woman during the marble episode
Oh, yeah.
was like probably the best part of that episode.
So
yeah.
good.
So great. And it was so cool to see her like kind of experiencing this kind of sisterhood that she obviously didn't have.
Yeah.
You can't trust anyone.
Yeah. And it was like, oh man, it felt like appropriate that Ji Young wanted to sacrifice herself. Ji Young is her girlfriend.
Oh, yeah,
is her friend who kills herself
Yeah.
to let Sabiak.
Oh, and you found out she
survive.
was a criminal? Oh,
Yeah.
crazy.
Well, she was a criminal, but like she had a traumatic past, and like her dad sexually harassed her or assaulted her and killed her mom, and so she's like, I don't think there's any redemption for me.
Yeah.
And she doesn't have any family, and Sabiak is on a mission. You know, she's like, I need to rescue my brother, and I need to rescue my mom, and like she has more to live for, and it made it so appropriate that Ji Young made that sacrifice, as sad as it was.
They did her dirty.
They did. Well, everyone was done dirty.
You know what
for sure.
sucked though? The episode after that stupid glass bridge one. That one sucked, and the suckiest part about it was this random explosion at the end that just injures. Oh, we need her to be like mortally wounded by a game that doesn't do that to you. So how would they just explodes for no reason? And
I really
that's
didn't.
sucked.
It's the only game that like after the game is over you can get injured. Like that was never really a thing, right?
No, but yeah, it was kind of annoying to me because I was like, are we doing this just to have this cool slow motion shot where we kind of pan, like we dolly back through like in slow motion as the glass is going everywhere? But then I was like, oh, it's probably just like kind of a cool visual display for the VIPs.
There's one episode
It was
left.
like a
Yeah, you need. Well, yeah, they're trying to heighten it, and so like having a big glass explosion is like, whoa, it's so cool.
Well, they also
Yeah,
just
like
needed
never-
to get rid of a character.
yeah,
no, but
they
never
need to-
mind like the structure of the show thing for a second. Like ignore the fact that she got stabbed or whatever. I'm like, that seems to be the reasoning why the glass all went up, to be like a final haha for the VIPs, like a big display. But I was really bothered by the fact that she got impaled by that thing.
Yeah, stupid.
Because I was like,
That's not fair.
That's also not impaling.
I would have loved to see her take the kind of humanity, whatever,
What-
stabbed.
Yeah,
Take the, what do you want me to say?
Yeah, stabbed is good.
Okay.
I'm gonna impale you.
Do it.
Take, I would
Chad
love
the impaler.
I would have loved to see Sabiak kind of take the humanity and like the sisterhood, like the lessons there, or whatever, the feelings that she got, and kind of like go into the rest of her story with that.
Yeah,
But then they just kill her. And I feel like all of
Yeah.
that groundwork that was laid for her and her character and her story was just kind of wasted. But did you guys think that could be multiple winners?
yeah. They never said that there couldn't.
Yeah, the whole time I was under the impression that there could be multiple winners and they could split the pot.
Oh, that would be like the twist.
No, I thought that was just the game.
Oh, okay.
But then it turns out that like, oh, you have to kill each other or something.
Like-
There's only one winner every time.
Yeah, because it could have been like it was just left unsaid, and people just assumed because of their disgusting human psychology that, of course, it's only one.
Yeah.
But they actually could have just shared it the whole time.
And I think that could be a fun moral quandary at the end where it's like, oh, we could like cooperate and split whatever, a quarter of this, and then it's like, no, I want this all for myself. And like that adds to the allegory.
Yeah.
It was 9 episodes. If it had been like 6,
It should have been 6 episodes.
Oh, yeah.
It went tight.
It would have been tight.
So fucking tight. Do you know? Do you know who fucking sucks in the show?
Oh, let me guess. The VIPs.
They suck.
That's another.
so
That's
much.
another reason why not only does that bridge game kind of suck, but they suck.
They're
The
so
acting was
uninteresting.
so bad.
Yeah, it was pathetic.
I was just like, as soon as they started talking, I was like, oh, okay, so I guess Korean shows just get like the cheap actors.
They just have like there's no English speaking actors in that.
Yeah, I guess it's whoever. Yeah, the 20 people I can speak. I don't know.
I feel bad if any of them are listening to this podcast, but they were bad.
Oh my god, it was pathetic. It was that whole episode
like-
sucks because like it sucks. The production design of the VIP room is so cool. The humans painted, like
Yeah.
all the
Yeah, that
like
was
the
cool.
like kind of jungly room, like
The
even
masks are
little
cool.
bridge. Yeah, it all looks really cool. But man,
But then when they're talking, yeah, you go get him. Ha ha ha.
why'd you pick that number? Oh, it's a pretty number.
Yeah, 69. No
Nice.
other better. Did they say nice?
I don't know.
No, they don't say nice. He's like,
It's like, and they're all like laughing
Looks
so
like you
hard.
made a friend.
okay, you can have this shitty dude who thinks 69 is funny, but then no one else should laugh. They should be like, ugh.
They,
Yeah,
they
exactly.
sound like
like
they sound like NPCs.
So I not only so this is another thing where I was kind of like, all right, if this was a Western show, I'd 100% drag this all the way for these actors being so bad. But there might be an element of the Korean showrunners being like, yeah, we want these guys to be really over the top, or they just like don't really understand the nuances of like English acting.
or they're like, it doesn't matter because they're gonna be subtitled.
yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Because the show is
Like
for Korean audience.
people who don't speak English won't really notice.
What's the deal with the front man speaking English when he's on the phone?
I think it's to tell us that
oh,
there's like people
'cause he's
outside of
talking to the Americans.
Yeah, it's to tell us that there's more than just Korea as part of this.
Yeah.
But then there's also because there's a lot of English written in the library of documents from past games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like the spine of the book would be like Game 5.
Yeah, I was wondering whether that's like
I don't know.
because that's a kind of a thing in Korea where like because a lot of these Asian countries do use English text for a lot of stuff
Well,
for like labels and
So we
whatnot.
find out that the games are happening in many countries.
Yeah, yeah.
So maybe it's just like a practical thing for
Right.
the organization where it's like you have the copy in your country's language, but then you also have it in English so that it's easier to work
For some
with
reason,
them.
when you said multiple countries, I picture that Mario Party game where it's a pizza and like the people are like swimming through the pizza eating it, and that
Yeah.
was the Italy game.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, where should the next Squid Games be? Because like I'm sure there'll be a Korean one, but I bet they're gonna try and spin it off. God help us if it's an American spin-off. But if like where would you actually be
No.
into it? Like maybe Italy, that could be fun.
I like Irish people. I want to see
I
like
want to see what Gi-hun does. Like, I don't,
Yeah,
I don't
for
want to
sure.
see Squid Game in another country. No,
Yeah,
so
the
fuck
same
this.
show but less
Like,
good.
No, stick with the same characters.
Yeah.
Like this is a Korean thing. I want to see what Gi-hun does. But I also heard them talking about maybe there's like they would do like a prequel showing kind of the brothers and like their fallout and like how the front man
Nah.
got to his position.
I don't need that.
No, honestly, I don't need a sequel. I don't need another season. They should have just made one good season. They kind of
Close
already
enough.
botched that opportunity. But this
Well, they're
is
never
exact-
gonna make one good season of a show and everybody watches a
But there is-
phenomenon, then they stop.
There is no
They've
way the
done it.
second season is good because this show they couldn't even make one good season. Like by the end of the show, I was like, I'm over this.
What,
It's-
really?
It's the novelty of the first half is like really fun, really cool, but the last 3 episodes kind of suck. There was like,
So like, what I really, really hope they don't do is like, it's a whole new set of games and like, well, it's Squid Game season 1 but different.
I'll bet you $1 million.
That's what they do.
Literally $1 million. There will be a new Squid
Yeah.
Game set of games.
I guess.
What the
I
hell
guess,
do you think it would be? They're
Well,
just in
okay.
the normal real world
So
the
what-
whole season.
No, but like, because there are different ways that shows do this or movies do this. It's like where they think that the season 1 was so successful, and what people really liked about it was the whole setup about like we're being in this mysterious game, and there are characters, and they're trying to survive each successive game, and blah blah blah. I'm like, okay, that's good, but I don't want that exact same thing again. If they had that as sort of like a side plot, and then in the meantime, Junho survived, and Gi-hun's coming back with his stupid red hair, and these guys team up, and they're kind of trying to execute a plan to take down the organization. And at the same time, we have a few characters in the Squid Game, and then they break out and they meet up, and there's all sorts of things you could do. I would hate to see literally slate wiped clean, different country, new characters. It's the same
No.
Squid Game, but the plot is
Absolutely not. No, no.
I think that's a spin-off. I think season 2 won't be quite like that.
It'll be in the games. There will be 6 new games because the games is a fun part of this
Yeah,
show.
but,
But
like-
it'll be more about the inner workings of it
calling it.
and how big.
It's Detective Brother in the Squid Game and Gi-hun outside of the Squid Game.
no
Calling it.
I
I'll
don't
bet
know.
you $50.
I don't want to see
$50
any.
this is on the line.
I don't want to see
Bet him,
any.
you bastard.
I don't want to see any characters. I don't want to see any characters from season 1 back in the Squid Games.
So-
No.
but you don't,
We
like,
already know that he took the card, and we
Yeah.
know Gi-hun's going back in
He's
Squid
going
Game.
back, but what does he go back as a guard? Does he go back as like you're a VIP now, or you won the game, or what? Like,
Place your bet.
how did
Place
frontman
your bet.
or the brother win the game and then end up as the frontman? What's the process there? This
Well,
is
we're gonna
lore.
find
I
out.
need
We're
to
gonna find
know.
out. We're gonna find out.
Man, just bet David, please.
I would also accept. No, I don't bet. I don't want to. I
Bet me a kiss.
I would also accept a prequel showing frontman's backstory.
I hate prequels.
I don't want prequel.
Because it's like, he seems as a villain. He shoots his brother. How did he get to this point? Is he bad? Is he shoot his brother because he knows that there's no hope for him and he's going to die anyway?
Audiences don't care
Does he
about
actually
Frontman.
still love him?
We care about Gi-hun. We don't
I care about Frontman. You don't care about Frontman?
No.
0%.
I love Frontman. Everybody loves Frontman.
You don't know him.
People love Frontman. Leave a comment about Frontman.
Okay, I'm gonna put that in the Spotify poll. Do you love Frontman?
Yeah, do it.
Hey, what does dialing 112 do in Korea? Is that 911 for them?
I don't know.
I don't know what that is.
We should have Googled that before we answered this question.
Okay, here's a rando human psychology question. Does forming team? I'm just gonna not read this ahead of time.
119
Okay.
is 911. Go
Oh,
ahead.
it's 112.
Remember when they were
didn't dub
picking their teams of two? I love that Marvel episode.
Yeah.
They all pick their teams of two, only to find out that they're going to have to. It's your enemy, the person you picked. You're gonna have to. One of you is dying. That was an amazing reversal. The husband and wife
yeah.
look at each other like shit.
I was so sad. Yeah. But you're really like, oh shit.
So when people are organizing themselves, they're mostly doing that like purely by competence. Like I want to be with. If I'm the strongest player, I want to be with the second strongest player.
Yeah.
But do you think it's smarter to, or how would you do it? Would you do it where you have that mostly, but you also want to make sure that the person is weaker than you, and just in case you have to kill them? Like if you're the fourth best player, are you trying to get players 1, 2, or 3 on your team, or are you trying to get player 5 on your team?
I think it's hard, and like that's
Look at
why.
Riley's face.
I don't like thinking about this.
Yeah. But I think it's why knowing the game was such an advantage. But yeah, I think it's so hard to know. I think if you know nothing about the game, I think I'd want one rung below me. I think that's what I would choose. Depending on how bad I am. If I'm like at the absolute bottom,
Wait, are we talking
then I
about a
probably
marble
want-
game?
or just like in general, like if you
Yeah.
walk in, but you don't know that it's a marble game yet.
That's right.
You're just there and like team up with a person, and there's a possibility you're with them. There's a possibility you're against them. I think I would want one rung below me, because then I can. They're strong.
When you say
But they're
rung
not.
below, you mean in terms like
In
if you-
rating.
If you can look at
you have a hierarchy in your
Yes.
mind.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
of competence, of like who's good. You're saying if you are in the top half of competence,
Yeah.
you'll take someone who's below you.
Just below me.
If you're in the bottom half, you'll probably take someone who's better
Yeah.
because you don't have a high chance of winning anyway.
Yeah.
Interesting. I like your calculus.
Well, I mean, what other? I think in that situation, you just kind of get the partner that chooses that agrees to be your partner.
You sound like you got picked last, pal.
Sure.
I really liked in the show where they designed this mechanism to have someone get picked last, for there not to be enough partners, and to have that. It turns out being that lady, that psycho.
We didn't really
Fraud
even
woman.
talk. Yeah, we didn't really even talk about the fact that like so much of this setup is, based on kids' games dynamics and whatnot. Like this being picked last thing is like that's
You
what
know they don't
happened
do that
in
in school anymore.
Huh?
Now the teachers just pick teams.
That's smart.
Oh, did they used to do that in like PE?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the
Oh,
teacher would be
yeah.
like, "Hey, you two most athletic kids, you can't be on the same team.
Yeah.
Why don't you guys pick teams?"
Oh,
that's-
yeah,
That sucked.
yeah. I guess I
It really
buried,
did suck.
I guess I
Yeah.
buried those
And
memories deep.
It was always the same kids that get picked last, no matter what the activity is.
I was picked like third last.
Really?
I was
Oh.
picked because I'm bad at sports, but at least I'm in shape.
That's
So I
true.
can run really fast. I just can't catch anything or
Yeah.
Ah,
do anything.
I was reasonably athletic and I was on sports teams,
Yeah,
but I was
you're-
also a huge dork. So I just was like, maybe I get picked last, whatever. Sometimes I did, sometimes I didn't. Actually, I don't think I ever got picked last.
David was
anyways.
a hockey player.
Oh wait.
I was the captain who picked the teams.
Oh really? No, I definitely wasn't that. But I played basketball and stuff.
No, it depends. No, I'm kidding.
I don't know. I would believe you.
He's just trying to backpedal now because
I wasn't
he's
a hockey-
appealing to a nerd audience.
I definitely wasn't a hockey player for sure.
I always wanted us to bring nerd sports back so I could go and do really well.
You know, it was a good shot.
Are you, I don't know whether you're joking or not.
I'm very good at sports.
When that woman
Okay.
gets picked last and she's just like, she collapses on the floor and they're in the completely white room. Great shot.
Yeah.
And I wonder how much of the production design and the sets and everything was driven by a production designer or by the vision of the writer director.
Oh.
Like that is like just a great shot.
I
She's
think-
just she stands out as all alone.
The writer-director did have a lot of vision for it. Like, he wanted the tunnels to be reminiscent of, like, ants working in a colony, and he wanted the games to have a certain appeal. But I'm guessing the specifics of it were mostly production designer, because that guy probably had so much else on his mind.
Yeah,
that's true.
well, and also like big props to this guy, Hwang Dong-hyuk. He wrote the script. He directed all 9 episodes.
Man, no matter what they paid him, it was not enough.
Yeah,
He probably wasn't very much, because he's some no-name dude.
Oh, he'll
Right.
get all this money on the next one and do half the work. And
That's
Well, and,
fine.
most of the time, you know, the writer of the script isn't like, even if he directs the first episode
Yeah.
or something, he's not directing the rest. Like they bring
Yeah.
in other directors.
Well,
but like,
he said that for the second season. He lost 6 of his teeth producing this.
what from
Yeah.
stress?
Yeah, I'm guessing.
That
I was like,
seems
that's
kinda
fucking wild.
They're just
Yeah.
falling out.
But he said that on the next, I mean,
like
he has
once
money.
the show, once Netflix had picked it up.
Yeah.
Oh,
He said that the next time he would pay, or he would make sure that there's other writers and other directors and stuff. So it'd be
Right.
more of a traditional
Well, the
TV.
thing with Netflix though is like even if Netflix picks up your show or deigns to make your show, especially if you're in an international market, it really doesn't mean anything. There's tons of like B TV. There's tons of, I don't want to be disrespectful, but like crap content
Mm.
on Netflix.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
getting
yeah.
better all the time, I guess. But like they could, just because they financed, I don't even know if they did finance it or if they bought it once it was done. But
I
just
think
because
they
it's
financed it.
right, but that doesn't mean that it's like we're gonna make you into a hit. Like I think it just
No.
their algorithms did that, and,
Well, and,
and the
like,
audience did
Netflix
that.
has been very much seeking non-English language content. They've been
Yes.
looking outside of North America to get good content, and I think it's been working. Like Money Heist is like one of the most successful shows. This is their most successful show, and so
And I just want to say I love that as a direction for a film to go in. Like
Yeah.
I want to see more international stuff.
Yeah.
I between this and Parasite, I think I like Korean cinema. It's pretty
Yeah.
sweet.
Cinema's sick.
Of all the international cinema I've
Yeah.
seen, I think I
There's
like it the
definitely-
most.
And I think that's definitely the plus side creatively of streaming services is that there is no sunk cost. Like it doesn't cost you anything to watch Squid Games. You're like, fuck it, I'll give it a go.
Yeah.
Whereas when it was traditional movies, when it was going to the theater, like, am I going to spend $50 for me and my family to go see a movie? Man, nah.
I will say though that like, you know, while I am glad that Netflix kind of does this, well, part of me is glad that they do this shotgun approach where they just like give funding to everybody who's got a freaking spec script and is like, hey, yeah, sure, make your show, whatever, we'll put it up on Netflix. Who cares?
Mhm.
And some of them end up being these like giant hits. Part of me is like, cool, but another part of me is like, I'm getting really annoyed at going on Netflix looking for something to watch, and there's just like, hey, remember those 1 or 2 like true crime documentaries that you thought were pretty cool? Here's 8 more of them. And I'm
Yeah.
like, well, now I don't want to watch any of them.
But you can
because-
tell which ones are just ripoffs.
Yeah. Or something. And it's like, I don't know. And like, this is a
Like
foreign
instead of
language
making
thing.
a murder, it's like he was made into a murderer. You're like,
Yeah, or something.
Okay.
Yeah, or they like go
Octopus game.
combing through the archives for like every random murder suicide that happened
Yeah.
in history and making a feature length documentary about it, or a series, or like a limited series.
That's
I
fair.
don't know.
But it also like I don't find it that hard to discern what's good and bad, and so like whatever, it's like I have to scroll 2 extra spots to be like, okay, this one's clearly a bad one.
Do you rate stuff on there?
No,
No.
but you can kind of just tell. Like I don't know, like not always. Sometimes it's like I have to like Google it and stuff, but I can usually be like, okay, this is a shitty Netflix one, and like Netflix knows what's good and what's bad, and they really do push the good ones more.
Do you know if this show came out in Korea like some months ago and it
I don't think
does
so.
it bubble up like it's kicking ass in Korea, so let's put it in our other markets?
I don't think
no,
so. I think this
it just,
came out.
It was kind of it was
worldwide.
pretty much natural.
Bec-
that-
But they knew this was good because I got ads for this way before it was coming out, and I was like,
Yeah.
this looks pretty cool. Like I remember seeing the stair shot and being like, what is this?
Yeah, I think
Uh,
they definitely put some effort into bringing this to a wider audience than just Korea for sure.
Because it's not completely borderless, even though it's a global company. You know, U.S. Netflix is different than Canadian Netflix.
Yeah.
So I wonder if sometimes things get big in their own market and then
Like they're
I
different
think
companies.
Money Heist.
no,
Probably.
they're the same company, but
Yeah.
because of licensing and stuff,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
like
yeah.
oh, Star Wars is available in this country, it's
The
not available in this
experience
country.
is different, but
So I wonder if they sometimes try harder to make it more accessible.
Well, I think
I
like,
guess the original content can be everywhere.
it can be everywhere all
Yes.
at once. But I think like some stuff does take a little while. Like I think Money Heist wasn't immediately a huge success outside of Spain, but now it's built and built and built.
have
And
you
now,
watched?
I haven't watched it, but
Me neither, and I don't think I'm going to.
I do want to watch it. It's
Do
wild
ya?
that the costumes are so similar. Like the outfits are so similar to the guard outfits.
I think the title just bothers me.
It's a stupid title.
Money heist.
Well, in Spanish, it's way better. It's the house, like it's the house of paper.
Why didn't they call it that?
La Casa de Pepe.
Yeah, exactly.
That's way
It's
cooler.
a way cooler title.
Money heist. That seems it's so
It's like a
redundant.
comedy.
All heists are for money.
Hey,
or
you want to
something.
join? You want to join this heist for money?
What are you guys stealing? Money or their cash equivalent? Like, come on.
Currency,
Yeah, that's not a good title. That's not a good one. Let's do it.
legal tender,
Fungible assets.
fungible heist.
Traveler's checks. Should we hit picks, nitpicks? I think the CG is really good in the show, except for the bridge episode. Like most of
really?
the time, the CG like didn't distract me.
There's
like
not a lot
for
of
TV
it.
show, but that bridge episode, boy, that's bad.
Oh, where's
I feel like
The overhead tracking shots of the glass, you can just see like there's like a judderiness to it where it's like clearly none of this is like actually tracking
Oh,
together.
interesting.
It was very unimpressed. And then the explosion at the end, not impressed.
I didn't pick up on any of that, but like I feel like maybe the kind of surrealness of the whole idea and the environs kind of like made me forgive the fakeness of some of the sets. Like seeing the big gym with all the beds and then like
Love that
the
set.
multicolored stairs and stuff.
As if
So
they
then-
would keep removing beds. Hey, that's just a lot of work for no reason.
Yeah, I know, right? But when they get into the big the tug of war,
Yeah.
big chamber, like it looked pretty fake.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
but
when they
that
were
was the-
falling. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
But at
even
the same
just-
time, it didn't bother me because I was kind of like, all of this kind of looks fake with the bright colored costumes and the weird sets. And
But that
I
also was
okay.
like the one to me, the game that seemed like the least well thought out. I think like Tug of War as a game is good. I love them like the Ilnam teaching them how to
Yeah.
win. Like that was awesome, and I'm like feeling it. And then like they kind of start losing, and then
They do the trick.
they do the trick. Like that stuff all works. But man, that set is so uninspired. Like it's just like a big room with like two platforms and like construction elevators going up to it. Like every other room has been so interesting and like colorful and bright, and this was just like,
yeah.
it was not. It didn't seem like they thought about
It
what
seems
tried to
kinda,
save
yeah, it
money
definitely
there.
seemed more like industrial and less
Yeah.
like interesting in that way.
Yeah.
I gotta say though, this is another example of like Asian dramas taking a long time to go through stuff. That elevator does not take very long to get from the bottom to the top. He spends like 5 minutes
explaining.
explaining the
And-
strategy for tug of war.
His mouth is so wet.
Wet?
Watch him explain that. His mouth is just wet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was just like, wait. So this is one of the things that makes me forgive a lot of stuff in this show. Where in a Western show, I'd be like, that's stupid. But in this one, I'm like, it's a Korean drama. I mean,
Sure.
hey,
Fair.
that's what they do. I don't know.
Whoa, what if his daughter is in Squid Game too?
What?
Kid.
Ilnam's daughter?
No.
Gihoon?
Yeah.
She's a child.
I mean, they could jump like 30 years.
She's a.
No, they kidnap her.
Look, we know you're 11, but you stole a lot of stuff from the school cafeteria.
We saw you with that gun lighter.
You're in deep.
All right, guys, let's wrap this up.
I got one more hit
Let's
pick.
wind it
Oh,
down.
I have
hit
one
pick.
hit pick too.
Let's
Go.
hear him.
The fact that the newscast at the end talking about the growing inequality in South Korea was a real newscast.
Oh wow,
was it?
That's a hit pick.
That's a hit
Okay.
pick. I was like, that's pretty cool.
That was one of my main questions about this whole thing was that like, okay, is debt a big problem in Korean
It's
society?
huge.
Because I don't
Yeah.
know.
And COVID made it way worse.
Hmm.
And so, like everywhere else where the billionaires got trillions richer and
Right.
the rest of us.
Yeah, because this was definitely like obviously inequality is a huge talking point in the world for many years, but particularly in the last few. But I just didn't know. I didn't know the specifics of the South Korean situation because it seemed like this whole debt, specifically debt situation, was like maybe a Korean specific.
In the
thing.
first few episodes, there's so many little transactions. Hey,
Mhm.
have you noticed that there's so many in the first, like say 2 to 3 episodes? There are so many cash transactions where someone hands someone else 10,000 won and or
Oh.
bet somebody else.
Yeah.
There's tons.
Hmm.
I just,
Yeah,
I don't know. I have nothing to say more about it. It's just like
That's the thing.
There's some kind of theme here.
My one hit pick is the kid in the arcade who helps him win the.
Oh, yeah.
the
Oh
lighter.
yeah, that kid was a legend.
That was so funny. Gion's like freaking out trying to get to operate this claw machine, and the kid's like, "Here's the trick" or whatever. And then they're both looking at it as like it goes slowly over to the drop box, and they
Hug
get
each
it, and then
other.
they're like, he hugs this random like little kid. He's like a drunk looking stranger at the arcade, and they're like, "Yeah."
I had a question
Yeah,
about
kid's
that.
like
so
cute little chunky.
the box is the same as like the boxes from
Similar.
the game.
Okay, so this bothered me because I
But,
watched
like,
it with
is
my.
Is it just like coincidence?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
No.
And like,
there are no coincidences in Squid Game.
I don't think it's a. honestly, we didn't even cover it at all. But like, I watched a couple of video essays that were like pointing out all of these things that like things were foreshadowed. Like Deoksu jumps off the bridge to escape the gangsters, and that's how he dies.
Every death is like that.
Yeah, and then like Song-woo gives Ali the money to go pay for the thing, but then that's how he dies because he like gives him the pebbles, but then they're not. Or anyways, what were we saying? Why was I saying
The
this?
box.
The box, right? The box is the same design except it didn't have a pink ribbon; it had a silver ribbon.
Isn't it different dimensions too? It's a little more square than rectangle.
Well, sure, but
And-
I mean,
and
It
what-
also contains a gun that has fire incineration.
yeah.
Oh, but
foreshadow.
in
Oh.
Nah.
In what world are they putting realistic guns lighters in kids' machines?
This is why it was set up, man. The front man put that in there.
I put it in there.
The most
Those
grabbable
machines
thing.
have really fallen in quality since the debt crisis started.
Well, I mean, like that's a good prize. Like it's probably worth way more money than any of those shitty stuffies are. But like, you don't put that in a kid machine, man.
The kids like swaggies carrying around instead of a bunch of stuffies. It's like, yeah, I got a box of condoms.
Syringes.
Yeah, shotgun.
What was the significance of the red hair? What? Like it's like okay,
To
he's
bother me.
renewed vigor. Like he's stepping
I
into
think
the
it
next
symbolizes anger.
anger. Okay.
Yeah, I saw somebody say that it symbolizes something in Korean like vitality or something.
Sure.
But it looks so bad.
It was weird.
It looks really, really bad. Okay, so one person's theory was that was the only men's or short haircut and on the pictures on the wall.
Mhm.
And so if it was any, like he just like he doesn't care, you know, he's not about the aesthetics or whatever. So he's just like, give me that one, sure, whatever. And if it was a different haircut, he'd pick that one. You know, it's not like he picked the
but
red on
why
purpose
did the writers put it in?
Yeah.
to bother me.
No, it's just. No. I don't agree with that person.
I feel like it's probably the symbolic thing, but
Yeah.
it just looks horrible, and I wish they didn't do it.
Really distracting, and it doesn't feel like a big enough payoff.
And honestly, like it kind of ruined. Like I was like riding high. I was like,
Yeah.
okay, this show's good. I'm super into the show. This is great, and it really just took the wind out of my sails for that last few minutes.
Yeah.
Speaking of
Last few minutes.
wind out of your sails.
Huh?
No, I don't know. And also things we shouldn't do. I know some people are mad when we do series. We don't like doing series. They take a lot of work from us.
Yeah.
Uh,
9 hours in a
Squid Game?
weekend.
The thing with Squid Games, everybody's already seen
Yeah,
it.
we just figured most people were watching it anyways. Sorry if you didn't watch it.
And if you do watch it, watch episodes 1 through 4 and then 6. And then just stop.
What?
Yeah. I
I
agree.
mean, I guess if you're listening to this, you've already got all the
maybe,
spoilers.
Maybe
so.
even skip episode 2 when they go back outside of the Squid Game. You don't need that. Episode.
You don't need that one.
Well,
Well,
that's true. It's
it's
character
set-
development.
Read the
sets-
Wikipedia entry.
but it sets up all the stakes, like
Fair,
the old
fair.
ladies that are dying. and-
yeah.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Next week. Dun, 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 dun.
Done.
Fear is the mind killer.
This box hurts my hand.
You'll have to face my gong jabar.
You have to stick your hands into our gom jabar and
your hand-
hold it there.
Hey, kid, put your hand in my box. I don't want to listen.
No. Anyways, come back next week to watch Dune or listen to us talk about Dune.
Dune.
The Benny Jesuit, man. So cool. All right.
Benny Jesuit?
That's all right.
Hey, name's Benny Jesuit. Pleased to meet you.
All right.
Sort of a witch, not really.
See you guys. Welcome to the show. I'm James.
I'm David.
I'm Riley.
And today, we're discussing Denis Villeneuve's 2016 sci-fi flick, Arrival. We'll laugh, we'll argue, we might get a little too into it, but at the end of the day, just movies.
Spoiler alert.
It's not Inception,
Yeah, I was
Riley.
gonna say.
Well, but that's kind of what the aliens sound like.
Well, that's where Hans Zimmer got the sound. He
That's
talked
where-
to these aliens
Exactly.
and he was like, "Whoa, they sound amazing."
Honestly, with Hans
Yeah.
Zimmer, I believe it. I believe it. You know how much of my being is resisting listening to this Dune soundtrack?
Oh,
It's
really?
available on streaming.
Yeah,
Oh,
why
don't
would you
listen
do
to
that?
it.
Don't do
listen
it.
to
Seeing it. I'm not.
Yeah.
I haven't
Good.
listened to it.
Just ignore it. Forget about it.
I want to listen to it.
Wipe it from your mind.
Anyways, next week we're doing No Time to Die.
Woo!
Please send us your questions to our email, what you want us to talk about in that movie. But until then, today we're doing Arrival.
There is time to die.
We're going to die
Whole
next
week.
week. All right, David, what are you giving Arrival out of 10?
Arrival captures the entirety of my imagination by using aliens to communicate a near fathomless message of humanity, hope, and how languages connect us. The absolute best first contact movie ever. 9.6 out of 10.
9.6.
This movie is fucking phenomenal.
Wow. Nice.
Let's go. It
Put
is
it on.
so
There.
fucking good.
You better hype. No spoilers for your slogan, but you better be high fiving. You're entitled to your own opinion, Riley. Whatever. What are you giving it out of 10?
I loved how you pulled that back at the last
Not
second
yet.
a little bit. Yeah.
Yep. Ooh.
I'm glad I perceived time as linear because if I didn't, it would have ruined the surprise of Arrival being one of the best science fiction films of all time. Who's on Foist?
Okay, low 10.
This movie.
Oh!
Thank you.
You didn't even, you interrupted my Abbott and Costello joke,
Oh.
which was not very funny. I'm
okay.
giving it a 9 out of 10 just because I don't do the granularity that,
Sure.
David does.
I'm getting a proximity high. My rating might just climb up a little bit.
Oh my gosh. What is it, James?
Walking out of the theater in 2016, and you better believe I was enhanced. I thought it was the best sci-fi film since Contact. I thought it was amazing. Repeat viewings are a little less mind-blowing.
Oh.
What? Well, you know, it's a movie with a twist.
Yeah.
You know the twist. It's
Fair.
not as good the second time.
Oh, man.
Still a must-watch. I love this movie. 9 out of 10.
Dang.
It's amazing.
Wow. 3 9s out. Well, 9.6, but
I have a quibble. we can get to eventually.
I have some quibbles.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, but they're just quibbles.
but
Little
interestingly,
dibbles.
one of my anti quibbles is the very thing you just said. I think it gets better with repeat viewings.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'd like to know all about that right after this message from our sponsor, Manscaped. Manscaped offers precision-engineered tools for your family jewels, including their 4th-generation trimmer, the Lawnmower 4.0. Its new wireless charging system removes the need to bring cables with you and is compatible with most Qi charging pads. The Lawnmower 4.0 also includes ceramic blades with skin-safe tech, reducing nicks and cuts. It's cordless, waterproof, and gets 90 minutes of use on a full charge, so head to manscaped.com/carpool20 and get 20% off and free shipping today. We're also brought to you by Privet Internet Access VPN. Private internet access helps you hide your true IP address so that you can bypass geo restrictions and censorship. You can connect up to 10 devices at once, and it includes an internet kill switch. If your VPN gets disconnected involuntarily, you can't use the same sound
Well,
for both these.
there's no other sound.
PIA is available for Windows, Mac, Android, iOS, and even as a Chrome extension in your non-linear life. So check it out at lmg.gg/carpoolcritics.
The only character that dies in this movie is her daughter, and I'm not gonna do it like a
The child
joke
dying.
about that.
Exhale.
Mama.
All right, Carpool Critics is finally supported by Vessi Footwear, famous for making shoes that are light, comfortable, and most importantly, waterproof. They're made from a dual climate knit material. They're easy to pack. They're 100% vegan, and they got a new one coming out soon that we're all gonna be wearing. That's not it, is it? How did you get yours so soon?
No, this isn't.
That's the old one.
That's still
Okay.
a good one.
Woo! I like mine because they're just super easy to slip on and off, and it's hard to find slip-ons these days. Head to Vessi.com/carpoolcritics and get $25 off right now using a code that has our old name in it. They're just movies. That's what we're called. The codes haven't caught up.
Oh man!
All
Imagine
right.
if I did have the new ones, though. You guys would be so jealous.
It would
Huh.
be over for you.
I'm just imagining it.
This time around,
Huh?
this is only my second official, like my first official rewatch of this
Yeah.
film, and I was interested to see. All right, since I know the twist and everything, what am I going to see? What am I going to... Because the beginning of the film, what would be like Act 1, introducing this character to us, is what we think is a flashback, is actually the future. So that means it's really not part of her character at the beginning of the movie. So
No.
the answer to the question, who is she at the beginning of
Yeah.
the movie? What changes will she undergo? What like character flaws does she have that must change? That's a totally different thing in your mind in the rewatch. So I was looking out for that.
Right. No, I mean, we're definitely like, we see her following that flashback, and we're like, oh, she's so sad because her daughter just died, or died at some time in the past, right? We're assuming that this thing has already happened.
Yeah, it's interesting because when you're writing that character, you know that the twist exists. You know that the way she behaves after that premonition flashback thing,
Yeah.
the way she behaves after it has to be consistent with what we just saw.
Yep.
To trick us.
Yep.
And so they went with, I guess, she's kind of a depressive person who really has nothing to live for.
She's just kind of chill, you know?
She lives to work.
Yeah, she lives to work, and she also just like likes solitude. We see her like living in her house by
Ballin'
herself.
house
Yeah, it's a really nice house.
on
I
a
mean,
teacher's salary.
She's a and she's worked with the army, I guess, before. So maybe I'm assuming maybe they compensated her for that.
What
But
school does she work at? Like, is that? I believe that house if it's in buttfuck anywhere, nowhere.
it did. I
Whoa,
mean,
yeah.
well, I
I,
guess
I censored a
no.
word that wasn't a swear, and then I just swore.
Get away.
I imagine that.
Butt F nowhere.
I imagine that it must be close to Montana,
It's
given that like there were jets flying around and stuff at the university. So I'm assuming that it wasn't across the whole country.
Hmm.
It must have been somewhere close where I don't even know where Montana
this is not
is.
the important
Middle
part of the movie.
America.
No, Montana is by the Alberta border.
But I think to me,
Oh, okay.
you could make the argument that like just because the movie is presented in a semi-linear fashion, like that's part of I think the bigger idea of it, that like we are, as the audience, are experiencing linearly, but as you understand that like really the movie is a big circle, like you are like it kind of just changes how I experience that moment.
Yeah, that's really interesting. It is kind of meta because this twist relies on certain conventions. It really shines a light on how we have all these conventions that we might not even know.
Yeah.
Like, we expect that the first thing we see in a movie is either present or sometimes past.
Yep.
Never the future. And if it is the future, then we're going to get something that's like 5 days earlier or something like that. And because we assume that, this whole central conceit of this movie is based on that.
Yep.
But it's just hiding in plain sight.
Well, and I think something the movie does really well early on is it kind of shines a light on the audience's relationship with the movie. Well, the first shot is just that big pan down of her in her house, and it's a very similar setup to how it'll be inside of the alien's ship, where it's like a glass window that's running perpendicular to the axis of the camera, and it's like a view into another world in the same way that the audience is perpendicular to the screen with a window into that world. And so I think there's an element of that where, the movie, it's like the audience experience is exactly presented like the language of the aliens,
Yeah,
and
it's this tight, harmonious movie.
It's so
this
tight.
movie is so tight. It's so good.
In fact, we should probably remember exactly what happens in it.
I forgot about you.
I know you did. Hey, here's what happens. When giant alien spacecraft appear over 12 locations across the globe, the U.S. military recruits linguist Louise Banks and physicist Ian Donnelly to study the craft above Montana. On board, Louise and Ian dub the two giant squid-like aliens they meet heptapods and nickname them Abbott and Costello. As the two experts learn about the heptapods' written language, which uses a non-linear structure, Louise begins to have visions of her daughter who died at age 12 from an incurable illness. Eventually, Louise is able to ask the heptapods why they have come, to which the aliens reply, "Offer weapon." China interprets the phrase as "use weapon" and halts communications, while rogue U.S. soldiers plant a bomb in the alien craft. Unaware of this, Louise and Ian re-enter the ship. Abbott gives them a more complex message, then ejects them just before the bomb explodes. Studying the message, Ian discovers it is one of 12 pieces meant to be shared by the nations of Earth. As China declares war on the aliens, Louise goes alone into the craft, where Costello tells her Abbott is death process, and explains they have come to help humanity because in 3,000 years, they will need humanity's help. Louise realizes the weapon is their language, which allows humans to perceive time non-linearly. And the visions of her daughter aren't memories, but premonitions of the future. Using a stolen satellite phone, Louise calls General Shang's private number of China, which she remembers being given by Shang at a future United Nations event, and persuades him to call off the attack by reciting his wife's dying words. China and the other nations stand down and release their portions of the 12-part message, and the heptapods leave Earth. Ian expresses his love for Louise, who now knows that she will have a child with him, despite knowing the child's fate, and that Ian will leave after Louise reveals that she knew this. They embrace, and Louise remarks that she forgot how good it felt to be held by him before they even got together. It's a great line.
I like that.
I think there's like a Carly Rae Jepsen song similar to that.
I just met you in 10 days.
And if
No,
there
not that
isn't, missed opportunity. Get on it, Carly.
I'll get on it.
I want to start like with the details of this movie, because like we can talk about like the big macro weird thematic stuff, but this movie gets the atmosphere so right.
Yeah.
Right from the beginning, like when she's teaching at the school and this one cell phone goes off and it's like, okay, it's annoying, and then another one goes off and like it starts building.
Oh,
Like,
that's the most fun
ooh,
part of any contact
Yeah.
movie or pandemic movie.
Totally.
Yeah.
Like, oh no.
Just like something is happening.
Big changes.
Yeah,
It honestly-
can you turn on the news? And you're like, whoa, okay,
yeah.
oh.
It felt a bit more poignant now as well, being in a pandemic and kind of like living through all this crazy stuff. But they get the ambiance so right, and I feel like we were already kind of talking about her characterization early on, but it's crazy because it works so well compared to the montage that opens it up, and we see that her daughter died, but then we see her and she's like this like chill person, as we were saying. She's kind of like a depressive person, but like that to me is super important because it works on both levels. Like we believe that she is sad because of her daughter dying because this is the start of her arc, and her arc is I don't, tell me if I'm wrong about this, guys. Her arc is going from like
low proactivity to like fear, like she's feeling fear about going out into the world and accomplishing something. She isn't about like risking stuff, you know. And then her arc, she learns to embrace life and kind of like face it with courage.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the theme overall is it's better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all. So I guess at the beginning of the
That's one way
movie,
of putting it, yeah.
yeah, because that's the big question at the end, right? Like, should I enter a romantic relationship with Ian and have a child, even if that marriage is going to end
Yeah.
and that child is going to die?
But see, now this is the question. We're getting into the sci-fi lore stuff because does she have a choice? Because I was like, because I think I was asking like the whole time. This is my third watch through, sort of. I had like a half of a second watch because I like put it on the background while playing with my baby.
Oh, I had one of those too.
Yeah, yeah.
So it wasn't a baby thing. I just like came home. Sometimes when I come home from like partying or out,
Yeah.
I'm just like, ugh, I stumble onto the couch and just put on a good movie.
Put
you know?
on some
For
high
like
art.
20 minutes. I pass out. Show me the "There Will Be Blood" monologue.
Make me feel good about life. What were we saying?
This is your third watch, and then there's something to do with the chronology of the movie.
Oh,
Free
does
will.
she have a choice?
Oh, yeah.
So the whole time I'm like, why would she still have the kid knowing that the kid is going to die? Like, I think,
Because it's better to have loved and lost.
well, but
Also, she has to.
is it rude to the kid to like, because to me, I'm like,
Rude.
I know what you mean though. It's like, is it fair to the kid?
Is it moral?
Is this an abortion
have-
argument?
well,
Are we arguing
No,
abortion
we're
now?
not, We're not.
We're not arguing abortion, but what I'm saying is that if you know that, because it's one thing to have a kid and hope that their life is good, you know. There are anti-natalists who like don't believe in having children, who are like,
How dare you fling me from the void? I was perfectly
Exactly.
comfortable.
Yeah.
exactly,
I was
because they're
happy
like,
staring at the
life is
stars.
life is just pain, and with like small bits of happiness maybe, but on
Those
the
people
whole,
have
it's
not
pain.
listened to this podcast.
So like, you know, they believe you shouldn't have children. But I think that if you're gonna have kids, you might be like, all right, life has a lot of suffering in it, but you might have some fulfillment. You might find something good along the way. You might accomplish something. You might serve as an example to other people. You might contribute to society
So
in
do you
some
think
way.
she's being selfish?
Well, this is the question, is that if she has choice, I feel like maybe it is a bit selfish. And at the very least, I can't understand why she would go ahead. But I feel like the movie is kind of saying that this is a deterministic universe and that she doesn't have a choice.
Is it saying that? Because we know, and this is actually, I didn't want to talk about this for way longer, but like, the thing that I hate about this movie the most
Oh no.
is the scene where she talks to Shang and he's like, hey, that thing in the past, I'm going to give you what you need for that now and here in the future.
See, but yeah, that indicates to me that it's deterministic.
But it seems like she has choices though, because when you can see her later on in the movie, we're back at the premonitions, but she's occupying that in real time. It's not like a memory. She's there,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
she's in control.
Yeah.
And she
In
looks like
quote unquote control.
she's clueless, talking to Shang, being like, "Oh, really? Why don't?
Yeah.
Why
She'd
don't
be
you
like, "Go
tell
faster,
me?"
faster,
Wait.
quick,
Okay,
quickly.
but if we're going to be talking about determinism, free will, we got to define our terms here, because determinism doesn't mean that you don't have the illusion of choice and that you don't feel like you have choice. Like, she obviously has a quote unquote choice, but the question is whether the events that transpire in this movie could be altered. If could Louise have not had the kid? Could she have not called General Shang? You know, because I think that
the way that you've set this up, which is the correct way, it's unknowable because all we know is that she believes she could have not called Shang. She believes she has the choice.
The reason it's important is because Louise has this non-linear view of time and we don't. So it's like she might be experiencing all moments in time simultaneously. She might have a non-linear perspective of time now, which seems to indicate that even if she wanted to not have the kid, even if she was like, whoa, that is immoral to have a kid that's going to die at 12 and you can't stop it, she might not have been able to actually do anything about it, because the fact that she's having these visions of the future of her daughter dying means that it's inevitable and that it will happen.
It seems deterministic because, like you said, she has the same premonitions all the time.
Yeah.
Their language system is 2D. It's not like like they're giving you a 2D circle. It's like this is what's gonna happen.
Yep.
It's not like a stack like you see at the end of Interstellar, where it's here's all
The
these
only
possible
problem,
things going
like,
back.
if you
It's
want,
not
you
like
could
she's got
even
these
block the
options like in
enemies
Dune,
here, like the
where
bullies.
she can she
problem
can see
is,
the probabilities.
For
Right.
weak,
It's just
defenders, like,
fucking Dune, man. It's coming.
under 5 stars,
It seems just like that's
without
what's
the
gonna happen,
skill,
but
it's
at the same
basically
time,
impossible to
maybe
block.
I think
They
that's
can
like she
one-shot
does. The
you.
character seems to struggle
That's
though,
why we
right?
must put
She's
here, because all the mines
I think she
just
seems to struggle, but I think that
disappear and the heroes
ultimately
appear
that
is
is her
really
arc.
safe to
Like
prepare
in the
the
beginning,
defender
she's
just
kind of
outside the
she seems sort
enemies.
of anxiety ridden a little bit, and she's like, you know, there's fear there, and at the end she's at peace. You know, she's like she's encountering this and experiencing these realities, and just being like, that's life. You know, that's it's
acceptance.
It's horrible. It's tied to the Nietzschean idea
I feel like
of amor fati, love of fate. You just accept.
I feel like this
life.
is one of the like secondary questions of the movie. I don't
Is
think it's
this
like one of the
one to
primary
block
drives. I think that the determinism is kind of built into the medium, where because we know what happens,
burst the healing
she
then?
knows what happens, and she has to stick to it. There is no freedom because
Right.
it's a pre-recorded format.
Oh
So
yeah, I
think
guess you're right.
you bring in a lot of that
Yeah, you could use
interpretation
your skill as well.
of determinism
Why we
yourself
do
just
this?
because of the relationship
normally
you have
Chen,
with
we
the
do one
art.
skill-
So
yeah,
if
so the
Chen
problem
will
is that this
go
is based on a
for
short
Aranza.
story, not a
The
choose your own
skill, one skill
adventure.
activation,
If it was
you
a
cannot
video
kill,
game,
all of them.
We could answer these
So we
questions.
must
And there is movies that
stall
you can
as
do more an element of free will, like something like Mr. Nobody. I think does an
this
effective job of
one
simulating the
control, but
feeling of
avoid
like
this-
eternal or infinite possibilities or
Yeah.
whatever. But
I will say though that one of the screenwriters was there. He was interviewed, and he said specifically that in the short story, the daughter dies in a rock climbing accident, and he's like, that seemed, but like Louise still doesn't save her because it's like determinism. She like
Yeah.
it's established, but he's like, I don't like that. I
She
want
was
her.
older, I believe, too. I think she was a teenager. Or something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, they made her die younger in this one. And the screenwriter says, I don't like that idea. I don't want this to be deterministic. I want Louise to have the choice because it establishes that she is choosing to accept life and choosing to embrace fate in a certain way, you know? And so he said, in the screenwriter's mind, it seemed like he was like, they have a choice. And they changed the rock climbing accident to an incurable illness because you can't do anything to stop an incurable. Like she could just stop her from going on the rock climbing thing or whatever. So it seems like one of the screen, I forget which one it was.
I
But
think I listened to that podcast too.
yeah,
Yeah.
I
Long
saw
ago.
a clip of it. I don't know.
I also think it's way more powerful emotionally, where like most of us have some kind of sad hospital experience we can tie to, and even if you don't have a kid that has died, like
Right.
you have some connection to what that is. Whereas if like it's her standing on a cliff and her daughter falls off, you're like, that is sad, but I have no
Yeah.
I have no experience.
It's not as
personally.
dramatic.
No.
And in fact, I remember now why I listened to that podcast is because there's a Beyond the Lessons from the Screenplay
Yeah.
YouTube
what I
video
watched.
about this, and the video is about adaptation, and he references this particular podcast, and I listened to the whole podcast. It was a couple years ago now,
Oh,
but
okay.
what I took away from that podcast is how it's a masterful adaptation. They changed a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
In the short story, the aliens don't even come to Earth.
No, they're
and
just
then the
orbiting around.
The screenwriter said like we can't make a whole movie based on Zoom calls.
Yeah.
where they're just on the
Yeah.
phone with the aliens. Like,
Wow.
There are a number of like interesting changes they made to the from the short story to the screenplay that like illustrate what you need to do to make a movie work, as opposed to like a written thing. Also, Eric Heiserer, I guess he's the main screenwriter, and then Ted Chiang had a credit because he's the author of the short story. So it's Eric Heiserer saying all that stuff. Anyways, language. What do you want to? You wanted to talk about something else,
I wanted
David?
to talk about the first image, like the first word dialogue that we hear in the whole story is, "I used to think this was the beginning of your story," and it's like it's just so. Again, it's so integrated into all the themes and all the plot and how it's all gonna go.
Google circles.
You're like, man,
Yeah.
you know what, Amy Adams? I used to think it was the beginning of the movie too. Now I know
No.
this is the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so brilliant.
Very
And
good.
but I found something really effective in the movie. I mean, we will spend some time talking about language, but by the end of the movie, I felt like I had such a different relationship with the words that were coming out of people's mouth. Like the movie does a lot of work to take the focus off of sometimes like the body language or the expression and putting it on the words. Like there's a lot of shots where they purposely obscure people's faces.
Yeah, in the climax.
Yeah, and it's like normally in a movie you would want the actor's performance and their emotion, but they choose to focus on the language, which again, super fucking tightly integrated, and it works. Like the words are so powerful. Yeah,
I thought I was gonna bring that up because that's an interesting choice. It's the scene I'm thinking about is when Ian and what's her name? Louise are they're staring at the sunset, waiting for the helicopters out of there, and that's when he's like professing his love to her.
And it's like a really from behind French over. Like you just get like the back of their heads. And I was like, yeah, it's such an interesting, bold choice, but it really works with the theme of it.
I read or heard that Denis Villeneuve told the cinematographer to not be afraid to make things like boring looking.
Yeah.
Where he's like, I don't think he said like make it boring, but he was like, you know, don't worry about making things like more colorful or like making sure the skin tones are all right or whatever. Like, don't be afraid to just like make it look drab and
really
ridiculous.
natural,
which is weird because I think that normally that kind of bothers me in a movie. Like, I want things to, like, I don't know. I think that the average person probably doesn't love looking at grays and monotone, weird, like lame stuff, you know, for 2 hours, but. How long is this movie?
2 hours. Almost exact. Almost to the minute.
Yeah, great length, by the way.
Yes.
Love that length.
But it was like, it does
Fuck
such
you,
a good
James
job
Bond.
because it's like, we're not about the flash here. We're not about the pomp. We're just about like, it really telegraphs to you that this movie is about substance. And there is meat there,
But
like get into it.
It's because like you could make a very similar looking movie and it would not connect with you emotionally. But this movie, they're in total control of everything. Like the use of warm and cold to be like, okay, she's worn down now. We're giving you cold. Oh, this is a good moment. We're giving you warm. Or like most of the time it's like really underlit. But when she goes into the alien spaceship and it's like so bright and so overexposed and like. They're just in full control of every part of light and darkness that they don't need like the full gamut of color because like you said, it kind of the more boring look is grounding you in this reality. And so like when you're in these total like mind-bending moments, you feel like you still have some connection to reality and it's not just like totally out there. And that's I think a huge strength of this movie is totally mind-bending, but it's not like way out there where you're like, that's crazy. That's just so weird, this idea. And like I can't imagine anything like this. This like dives deep into what makes us human so deep and focuses so hard on like this human experience that like you come out the other side on like a I can't believe like that works. I can't believe this idea and like it's so mind-bending in a way that's so different from any other
because it's
movies.
so personal because the theme of the movie is a better of loved and lost. It's about this character. It's not about space. It's not about getting humans to be a multiplanetary species or something like Interstellar. Right. It's like all this crazy stuff happens. In the end, humans can tell the future, but it doesn't matter because what it's really about is her choice to have kids, even though it's gonna have a sad ending.
It's really one of the best examples illustrating the principle that sci-fi is not about sci-fi, or like the best sci-fi is not about spaceships and stars and stuff. It's about using a speculative situation to flip a mirror back at humanity, being like, okay, what if this happened? How would we respond to that, and what would that teach us about
so much
our own nature?
Sci-fi gets the sci right and the people wrong, and this gets them both right. It's awesome. And to your point about kind of the tone and the realism of it, the fact that they approach the spaceship with a scissor lift, you know, it's just like it's so realistic.
Yeah, I love that transition. The first time
instead of what?
Like
I don't know, like
a drone that lifts them up or something.
Or just like a door coming out of the spaceship that's like, or like a ramp that like comes down to you or something.
If it was like an alien thing, like it was part of the ship they were coming in or whatever. No, it's a good image.
Yeah, they left it like as ambiguous as possible. It's like it's just this big rock that just floats there.
Yeah, and it's also one of the great, well, it's not like a huge moment, but it's a little character moment where when they first go up in the scissor lift and then they have to jump off and transfer because like gravity switches and Louise is scared, right?
Yeah.
She's like, no, I don't. Like she's so excited by this whole prospect, right? She's like, you need me. Like, don't get that other guy. Get me. I need to talk to these aliens. And then she gets all suited up and she gets on the scissor lift and when it's time to jump off, she's like, and they have to pull her off.
And there's like no Foley that whole time. It's just her breathing, hyperventilating.
Yeah.
We should back up because that whole approach, I remember being in the theater, being just ripped, and being so immersed in this movie.
Wait, so were you enhanced this time too?
No.
Okay, good.
But I remember in the theater when they're in the helicopter and that giant wide shot with those cool wispy clouds, and you see the ship flying
Gorgeous shot.
because they've just been concealing what the ship looks like and just giving you little like you can see the bottom third of it here in the newscast and everything, and you finally see it in all its glory, and it's just like, oh,
It's
What a
such a
shot.
epic.
Yeah.
it's such a cool design because it's like it does not look like a spaceship.
the grain of rice.
It just looks great of like or like rock. It just looks like rock, and everything is like. I love the courage to not make it because it looks weird and otherworldly, and it doesn't look like anything humans would build, which I think we were talking about in the friggin' what was it? What's it called? The crazy horror movie in space
Oh,
with the
2001.
no, the horror.
Event Horizon.
Event Horizon.
Event
Oh,
Horizon.
that one.
It
Yeah.
really bothered me because
Like a church.
because they had spaceships that did not look like things that humans would make, and similarly, this thing actually looks like something aliens would maybe make because it's just so incomprehensible how this is a spaceship to us. And I just love the design. I love how like there's rounded corners on the squares.
Yeah, I noticed that too in the doorway.
Yeah, it's
in
like-
the window.
It gave me like iOS vibes.
I really appreciate the restraints to not show the ships arriving, because then when they leave and like they just kind of like
Yeah.
go into a different dimension, it's
a great
so
reveal.
cool. And like I could have seen a version of this movie where they give you the awe factor at the beginning, but I love the slow rollout of the information of just like the news and
Oh yeah, man!
that
And
stuff.
the first time they interact with them, they cut. We don't even get to see the aliens the first time she's
Oh,
is
yeah.
in there. They cut. We just see them like, oh, that was crazy. Hey, you're like, what the hell?
I don't, man. For some reason, that's like blowing my mind. I thought they have a whole little thing in there where they're like trying to figure this stuff out.
Speaking of mind blowing, I love how long it takes when their trucks are like rocking up.
Yep.
You really get to sit there, and the movie takes this time, and you get to sit there and think for yourself, like, what would it be like to be driving up to those ships and get to do your job on this ship?
even like the camera work where it's a mix of like really slick like polished camera moves, but then there's a lot of handheld, and when it's just like someone walking through a field and it's handheld and the thing's just in the background, it feels so real all of a sudden. Like if it was like like that big beautiful shot you were talking where the helicopter's flying over, like that's a gorgeous awe-inspiring shot, but it's like, oh, that's like a CG thing. That's like it's like a big beautiful movie moment. But when it's just her walking through a field, kind of like having trouble breathing, and it's just like kind of coming in and out of the frame in the background, it feels so real to me.
Yeah, you're
And,
just like, there's a ship hovering there. I also love in this movie how Denis does his trademark super long shots that are super slow with like, not much happening on the musical front. But I love it in this movie, whereas in Blade Runner and I think
Prisoners, we did.
Prisoners, maybe there's some other movies that we've covered of him that I'm like annoyed by super long shots where nothing is happening. But in this one, it's like it works because there's like a gravity to this. There's a world-shaking crisis that must be solved, and like super interesting time-transcending squid aliens. And it's like just the fact that we know pretty quickly in the movie that that's what's going on. Well, I don't even.
you can tolerate it.
We don't know exactly what's going on.
In this particular sequence, they're not long shots. It's a long sequence, but there's actually a lot of cuts.
Well, I'm not even
between-
talking about this sequence. I just mean in the movie in general. There's a lot. There's quite a few of these like signature long shots of Denis Villeneuve.
I think it's the pacing is incredibly tight in the sense that it
it's
usually comes
fast.
after like a really big either like whoa moment or like a really interesting idea about linguistics where like when it's like they're like, we want to get to that question. We want to get to like, what is your purpose here? And she gives like the big speech, like this is how we're going to get here, breaks it down. And then it gives you a little breather to be like, whoa, that was, I guess, it's like, you have to learn the basics. You have to like do it step by step.
I got to say it does bug me that the military guy, Colonel Weber, played by Forrest Whitaker, was like as dumb as he is, or I'm sure he's not like dumb in terms of like a tactical military sense or whatever, but like when he's trying to talk to her and it's like,
Why can't we just punch it?
yeah, yeah, and he's like, wait, you want to learn how to speak and read? That's got to take longer. Or like he comes to her with the it's so annoying when he comes to her with the recording of the alien speech and he's like, what do you make of this? And like, can you I need you to translate something for me. And he like plays the thing and it's like,
Sir, that is a fan
these
blowing
are-
into a microphone.
these are extraterrestrial aliens. How am I supposed? I don't know anything.
I think
what do you
he's
mean?
just trying to. It's
Translate
not
it.
a real test. He's like trying to like get a feel for them, and like it's not just like they're gonna try like every single expert that exists. He has no time. Like maybe someone has some insight, something.
Yeah.
But I love how that scene pays off, where he's like, this is your one chance. Like if you don't answer right now, like I'm gone. This is
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
And then she's like, ask him what he says, like war is or whatever.
The Sanskrit translation for war.
Yeah. And then I love the answer to that.
Yeah.
I think it's such a brilliant answer. It's like he thinks it's like it's argument, and it's like the translation is like what is
Or
that?
to an attempt to get more goats or something.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, it's a conflict focused language versus like problem solving.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what a good hint at like how we have to kind of take a step back and re-examine our relationship to language.
Yeah.
And it comes that idea comes back later in the movie, and it's so fucking fascinating.
Mhm.
But maybe she's just lying because later on it's revealed that she just lies.
She could-
Yeah, that's true. I don't think so. I think that one is like
But,
a
like,
real.
I feel like what that scene doesn't really answer, or that scene and then its payoff, is why he said no to the Berkeley guy. Because he's like, what's the Sanskrit translation for war? Or what's the word for war? And the guy presumably gave him an answer. But
Well,
I guess
he said argument. It was
yeah, but
that's the
but Colonel Weber didn't know the answer.
No, but he found out. He was able to do more research. It's like an unprompted
he?
test. That's what the guy
No,
said.
because he asks her at the end. He's like, so what was it? What's the real translation?
Yeah.
And she says the need for more goats or something.
Well, I think he has an understanding that what that guy's understanding of that language is like
Plot
war.
hole.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Down to an 8.
Wait, but when she arrives at the camp, she is someone's successor,
Yes.
right? So
That's
so not
That's
only was there a guy that just got fired, they also said no to this other university guy that they were trying to
right, because she
recruit
says
maybe.
to the doctor like, "Oh, like not everybody can handle this the same way," or something like that.
Yeah.
But even along that same vein, when you find out that the Chinese government is using mahjong to communicate,
Yeah, that's
I
a
was
good
like,
moment.
that's so fascinating. Like, and I love how she breaks it down. She's like, don't you understand how bad this is? He's like, I don't get it. It's like, oh, it's all conflict based. It's all like,
Yeah.
like there's a winner, there's a loser. It's all about like fighting. And I was
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, oh it's just so interesting. And I don't care about
Right.
language that much, but it's a good foreshadowing to how like we've all heard that idea of like you dream in the language that you're learning, and that affects like the way you think. And like there's the theory that like your brain is totally shaped by the language
Yeah,
that you're
Sapir
The
Sapir-Whorf.
Sapir-Whorf
And it's-
hypothesis.
Yeah, I
Yes.
knew about that from anthropology class.
Oh, really?
yeah.
I'd heard that, but the movie does a good job kind of I guess introducing that to people that might not know that.
We should say though that it's a theory. It's not.
Yeah.
It's
A
not
law?
like evolution. No.
Like gravity.
No. Well, there's just that there's dispute among linguists as to whether the language you speak actually does determine how you think, or whether it's the other way
But
around.
it doesn't matter because it's part of the movie.
and
They introduce that, you accept it as part of the movie.
Yes,
and the
yes.
I just
movie's
think that
based
for
on
me,
it.
like I think the biggest whoa moment is when she's like, you think she's having a conversation with Jeremy, and she might have had that conversation, but he gives that. He's like gives the explanation of the theory. He's like, so when did you start dreaming in their language? And then it's like it has like the crazy shit happen.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, okay, yeah, this movie just changed. Holy shit.
So that's actually one of the coolest moments in the movie because it's not in the script.
Oh,
That was in the edit.
Okay, what movie are we talking about exactly? Or which moment?
when she's having like it seems like it's a dream sequence, but I think in retrospect it's just like the pinnacle of her mind shifting.
Well, I think it is a dream sequence.
It might be,
Yeah.
maybe not, but they're having a conversation, and he kind of lays out what that theory
Ian
is.
does,
lays
yeah.
out what the theory is, and at the end of it, he looks at her and he's just like, "So when did you start dreaming in their language?" And it's like a moment when you
Or he says, "Are you dreaming in there?
are you dreaming their
Yeah.
language yet, or whatever? And it's the moment where the audience gets that, and she also gets that, like, oh, now
changing.
the movie is like going to be kind of like presented out of time
Yeah,
because she's now dreaming in that lange.
yeah.
I was
yeah.
like, oh, that's so cool.
So originally, I just found out like today that originally there was going to be a scene where she is like, they think that she's emotionally compromised and that she can't handle it, so they're about to like take her off the project. And so those scenes with Ian were like them talking about, he's like, are you dreaming in their language? Like, are you okay? Like mentally, are you able to take this? And there's also part of that scene where she's talking to Colonel Weber and trying to convince him not to take her off the project. So in the movie, we get this Ian asking her, are you dreaming in their language? And then it cuts back to her. And this next shot it was originally her talking to Colonel Weber, where she was like, I forget what she says, but the last part she says is that I don't think that makes me unqualified to do this job. And she looks off camera and it cuts to a shot of the crazy alien.
Yeah.
But that's originally a shot of Colonel Weber.
Oh,
And so in the edit, they were like, okay, we need to cut this scene for time or it just isn't working.
Yeah.
But we need to have this knowledge dump that she's dreaming in their language, and because as you say, it's a crucial point of the plot, and like giving the information, giving the audience the information that it's changing her brain.
Yep.
But like, it's one of the greatest parts of the movie because it just cuts and because there's not a ton of these like jump cuts. There's not a ton of like.
Have you seen Enemy?
No.
It's a
Wait, have I?
an earlier Denis Villeneuve movie with Jake Gyllenhaal.
Are you just thinking of the ending?
Spoilers.
Wait, we
Spoiler
did this
alert.
on the podcast.
No, we
No,
didn't.
we haven't done it.
Never mind.
Spoiler alert for Enemy. Like, actually, this is like the last shot of the movie, so strong spoiler.
And it recontextualizes everything.
But
in the
there's
movie.
that shot where he's like talking to somebody, like a person, and then it cuts back, like reverse shot, and when it cuts back, the person is no longer a person, but it's a giant spider.
Oh,
And it's like,
yeah.
it's
That's the final
really
shot,
similar.
yeah.
Like, I could see Denis being like, we'll do that again.
I think it's more effective in this one.
oh,
where,
for
like,
sure.
I just think there's so much like intellectual weight behind the changes, and like you just get, I don't know, I just get so wrapped up in the flash forwards and flashbacks, and like it all works like intellectually, but it also really works emotionally. Like
Yeah.
when she's having those flashes and she's crying and she sees her daughter like dead, like I feel the emotion of it, and then like it'll jump to a positive moment where it's her and her daughter having a happy time, or her and Jeremy Renner in a happy time, and like this movie does such an incredible job just like doling out the feelings with the ideas, and like I never feel like there's a moment to like fully exhale. You're like constantly like taken in a new place and like constantly on the journey, and it's fucking incredible.
I feel like the when you think they're flashbacks on your first watch,
Yeah.
they really have a lot of emotional weight. And then I'm just thinking of the logic on it on repeat viewings, but it actually they make so much more sense as premonitions.
Yes.
Because I kind of just took it for granted. You know, okay, she's had this trauma in her life, like on my first viewing. These are flashbacks. She's had this trauma. I guess now she's working hard. She's in a stressful situation. So like the weight of this trauma is just like at the forefront, and
Yeah.
she can't do the job because she keeps thinking of her daughter. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
But it doesn't like fully make sense.
yeah. Well,
so
it's like
it makes more.
confusing.
It makes more sense that they're premonitions.
It
Yeah.
almost feels cheap, I feel like, the first time, where you're like, oh, they're just giving us these things to like give us some kind of emotion amongst all these intellectual
Right.
ideas. But you're right, once you kind of understand the logic and the timing of it, it's way more tightly integrated, and it's kind of more interesting.
And the other thing is, you're like, she takes off her hazmat suit in the ship, and you're like, yeah, that's fine. And it turned out she has her first premonition right after that.
Oh.
That's why it happened.
Yeah. She like kneels down and like is catching her breath and stuff. Yeah. Like,
Because later on in the movie, when she takes the capsule into their ship, she's inhaling that smoke, and that's when she like really gets it. So I guess it's implied that she starts to get it after just inhaling a bit. But
Yeah.
then we never have a scene from Ian, who also takes his suit off.
Yeah.
I don't believe there's any, unless I missed it, I don't think
I don't
there's
think
any
you've
little
seen
scene where he's like, oh, I had a weird dream.
But it's not his
Do
perspective.
you think that'd be better?
No, I think it would just like it could be confusing, and I think it's better to focus on her experience. And then
Could be
the movie's
confusing.
kind of more tightly integrated on her loop. Whereas
Yeah.
if you kind of step outside of her loop and her experience, then it's just not as tightly
Well,
packed.
Plus,
but also she's the
better
only-
at language, so.
yeah.
Well, but she's the only one with the loop, right? She's
that's
the only
true.
one out of
Understanding.
these characters who actually learns to perceive time in this way.
Yeah, but
Like,
Ian, what I'm saying is Ian would. All humans eventually will. She teaches this language to them.
But what's interesting is that I guess I think it's implied that it takes her a while to kind of interpret everything and like write the book and get it out there and start disseminating the information, because no one else actually learned. Maybe some people from the other countries did, but she is the first one to kind of like condense it into something
Become
and like
fluent.
start.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, because this is key, because she doesn't reveal to Ian that she knows their daughter is going to die until their daughter is some years old, right? And that's why Ian leaves at some point.
I guess you're right.
Because she doesn't fully learn how to like explain it, and like people don't really get it that she is omniscient in terms of
Yeah.
her own
Clairvoyant.
life. And so they get together. He's like, "You want to make a baby?" And she's like, "Yes." He doesn't know still at that point. So they have the baby. The kid grows up. I'm guessing she's around like 6 or 7 or something when she tells him, "I knew about
yeah.
this," because we see him around and like them
Yeah, it's
reading.
kind
a
of
book to her.
weird though, because I can understand how it's like, hey, this is a crazy language. It's going to take years for people to learn this. She had the benefit of having this white smoke steroids, like helping her learn it.
Yeah.
But he took his suit off in there as well.
Wait, no, I don't. The smoke didn't do anything.
What?
I think it's
Smoke
like,
didn't give her the language.
Yeah,
but
it did.
No, it didn't.
Well, I
Yes,
think
it
that-
does.
She already knew most of it already.
No, dude. Because when
Oh
by
my
the time she goes into the capsule up into the ship,
Yeah.
she's been having premonitions.
Mm-hmm.
So which indicates that taking the hazmat suit off while during previous sessions helps her.
No.
To me, I thought
it does.
I thought the big moment when it transfers is when they put their hands on the glass, and I thought that that's a big moment of connection. And like he gives her the ink, and then she controls the ink. I thought that was the
Yes.
moment where she's like, I'm fluent, and I think you're not wrong. Where like that experience also fully connects her with the language. It's like you can learn French when you're in Vancouver, but then you go to Paris and you're like, all right, yeah, I'm learning French.
Yeah.
Okay, well let me pause because there's two things here. The conjecture that when she takes the hazmat suit off, she's getting some kind of atmosphere in her, and that's helping her
Yeah.
learn it. Her and
No.
Ian both get it. I am willing to concede, maybe not.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. Maybe she's just learning, and like, but Ian's there learning.
Okay.
Every session she's there,
Yeah,
he's there.
yeah.
Anyways,
Anyways.
but
There's
when,
no like physical particles that are going into them, helping them to learn the language.
I think there are because then why when she goes into the pod,
Mhm.
it fills with the smoke. She breathes it in.
Yeah.
She's like floating in it. She gets into the part of the spaceship where they are, and she's way better at the language at
She's
that
just
point.
talking to them.
She's
yeah.
talking to them. There's subtitles. They
She-
talk to her, and there's subtitles.
Yeah, I know, but it is already shown that they can show her characters and she can just read them. Like he's writing in the air and she is reading the things.
I
Like
think,
she
I
can
think
read
we're
the
fighting
language
over
at
like
that point.
we're fighting over like a really small.
Well, no,
part
it
of
is
but
really important because in the lore,
Yeah.
it's like it's really important whether she gets the language from magical dust entering her body or whether she actually just learned the language at that point, and that's why she's able to
No, I
understand.
think
it.
well, I
she
think
lear-
it's both.
Yeah, I think it's both. I think
I
she
don't
learned
think
the
it is.
language, but I think the fact that the movie goes out of its way to make the communication inside of like their atmosphere so much clearer and so much easier, I think to me communicates like that proximity or something. There is a physical element to
So
that
Yeah, I thought that was
communication.
rewiring the brain a little faster.
So here's where I think I stand on it. Where I was, because this is like hard sci-fi in a way.
Yeah.
I'm hesitant to say that there's like kind of like a mystical element of here. Obviously, perceiving time non-linearly, there's like a little bit of a magical thinking
Yeah.
sort of thing going on there. But that's within the realm of physics. Like there are theories that postulate that our perspective of time and as linear is not necessarily the only way of thinking about it. But anyways, the way the concession that I will make here maybe is that the one thing question that I have is how they control the ink.
Yep.
So I'm like, maybe there's like they're dipping into the fourth dimension, time dimension type of thing to like control the ink because like how do they do that? How are they just like squirting this ink out and they're like it's like telekinesis?
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, is there some sort of like external manipulation of like a dimension thing going on
Yeah.
there? And maybe her learning the language allows her because she learns how to move the ink like that. So it's like, okay,
Wait,
how
is
are you doing that?
What she does?
She moves the
with one hand. Yeah, that's an interesting scene. I wonder what you guys think that means, where she's both hands up to try and like make a circle.
well.
When
she
was
puts
that?
she puts her hand on the glass.
It's
and
and,
Abbott
like,
puts-
it's the final scene when they're in the ship and the explosion is
Yeah.
is imminent, and like they slam on the glass because they're trying to like get it through faster.
Yep.
And then he puts his hand, or like I can't remember how he communicates
So
it.
Abbott puts his hand or his tentacle, his foot, one
Yeah,
of his
whatever.
heptapods on the glass, and then she puts her hand on the glass, and there's ink there, and she learns how to manipulate it in that moment, and so then Abbott and Louise draw a circle together. They both draw both sides of the circle, and
Beautiful.
she's like writing in the alien language. So she at that point she understands. She's writing in the language.
Yep.
She understands it. And also it's kind of a beautiful image because their language is made of circles, which are, there's no beginning and no end. So the way they describe this is beautiful. They call it nonlinear orthography because you would have to, like when you're writing a sentence, you would have to be starting from both ends. Like the way they would make
Kind of
sense
Lady
in
in the
English.
Tramp thing with the spaghetti.
Yeah, basically. Like if you were writing in English non-linearly, you would have to know your entire sentence and the structure, and you'd have to be able to write it from both ends so that they meet in the middle, sort of thing. So that's what they're doing by drawing both halves of the circle.
It's also such a beautiful payoff to the idea of like the need for cooperation, because that's like another thing about this movie that's like I think totally incredible is that message of hope.
Yes.
And like and the need for cooperation and communication in a time where like we could be so divided.
Yeah.
And I think like that image of them like having to do it together,
Mhm.
even though they're completely different species that like before a couple months ago couldn't communicate, like there's something so powerful just in that image on top of like the rest of the movie. Like this movie gives me shivers. Just like it's such a the turn from like it seeming like it's like a movie about dread and horror and it's like like we're so small in like our place in the universe to the opposite. It's like,
Yeah.
no, we need you humans. We need you to cooperate and be the best you can be so
Right.
that you can help us later. And,
Because
like,
we live in a deterministic universe where we are going to die in 3,000 years.
Yeah, we
And
know
there's-
this.
Yeah.
Also, it's either that the aliens are 3,000 years old, or that they live for thousands of years, or that they have like because they can see outside of time, they can just like literally see the future beyond their own lifetimes. Or
Right,
something.
because all we know about Louise is that she can see her own lifetime.
But yeah, I believe that. I think that's totally beautiful about the hope thing. Like, I think it's such an interesting detail that the aliens arrive. They don't show any aggression at all. All of the conflict in the movie comes from humans.
Yeah.
It's from they're just hovering there, and they'll be like, "Hey, let's talk. Let's figure stuff out." And all of the crazy, we're about to. Everyone's going hysterical. It shows news clips of like different countries, people rioting in the streets, things are burning. China's about to blow it out of the sky. All of the conflict comes from humans.
Man, like the little details in those sequences.
We're projecting.
like, oh my god, it's so real. And like even the soldiers, how they bomb the ship because
Yeah.
they think that there was
Because they're
some
listening to
aggression.
fake news.
Yeah,
Of course,
that-
they had to have
honestly,
some
the-
anti-vaxxers on the team.
The podcasts like
Shots fired.
Shots fired.
the shot where it's like the like clip of the podcaster like giving his
The
theory or
Alex
whatever.
Jones type guy.
Oh man, it was upsetting because I'm like it's too real.
That's
like,
way too
it's
real.
So fucking real.
Yeah,
and
that
it's
was-
so upsetting.
That was particularly real,
Yeah.
because of the pandemic stuff.
Oh
Yeah,
my
for
God.
sure. People are like angry online, thinking that there's this like whole crazy danger. We have to do something about it.
Yeah.
We can't just take this lying down. Oh, there are forces working against us. These aliens are, But it's like it's fair to think. But that's us projecting because that's what we would
But
think.
I think it's interesting too because like it's like even the posturing of the ship I found interesting in terms of communication because the ships kind of do three different stances. There's like the neutral vertical stance, very close to the ground, and then after the explosion, there's the going up,
Yep.
further away, and then there's the going horizontal.
Right.
And so there's like the three postures. There's I'd say neutral. There's like withdrawn, and then like aggressive. But it's like, am I bringing that in? Am I bringing in that idea of aggression when it goes horizontal, or is it something completely different?
I'd say you are, and you need to look deep inside.
Maybe.
We have no
David.
idea though.
Yeah.
We're never told.
Exactly.
But all we know is that they go back vertical when the like situation de-escalates a bit.
Yeah.
Who knows?
I really wanted to look up what the name was for getting native populations to fight amongst themselves in Hungary.
Oh, did you find it?
because no, I did not. But that's relevant to what we were just saying, where she's like the CIA guy is like, we have to consider the possibility that they are trying to get us to fight amongst themselves in order to weaken us for invasion or whatever. He doesn't say all of that, but
yeah.
she's like, but there's no evidence of that, and he's like, sure there is. Pick up a history book, and it's of
Earth-
human history,
Yeah.
not of the heptapods,
That's like
my
her-
best friends.
Her job throughout the whole movie is to be like, you can't take that stuff for granted.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
so I will say that it's a little idealistic,
Yeah.
because it's like it's a little bit unrealistically optimistic that the globe would just kind of that aliens would be completely benevolent in this way, although it's sort of like
It's a
it's
symbiotic
more like,
relationship.
Yeah, it's more like utilitarian in that way. But there's that, and then B, that the globe would be like, oh, I got a phone call, and she told me my wife's dying words.
Yeah.
Cancel everything. Send the ships back home. All the
Yeah.
globes works together. We have a United Nations
My
event.
Well,
It
we
was
don't
like
know. She could have said a little more than
Yeah.
that.
No. I just mean that like it's a happy ending, sort of. I mean,
Yeah.
if never mind the daughter dying or whatever, but like in terms of all the nations deciding to work together, it's a little bit of too much of a happy ending
For
to be realistic. But I like it. That's why I want in my movies. I want hope. I want optimism.
I agree. I love the message of hope. I think most of my point for deduction comes from that sequence with the Chinese general. It just feels like it's weird because it is earned. It's not Deus Exy, but it feels kind of, I don't know, the most simple part of the movie where it most neatly falls into time travel movie. And it's the least interesting, and it's kind of the most drawn out, and the tension isn't there for me. And I just don't like that sequence at all.
I don't like that it's a paradox.
So what I like about that sequence is when they first arrive and he's so like enamored by her, and he's like, "Oh, thank you so much for what you did." Like that part, I felt that works for me with the message of hope and like the better humanity, where it's like this Chinese general and this American scientist like having such or like him having such respect for her.
Yeah.
But then when as it plays out, and he's like, "I need to," the paradox of it as that kind of plays out. I don't know. It just
It's not a paradox.
It is a paradox.
No,
Okay.
it's not.
Let me explain why I think it is, and you can explain your counter argument.
In another time travel movie, it would be a paradox. I'll give you that.
I think it's a paradox because he's saying, you have already called me.
Yes.
Here's my phone number for you to do that in the past.
Yep.
And
But
it's not a paradox because...
It's not a paradox because in this movie, it's established that time is deterministic. Because so time is a flat circle, bro.
But she's still
There's no-
living it in one line.
Yeah,
It literally is a
but
flat
at
circle.
any time, her awareness, like her conscious awareness at the forefront might be in any one of these times, but she is existing simultaneously at all times. So maybe at that point, she's like, I called you, didn't I? But she can still forget stuff just like we forget stuff, right? But then she kind of is like, oh, wait,
But how
let me
did
look
she
in my
dial
memory.
the number in the past when she did not have the number?
She did have the number. She just didn't know she had the number. She had to remember the number. If you can forget a number and then be like, what was it? And then you see something that triggers you, you're like, oh yeah, that. I know what it is.
I
And
don't
that's
know,
what's
man.
happening, except, and this is why I think it's so beautiful that at various points, people talking about this movie have described her as having memories of the future. Because it's not that she's having premonitions and suddenly she
She's
she went from-
remembering.
yeah,
not remembering.
Remembering, yeah, exactly. But like at a certain point in her life is when she gains this awareness, right? So like before that point in her life, she doesn't know about the flat circle of time, whatever. But she has to get to that point, and then after that point, her awareness is like, I know everything in my life. So it's like I grant you that in another, like in the Avengers time travel universe, this would be a paradox because there's you can change the past, you can create new parallel universes based on changes that happen. Like in a multiverse situation, it would be sort of a paradox. In other traditional time travel thing, like in Back to the Future, where there aren't like different branches per se, but you can change the timeline. In this one, you can't change the timeline. Everything is as it is. It's a flat circle. Everything on the circle has already happened. When you write the character, it's all there already. You don't get from one point to the next. It's all there instantly. So it's not a paradox per se, but she is able to call him in the past because in the future she gets the number.
I just got there mentally myself because I was thinking, okay, here's what I would accept. I would accept if she was like, okay, I really want to call this guy. I know that I meet him in the future.
But
And
that's not
I have his number in the future. So then if there's a scene where she's like talking to him, gets the number, then presumably she could go and then make that call. However, if she has the ability to do that, then she could have already done that as part of her life. And so it all does make sense.
Yeah.
I don't care if you follow my logic.
no,
the
I
point
think-
is that I got there.
I think, I think you did. I think the problem is that when we think about time travel, we're thinking about, okay, you're in this time and then you travel to this time and then you're there and then you from there you travel to this other time. But there's no traveling. She's existing.
Yeah.
Her awareness is at all times, all the time.
And I think the movie is definitely trying to convey that, where like the human experience is that circle. I think like that's part of the point of that language. Being a circle is that like that's what time is we are caught in that, and that our lives, like the big moments in our lives, like where her daughter dies or where she meets the Chinese general, are part of that like flourish in the circle.
Yeah.
And I think that like there's like a beautiful artistry to those, like to the language, but I also think it's like a beautiful flourish in terms of how we experience our lives. And there's like, it is a circle, but there's these moments of like, that create an emotional gravity that we always like are drawn towards. So if like we're living in this circle, like we spend more time because like the gravity of those emotions is stronger.
Right.
And we're caught in life, but like, yeah, we breathe and we exhale in those moments of flourish, and it's so fucking incredible.
Damn,
Yeah,
dude,
You're
this is
beautiful.
this
poetry.
movie is this movie
David.
blows my mind.
I
It's a
feel
good
like-
time to get into nitpicks.
Yeah.
Wait. One of the, well, okay, I guess you could qualify this as a hit pick when she has like a premonition, and then this is one of the moments that really illustrates that they are future moments and not past moments, where she has a vision of the future where she's standing there at the lake, and Hannah, which is great because her name is Hannah, it's a palindrome.
Yeah, we saw the movie, Riley.
Yeah, I know. Just they don't actually say that. She's like,
Yeah,
"Why
they
is my
do.
name Hannah?" Does she say palindrome?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Anyways, her daughter is like, "Mom, Mom, Mom," and she like goes from the present moment to the future moment, and she's like, "What?" And she asks Hannah, what day is it? So in that moment, she's like,
Oh,
some of her
yeah,
awareness
yeah.
is still in the past. But then she gives immediately like a time contextual answer of like, why did daddy want to leave or whatever? And
Yeah.
then she like, oh, because this or whatever. And her awareness can just like shift completely to
Yeah.
that time. I thought that was beautiful.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it also really illustrates to you how her awareness works. It's not like she's, how did I get here?
Yep.
It's like there might be like a half moment where she's like, wait, which time am I in again? And
Yeah.
then she's like,
I think
oh, I
it's-
know
She's also
everything.
developing it at that
Yeah,
point
yeah.
too.
I think a big moment of developing it is when the daughter's like, "What's that thing called where no one wins but everyone wins?" The
Yeah.
zero, and then she goes back.
Non-zero-sum
Yeah, she goes
game.
back to the present, and then there's a thing that flashes it, and then she comes back and she's like, "Oh, it's
Yeah,
Non-zero
that
sum.
that
Yeah.
actually is one of my nitpicks. I thought that part was just too, I don't know,
too neat."
What?
non-zero sum game. Yeah, Mom, that's exactly what I was thinking of. I was like,
What do you mean?
I don't know.
I just
man.
feel like
It's
that
too wordy.
It clicked. It clicked.
She's the daughter of scientists and a linguist.
Okay, zero sum game would have been fine. Non-dash zero sum game. That's just too much. I don't like it.
Fair.
It's okay. I say zero sum game all the time. It's on one of my James starter pack items. It's one of my. I love it.
That'd be
It's
a pretty
good
good.
man math.
That's a good board game title.
Um,
Must be. It's a
there's an
book.
earlier moment to the one you're thinking of, where we do not yet know that they're premonitions. Actually, it's in the opening montage where she's hanging out with her kid.
Oh yeah.
While she's a child, because she ends up it's as a teen that she gets the disease. But
Yeah.
there's a child shot when they're playing, and the kid's dressed up as like a horse cowboy thing.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Also-
Where Louise kind of like looks really ruefully off, like she looks sorrowful, like she knows what's going to happen, but we don't
We don't
know
know
that
yet.
she knows. Like
Yeah.
it's only you watch this on your repeat viewings, and you're like,
Oh, this is what I didn't get to say is that on my third watch around, I'm okay, on the second watch around even, like watching this movie, knowing what's going to happen is almost like having that sort of like nonlinear knowledge of,
Well, this is what we were talking about earlier, where it's
Yeah.
meta.
It's so meta.
yeah, it's like, it's really beautiful.
Welcome to the
movie's-
conversation,
yeah.
Riley.
It's fucking incredible.
jeez Louise.
One of my big hit picks is the design of the aliens feel really fucking alien.
It's awesome.
It's so cool, and like I love how you only get a small picture of them through the glass, just like you only get a small picture of like these people's lives through the glass of the movie that you're looking at.
Yep.
But then when you're inside and you see how much bigger they are, and you get like the full image, and you still don't get the full image of them because they're still obscured by like the smoke, and you're like,
yeah.
what are they?
Yeah.
I think they're phenomenal.
I think
That's
it's kind of,
cool.
it ends up being kind of funny how they literally are just like squids. Like,
Yeah.
but I love how there's a little head on top.
Yeah.
Like it seems kind of goofy, but then there is also just like a gravity to it where you're just like, wait, is that their head? What's their head?
Yeah.
And it just like reminds you that they're completely unknown
They
still.
don't need to have a head.
Well, I mean, maybe they don't have a head, but like,
There's something that the camera cuts
The
to when they're like,
sci-fi-
"Brrr."
yeah, the sci-fi nerd in me is like, where's the brain? Like, is it up there or is it down here?
or is
'cause,
it
like-
like an octopus where like the brain is in the tentacles?
Where's the piss? Is it in the
Is that
balls?
it? They don't
The-
have a central brain?
I think they have a central brain, but the arms are also part of it.
Right,
I think
right.
I might be a little bit off.
They're like
but-
server blades.
yeah.
Well, your
Yeah,
brain,
Yeah.
your brain and your nervous system are all one. It's just there's more nervous system in
That's
that part
fair.
of your body.
That's fair.
True, dude.
Damn.
There's a weird
Damn.
foreshadowing part in this movie where they're about to get their medical exams, and the doctor is like, "Are you pregnant?" And she goes, "No," and then she looks at Ian.
Oh.
Wait. Oh,
It's just a weird, I don't know,
but
weird.
she doesn't know at that point, but maybe there's a little bit. of
But
something.
it's not like hardcore foreshadowing because from the audience perspective, we know that we think that she had a child in the past, so it's a sensitive question. From a normal social dynamics perspective, it's like if there's a woman and a man in a room and the woman's asked if she's pregnant, she might just glance at the man. She might just glance at any one other person in the room. You're probably going to glance at
Yeah.
them anyway.
I'm not pregnant yet, but I could be.
Yeah.
But yeah, because we know on repeat viewings that is the father of her child, it is kind of a foreshadowing thing.
Mm.
Yeah.
So Abbott knew he would die.
When you save them,
Yeah.
When they came, we knew at all
Yeah,
times.
that's
So
the
they
whole
knew
time.
that they knew there was a bomb in the ship,
great or good.
and so like I think that scene is really great because Abbott is a little late. So like they Ian and Louise are like, okay, we got to go in there, and the soldier's like, no, wait, just let him go, and they get in there. Costello is in there, the short, squat one.
Yep.
Also, I love how they're Abbott Costello, and Costello is the short,
I
squat.
actually
squat
never
one,
even
and
knew that they
Abbott
looked
is a-
different.
Yeah, I didn't either until this time. I was
Huh.
like, when he says Abbott and Costello, I looked at them. I'm like,
Yep.
oh, one kind of has longer, spindlier legs, and the other one is kind of more short and squat. That's perfect.
amazing.
Anyways, Costello is there, and Abbott is not, and they're like, "Where's Abbott?" Oh, blah, blah. And then Abbott shows up, and it's almost like,
Who's on a Zoom call?
well, no,
You're saying goodbye.
I think it like, well, who knows what he was doing, but I feel like the fact that we know that he knew he was gonna die is like maybe he was like taking a moment and being like, okay,
Initiate
I
death
can
process.
do this. Yeah, and I love how they say it's death process because it's like, how do their awarenesses work? Do they like death process? Is he still kind of like? Would he be able to see this moment when he's like dead, or like how does that work? So it really leaves it open for like to say death process.
That was another scene where the emotion of it really overtook me. Like when like you see the countdown of the bomb and you're like, okay, the bomb's gonna go off, and when they like throw them out of the room and then lock it, and that like I like almost broke down. Like I don't know what it is about like the whole sequence of it, but it was just one of those like we have to work together moments where I'm like, these aliens will sacrifice themselves for us. Like, we can fucking do this.
Yeah.
Well, ultimately for them.
Yeah.
They're coming for selfish reasons.
Yeah,
well,
but
yeah.
The help me, help you situation.
It is a help me, help you situation, but at the same time, it's like.
These people are
Or
also,
actually, no, it's a help you, help me situation.
But also, like, these people maybe won't benefit from it. Maybe they just have an awareness of it. So, like, I don't want to, like, discredit what those specific aliens are doing. Like, that, like, Costello, is it Costello that died?
Abbott died.
Abbott died, and maybe he sacrificed himself like for the greater of their race. Like we don't know how many of them there are. We don't know how there is, and like we don't know if this is a mission of like we don't know what that mission that these people are on. Like if they're like the bravest of their species that have come. And, like
we know they can kind of teleport. We don't know if they're teleporting into the other spaceships. So there's like 24 of them all in one spaceship. There's God knows there's room in those giant spaceships. And maybe they're just all making the little noodle limbs go with each other at night, and we don't know.
And maybe there is only one ship that we don't really know. Maybe there is only one ship that's appearing in all of them, and like Abbott and Costello are the only ones that are like communicating with all of us. But like they're just beings that can exist outside it. We don't know.
Yeah, maybe they can like time travel so that
they're playing mahjong and talking to Louise at the same time.
Oh man, speaking of mahjong, I loved the idea that I mean we already kind of touched on it, but I love the implication that a competitive mindset is like unproductive as a framing device in many situations.
Totally.
Which I feel like is why I'm a deeply uncompetitive person, because I don't like the idea that in any like human interaction.
Maybe you just suck.
That's true. I have to acknowledge that possibility, but I don't like the idea that in any human situation you're thinking about a way to defeat the other person instead of cooperate
Or getting the most out of it as you can.
The line like when I give you a hammer, everything's a nail.
I love that line.
It's I don't know. I just
the perfect punctuation to that scene.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Yeah, my nitpick. I feel like I really love the linguistic teachings of this movie, but I feel like there's a little bit of a jump from like them having like a couple words where it's like Louise. To like them having the iPad that like can read the circle and like get the like full sentence.
Yeah,
I get it. It's like it's not super important for us to fully understand the process of getting the alien language, but I felt that way, and the people I watched it were like, "Wait, what happened?" Where it's just like there's like a little bit. I think the jump's just like a little bit too far. Like we needed like something.
Yeah, we do get the Ian walking.
Yeah, which is a cool idea,
but we don't get a lot of. Oh, we're learning their language.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like unless they wanted to completely create a new language, I feel like they necessarily, because they didn't create the whole septupod language or whatever, right? I feel like that it's kind of a necessary thing for the movie.
Sure.
I thought that I didn't think it felt weird. Like they do a montage, and also in terms of like changes to the script and stuff, a lot of the stuff that we learn in the montage was originally like actual scenes with the characters, like talking about that kind of stuff. And I thought it felt fine. They were like, well, we learned this and we learned this. It's like, it was over the course of a month.
Yeah.
So I kind of forgave it.
What do you guys think of that montage? It felt kind of like a documentary to me, where they're kind of explaining what they're doing, and
it
it's
felt
like
a little jarring.
Yeah,
that's when Ian is talking.
Yeah, he's giving like a narration, and like I like it, but it almost felt like it was just like a documentary movie, and it was interesting, and like all the teachings of it are really interesting.
Knowing that it was a kind of a thing they did in the editing to find a way to keep the information from these scenes. I'm kind of like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And without that knowledge, it does feel a little jarring. Like, who is Ian talking to right now? Is this a documentary they made after the fact, or like that's kind of what I thought, but they don't really say that. And
what do you guys think of the emotional ending of Ian and Louise, where he does leave her? I thought like because this movie goes from like cosmic dread to hopefulness. I was hoping that like their emotional journey would kind of end with hopefulness too. Like I kind of wish that he like in the final flash forward of the daughter dead, when like it's like that shot of like her like bald and Amy Adams pulling back crying, that the camera pulled it back a little bit and like Jeremy Renner was there too crying. And like we don't need much more explanation like as to like how their relationship was, but that he didn't give up on his daughter, that he didn't like actually fully leave. I think that would be that would tie in more tightly to the message of hopefulness.
Yeah,
but
I don't know if that's
maybe
what the
not.
movie's trying to do though. Maybe David likes hopefulness, but
Maybe.
to me it's more about bittersweetness.
Yep.
Because I really like when they are finally connecting at the end and he's professing his love to her and she looks at him and instead of them kissing, which would have been in 99 out of 100 movies,
They hug.
she just hugs him sorrowfully. And the motif, the theme that plays, the music is so awesome for that too.
Yeah.
There's like it's just this knowing hug where she's like, from his perspective, he's like, I think this is pretty cool. Would have liked to kiss. Kiss would have been all right, but this is cool too.
Yeah.
But from her perspective, it's just like she's accepting it. Acceptance.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of what I was like getting at in the beginning, where to me there is that hopeful resolution with the nations of the earth working together and stuff, and that's very hopeful. But on a personal level, her arc is going from, I mean, like I feel like it would be stronger if she was like if we saw that fear even more, like because I feel like the end point of her arc is accepting life and accepting this suffering, this unavoidable fate of like you're going to have a child and there's going to be joy there, but then the child is going to die and that's going to be hard, and you're going to find love with Ian, but you're going to separate and that's going to be hard. So I think that her coming to this place where she knows that life is going to have this pain and this suffering, but also moments of tenderness and joy, and she accepts all of it. She says, I'm going to take all of that because that's existence and I accept it. Because it's like, it takes courage to look at life with all of its suffering and its pain and say, that's worth it. There's meaning there. There's value there, even if it's not good.
I guess
it's a very stoic sort of...
For sure. I guess I think that along that same point, like Jeremy Renner's character can come to that conclusion where like, even though he's not experiencing it as a circle as her, now that he's gotten a glimpse of like knowing that there is suffering, like that he can also come to that answer that like all of this pain, all of this suffering is still worth the moments of joy.
I guess she couldn't ultimately convince him of that.
Maybe
hey?
not.
Yeah, I think
I
that
guess
would be too neat.
Maybe.
Like, I feel like we have the hopeful ending with the nations, and we have to have a little bit of reality there where, you know,
He's just not
things
able
like
to-
things like this do
Or
cause
I
risk.
think that would come down to what kind of emotion Denis wants to leave you with, because I think more people would like it if it was very neat and hopeful
Sure.
and optimistic, but I don't think they would hold the emotion for as long. You would probably just be like, what do you want to eat now? And, you know, you walk into the theater and then just go get some noodles. Whereas with the emotion that he does deliver, that kind of more sorrowful, bittersweet one, it just kind of stays with you for longer, and it's a little bit of a more unique message.
Fair.
And
That's fair.
He's a physicist, you know?
Denis?
He's just like, you had the data and you didn't act on it.
Yeah.
yeah.
That's
I
true.
like him in this movie. I'm not a huge Renner fan, but I like him in
good.
this movie.
Yeah, he's great. And I love the pairing of her being a linguist and him being a physicist, and like he challenges her in the beginning and says, you know, the cornerstone of civilization isn't language, it's science.
I love
Wow.
that.
And
That depends on your definition of civilization.
well, exactly, but I think that that's what's beautiful about it, is that they obviously have different perspectives about the importance of language and science respectively, but they were working together to achieve this end. I think it was beautiful. And then they end up doing it.
Here's a hit pick. We never really finished talking about the sequence where they approach the ship and go in. I think that is
Oh yeah.
such a sweet
So
sequence. And I love how when the scissor lift gets up to it, there's that shot of the hand. I think it's Ian's hand like touching the ship. It's just nerding out, being like, I get to talk to the aliens. I get to go to the ship. I want to touch the ship. I wanna...
yeah, he's so nerding out.
But one of the coolest parts is before the whole gravity shift thing, they kind of, there's this awesome moment of visual storytelling that primes you for what's about to happen so you can understand it better, which is someone has a smartphone on their forearm and their orientation starts to flip between landscape and portrait.
Oh.
And that's just like,
I wrote that down too.
it's just beautiful.
The great
Yeah.
little
That is
environmental
so good.
storytelling
That's
type of
really
thing.
cool. I didn't
Yeah.
notice that.
And then they crack a glow stick and throw it up so we can see that the gravity is going to change. And then Ian is the last guy to leave the scissor lift, and everyone else is kind of like doing it, and they're like being careful, like, all right, this is a mission, and he's like, all right, I can do this, and he just kind of like takes a jump, he just goes for it and kind of like bails a little bit, but he's like, okay, all right, like he's so excited to be there, he's just like, changing gravity, cool.
So cool.
Another hit pick I have is how when she ultimately goes inside the ship on the same side of the glass as Costello, that's the shot we get. Is the background is the glass, the glass that she was standing on the other side of previously. It's not like she's in some random part of the ship.
Yeah,
we're in the same part, and that's just another really good visual of the theme. You know, like of communication. There's no barriers now.
Do you think that they manipulate gravity so that gravity is less in there, and that's why one of my rare nitpicks for this movie is her 0G hair effects don't look amazing.
There's a
Didn't
lot of
age very
CG.
well.
Yeah, there's a lot of CG
Yeah.
that's just like, okay.
But do you think it's like gravity manipulation in there, or is there something about that gas that kind of like lets them float around?
I think it's a bit of both. Like it could be either. Definitely the gas has some
Obviously,
kind of
they can manipulate gravity.
Yeah. So I assumed it was a bit of both.
Also, so irritating to me when in sci-fi movies where there are aliens that are like incomprehensible, people like the humans, the military people are like, we're gonna show them, we're gonna show a force, we're gonna show them who's who, we're gonna
Oh my God.
shoot our guns at them. I'm like, they can travel through dimensions. They're hovering.
Even the soldiers.
That
like,
stuff is so frustrating
Yeah.
that it makes you actually mad, and it's like
Like, what do you
Yeah.
think you're gonna? Who do you think is gonna win in an armed conflict?
no one would think that.
Yeah, you're fucking tanks.
We're declaring. You have 24 hours to leave. Also, that confusion that leads to that is a whole thing in this movie because they say, "Okay, we're here to offer a weapon." What's the line that Ian reads out of Louise's book while they're on the helicopter? Language is the glue that holds a civilization together. It's the first weapon drawn in a conflict. Did the heptapods know that Louise thought of language as one of the things she thought of as was a weapon?
Oh, shit.
That's a question. But also the fact that they named them Abbott and Costello. It's another beautiful reference because Abbott and Costello's most famous skit is this Who's on First skit, where it's all about language and misinterpretation, confusion. There's so many layers to this thing. It's crazy. I love it.
It's so good.
Here's the contrived part I don't like. I understand why they did it for the movie, but it's when they're about to go on the ship and then they ask that military guy, so like, what do they look like? And he just says, you'll see soon enough.
Yeah, fuck you, dude.
Instead
Tell
of just
me.
being like, kind of like a squid.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like it's a giant black squid.
They're like a squid, but instead of like squishy tentacles, they have bones. So like they have knuckles and stuff.
Like a big hand, basically.
Yeah.
Like you could say it in a sentence.
Yeah.
It's not like
Yeah.
there's some kind of really
I
abstract.
agree.
They appear as whatever is convenient for your mind to make sense of
But
them.
at the
right?
same time, he's like a stoic military guy, and he's just like, "Shut up, put on your suit."
At the same time, he's just a device in a movie to amplify the suspense.
Totally.
Yeah,
So I
Forrest,
get it, but it's just kind of meh.
man, Forrest Whitaker really.
That eye, it's just like how
So
it
much
looks
emotion.
moist, you know.
So much emotion just in that one eye.
I think we didn't really talk about the performances, but I think they're pretty
No.
flawless. Like they never
Yeah.
take you out of it. You're just like, yep, these are the people doing the thing.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the pacing is so good. In the first
So
half hour of it, it moves fast.
You
It
know
gets
what's
through a
funny?
lot.
I mean, like maybe this is rude to the actors, but I feel like every other element of this movie is so perfectly executed that I feel like the performance almost doesn't even matter. Like Amy, I
hear
don't
you.
like Amy Adams as an actress.
Really?
I barely.
She's good.
I
Man. Have you seen
hardly-
The Master?
No.
Ah,
She's good in that. She's a
Okay.
good actor.
Well, maybe I'll check out The Master, but
We
I've been. It's definitely on my list. I just
It's
never
on our
got around
list.
to it. Oh, we should do it.
yeah, we will.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't love her. I feel like her. I always see Amy Adams, the actress, on screen. I don't know, but Jeremy Renner's Jeremy Renner. You know,
Yeah,
it's like
we
whatever.
all-
Forrest Whitaker is doing the same character he always does.
She's got way more range than.
I'm sure she does,
Than
but I'm
those
just
guys.
saying that like in this movie, there's not a whole lot of moments where I'm like, wow, the acting's so good. You know, it's like there's not a whole lot of moments where I am transfixed by not the ambience, or the score or the direction or the cinematography or whatever, all this stuff, the ideas that I'm contemplating. There wasn't really a moment in this movie where instead of all that stuff, I was transfixed by the actor's performance. It was more that the actor served as a perfect canvas, sort of a boring blank canvas to project all of this super interesting stuff onto.
I think like the weight of the movie is the filmmaker carrying it, but I
Yeah.
also think that like they did a good job. Like when Amy
did
Adams is
fine.
like experiencing all this stuff and she's like kind of comprehending the language for the first time. Like I buy that stuff, and like I think
Yeah.
a lesser actor could have done a worse job.
Yeah.
Where then the movie has to do more to convince you.
It's
of
one of
it.
those things where like when something is sufficiently good, it becomes invisible.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I feel like if there was a scene, there's not really a scene where someone's like gets super pissed off and like yells at somebody or like has a real realization and we see them like mind blown sort of moment.
Yeah,
like,
it's not the kind of movie that actors are going to get Oscars for.
yeah,
for
exactly,
sure.
exactly.
It doesn't have the right scenes for
Although
that.
Yep.
there were some great little tiny. Oh, would I give it more? I wanted to ask you guys, what would make it a 10 for you?
I think if the for me if
Yeah,
it
it's
was
the
just the
general.
Chinese general scene that was just like
Really?
a little more interesting.
I like that.
Do you
scene.
think that China, the CCP, likes this movie or doesn't like this movie? On the one hand, China looks pretty dumb in the first half of the movie. On the other hand, they kind of save the day.
They do, and they also look very powerful. Well, with their big military.
But they're also friends with Sudan and and other nations.
I mean,
And Russia, but that's the thing.
They've declared themselves the strongest, or the Taliban have declared China their strongest ally.
Yeah, I
so
saw that.
I don't know if China
Yeah.
really gives a fuck.
I feel like what would make this a 10 in my book is maybe a little bit more comedy, maybe a little.
Really?
There's a couple funny
There's
jokes.
there's a couple,
Yeah.
but like I would. There's like three jokes.
Yeah.
That actually I identify as jokes. Like
Yeah.
there's some like wry
there should be a
sarcastic
part
things.
where there's like some random ink in the air, and they're like, "What does that say?" And like, "Oh, that was just a fart."
No, not that.
One of
not
the
that.
tentacles is just like,
But like
or imagine like they go when she's first in the thing, and she sees them for the first time. It's actually like a tiny little person with like their hands like this, and they go up and it's like a clown face or something weird.
no, okay, obviously not that kind of stuff. But like the one joke that I was like, oh, that's a good one, is when the CIA agent is like, oh, maybe it's 1 out of 12 pieces. Or maybe it's a competition out of 12 to see who wins. And she's like, why do I have to talk to him?
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, just like something
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that,
a
a
couple
few
more
more,
of those.
a few more little bits like
Yeah.
that, or like,
"You're just a Marvel guy."
or maybe like, a little bit. Well, it's like it's a movie. It makes me think, and that's why I love it. It's obviously, it's one of my favorite movies of all time.
So
especially after the third watch and seeing all of this stuff and seeing how beautiful and tight it is, it would get more points for me if there was just a bit more of this like fun stuff.
Maybe
too.
the sequel.
No, don't
coming.
make us. Why are you making fun of it,
Arrival,
James?
but it's 2 L's.
Like if there was a, we're back. We forgot something. We forgot that it was 1 out of 24 messages.
Here's a nitpick. Actually, it was, why the hell is it a 12-part message? That doesn't make any sense.
Oh.
That's antithetical to the aims of the aliens.
No, it makes perfect sense.
No.
Because
They
12 is significant.
They want to educate the humans sufficiently to save their own hides. Why would they add in this extra thing like, well, actually, here's one piece of it. Now you guys work together.
I think though it's
That's-
like
come on.
To me, maybe that's a hint of it maybe not being deterministic, where they know, or maybe it is not, but they know that if the humans don't work together, then they can't help them.
Yeah.
And so they have to create this scenario where like the humans have to come together, and this is like the first step, so that in 3,000 years they can be a spacefaring species.
Right.
So they have to do that just to get them to work together.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
You didn't like that?
it could be the case that even if Earth only has one Louise, and she learns it all and knows everything, and she's just going on this campaign where she's trying to educate the whole world, the other nations could just be like, screw you, American.
They definitely could. Yeah.
You know how this movie should have ended? She like kind of like does her time travel thing, and then she looks over and there's the giant space baby from 2001.
Or
That'd
from
be a
Rick
good
and
ending.
Morty.
From Rick and Morty. Ooh, yeah. Yeah.
What
What do you guys think of people that like hate this movie? Do you think that it's just like
who hates it?
it's got a lot of 1-star reviews? Like the
One
What?
star.
yeah, where
are you
people just think
talking
it's like
about?
one of the stupidest movies. Like it's so pretentious. It's so like it's so unrealistic. It's all these things. Are you like me and you think that these people are morons?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you don't like this movie, look, okay, I'll
can-
say this. I'll say this. That obviously movies like this aren't for everybody. There are the people who like Transformers. And this, that's
The bays of Bay.
That's fine, like that's your taste. That's cool. But like you can't argue that this is a good movie. Like if someone
Yeah.
tries to make the case that this is not a good movie, all you're doing is revealing that you don't know a fucking thing about movies.
Yeah, I don't find it particularly
film.
pretentious.
And that doesn't mean you're a bad person.
And
They're
it's not
just
e-
movies.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not
they're just
even.
movies.
I mean, it's sort of pretentious. I can see that, and it's like any film that is this deep and tight is going to be a bit pretentious. Like,
Sure.
you know, that's the way of the world. That's the way of art mediums. And this is why I'm saying it would be a perfect movie if it had a little bit more of this entertainment factor, so those people could have a good time, you know?
Yeah.
But it's one of the best sci-fi movies of all time. Like,
Come on, guys.
My favorite quote from a 1-star review is a long review, and there's a lot of people that are very passionate haters of this movie, and I'm like,
What
did
the
you watch
heck?
the same movie as me? I don't get it, but this line kills me. So the director, I hope, will soon be looking for other work in the film business. Perhaps he can sell the popcorn, since he's clearly not up to the job of telling a story.
What? Okay, but like
He's clearly not one of
okay.
the best living directors.
I will say that, like, you know, that's why I have warmed up a lot more to the idea of these Marvel movies being legitimately good movies, because I'm like, that should be a factor that directors take into account. Like, how entertaining is this? How many people are actually going to sit down and be fully engaged for 2 hours?
No, I don't know, man. Your movie doesn't have to be all things to all people. You don't need to water
No,
it down.
I
definitely
think the
not.
best movies are. Most people think they're pretty good.
I just think
I
it
think-
depends
I
how
don't
you
like
define
that-
That's true of this.
this is-
Most
Yeah, I guess
people
so.
think
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
really
yeah,
good.
yeah. I'm just saying that, like, you know,
And I mean,
obviously there are people that rubbed the wrong way, and I think that they would have liked it more if it was a bit more entertaining.
and I think it's like
Capitalist.
everything, where it's just whatever mood you bring in with you to the movie really does affect how you perceive it. And if you're like not in the mood to like sit there and think very deeply, like you might just be like, okay, I don't want to do this. I don't want to connect with this movie on
Right.
this level.
You have to be
That's-
in the
yeah.
mood.
It's not that you're dumb if you don't like this movie. Is that I
No.
hate you.
Some people look for different things in their
I'm joking.
movies.
I'm joking.
This movie is chock full of the things that I look for
Same.
in a movie. Things that can be broken down, things that are meaningful, things that are worthwhile to talk about, and it's entertaining. It's not too long.
And
It's a great
Can you-
movie.
Wait,
guess-
is that IMDb? Can you like click on that person and see what the review of Fast and Furious 9 was?
No, I copy pasted that part into my document. I'd have to find it again.
One thing I want to say: 12 ships. Clock has 12 things. It's like
They're
time.
like helping, humans' perception.
That's
of
what I think
time.
it's either that or they're
Mine-
Jesus and the 12 disciples.
Maybe it could be all of it. And this
No.
is, I think that like when movies are this good,
Villeneuve is a Catholic,
and,
maybe.
well, we've
Yeah. Was.
I'm just
anyway, at
kidding.
least.
I think like we've talked about this idea a little bit, where you have to have a level of trust and relationship with the director, and I think we all have a very high level of trust with Denis Villeneuve, where we start to let our brain imagine things that maybe weren't intentional, and so like that for that example, the 12, we are carrying like, well, we're looking for meaning because we're like, maybe he put it there. We trust him enough that he could be
Good
putting
faith,
it there.
benefit of the doubt.
Totally, and so
Yeah.
this is definitely a movie that qualifies for good faith. for
Well,
me,
but it was for many people, including me, the entry point to Villeneuve.
for sure.
A lot of people didn't see Prisoners or Enemy or Incendies.
I didn't realize that it won 8 Oscars.
Nominated for Best Picture.
Nominated for Best Picture. Oh, bummer.
Nominated for Best Director, Best Adapted Screenplay, Best Sound Mixing. Yeah, and Best Cinematography, and Best Film Editing, and Best Production Design. But it won Best Sound Editing.
Oh, it should have won so many more.
See,
What won that? What won that year?
It was one of those ones you know, like it's not gonna win because it's sci-fi. It never wins.
Man,
Yeah.
I feel like just one of the markers that this is such a good movie is the fact that like we have talked about basically everything I had written down in my notes, and I still feel like there's more we are leaving on the table.
For
Yeah.
sure. I wanted to say earlier, you're talking about the merits of the cinematography and everything, and it's not Roger Deakins, right?
Nope.
Because one of the things about in anticipation of Dune, we're like, well, one of the things that made Blade Runner so awesome was Roger Deakins, and he's not going to be there, so maybe Dune won't be that cool. But this didn't have Roger Deakins, and
No.
it's very cool.
It's very cool, and I think like that's one of the things that Denis Villeneuve is great at, is that knowing what he wanted out of this movie, and like he knew very specifically. He picked that DP because of his like more natural look, and it works so well in this movie. And he picked the DP of Dune for his look too. So like he knows what he's doing, and like I have the utmost faith in Denis Villeneuve.
Like, honestly,
I'm going to
Yeah.
buy
He's
extra
the-
tickets for Dune, just so it makes more money.
man,
They need to make a
I
sequel.
mean, okay,
They don't make us.
but
That
like,
would
can
be
you
bad.
imagine?
Well, we'll
guys,
see. Maybe I'll hate it.
Can you imagine a universe in which Dune is not good?
Ugh.
Don't say that.
I know.
I
Get
tweeted-
prepared for that,
I
though.
You have to
tweeted
be
shit like-
prepared.
I know you have to. I tweeted shit like that before Cyberpunk came out. I was like is there a world in which Cyberpunk doesn't win Game of the Year? Like shit like that.
It happened to Tenet.
Yeah.
Sitting there, and you have this cognitive dissonance. You're like, I'd like this, right?
Totally.
I still like this, right?
I was so excited for Tenet.
Yep.
But Dune is another level, not only because it's Denis Villeneuve, but like Dune is great. And Dune needs to. I need to fill this Star Wars shaped void in my soul.
Oh my god, dude! I saw the best meme. The most. You ever see a meme that's like made for you? You're like, someone made this. They're talking to me. It was someone sent me the screenshot. It was like, Dune is just Star Wars for guys who listen to Tool.
God.
See, Dune is.
Listen to Tool. Me the screenshot. It was like, Dune is just Star Wars for guys who listen to Tool.
God.
See, Dune is. It's not true though, because Dune gets kind of weird and too out there after the first book. But
Have you listened to the latest album?
We'll find out. No, I have not. All right, we gotta get out of here, dude.
See you guys
What's
later.
gonna be next week?
Next week is No Time to Die.
No, I had that. Yeah, I'm excited.
James Wan, I'm seeing you on Wednesday. And so one thing I want to do is start inviting people to send us emails ahead of time, especially with older movies that they've seen a lot. Like, why don't you guys discuss this aspect of the movie, which I think is really cool. I want to have more audience engagement and interaction. So why don't you guys give us that, and you can email that stuff. Email it, don't tweet it. Email it hello@they'rejustmovies.com. Tweet at us for everything else at theyrejustmovies. No, at TJMpod.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
James Bond next week.
We look forward to your messages.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Love you.
Arrival is directed by Denis Villeneuve, the director of Prisoners, Sicario, and Enemy. His films over the past few years have all been on my top 10 list, so I was obviously very excited for Arrival, and this film stars Amy Adams, Jeremy Renner, and Forrest Whitaker, and is the story of aliens that have come down to Earth. They've landed in ships. No one knows what they want, so they send Amy Adams, a renowned linguist, to try to communicate with these aliens. Are they hostile? Are they peaceful? What do they want? Why are they here? And this movie was getting an absurd amount of buzz, all positive. It had like a 100% for a really long time. I actually saw this movie on Monday at a screening, and I waited this long to review it because I really needed to process it more. I felt it was going to be a mistake if I just jumped in front of the camera and gave you my immediate thoughts, because the film really messes with your mind a lot, and when you get to the third act, it makes you rethink the rest of the movie, and I really needed to process this film, think about it before I jumped in front of the camera, so that's why I waited this long to review it. First off, this is a gorgeously directed movie. If you've seen any of Denis' films, you expected that. The cinematography here is some of the best of the year, particularly the shot in which we first truly see the alien aircraft. It's this incredible long take encompassing the entire area this thing has landed in. There's fog surrounding it. It's jaw-dropping. And he does such a good job of setting up tension in the first act with this character. You learn of her very tortured past, and as these things start to land around the world, you see news reports, and it's very reminiscent of Signs, another very good alien invasion film that you guys probably know I really like. There's that sense of panic and paranoia. You're wondering exactly what's happening here. Are they hostile? Are they peaceful? Is this going to be War of the Worlds or Close Encounters of the Third Kind? And that first act does set up a lot of tension. It also sets up a great character in Amy Adams, because this is one of the best performances I've seen from her. The entire film really rests on her shoulders, and her bizarre, unconventional character progression. It's a very different way of telling a story once you understand the way certain things are going on in the background. And if you're paying attention from scene one, It's going to make sense to you. Now, I don't want to get into spoilers in this review. I think that people should go into this movie as blind as possible. The reason I wanted to think about it more, though, is because I wanted to tell if certain things really added up in my mind and if things made as much sense as I thought they did while I was watching the movie. Because at first, when I left this movie, there was part of me that felt a little disappointed. When a movie is still at 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, when it has like 70-something reviews, you go in with mammoth expectations. If I were you, I would temper those expectations just ever so slightly, because you don't want to go into a film thinking you're going to get the experience of some heavenly aura of amazement when it might just be really good. When it comes to this movie, what I like the most about it are the visuals, the direction, the cinematography, Amy Adams' performance, and her interaction with these beings. Because the film's story in regards to communicating with aliens and using language to solve problems and not cause problems is a really good message. And it's also a story of international cooperation and how for once everyone just has to kind of settle their differences and work towards one goal. And I'm sure you knew this, and I'm sure a lot of other critics have said this, but this is no Independence Day. This is not a big action film. This is more of a suspense drama centered around characterization, using a more otherworldly circumstance to build that characterization, kind of like Signs did. You're not going to see laser guns and big explosions in this movie. This is more centered on character. Is this movie the best alien invasion movie ever made? I would say it's definitely up there. It's one of the best, top 5 for sure. Is it the best movie of Denis' career? I would disagree with that. I would say that Prisoners and Sicario are both better than this film. I think those films are more well-paced. This film is very slow-paced deliberately. It moves along at a snail's pace, and for some viewers, that's going to be a humongous turnoff. For me personally, every frame in this movie is dripping with visual beauty, so if you appreciate things like that, it's going to move faster for you, and for me it did, because it's just a gorgeous-looking movie. One of my biggest gripes with Arrival is the character portrayed by Jeremy Renner. I find him rather useless. There's even a scene where he says he has no idea where they'd be without Amy Adams' character. He has one scene where he figures something out on his own without her help, but for the most part, he's kind of in the background like, hey, yeah, I'm here. I'm in the Avengers. I'm Hawkeye. I'm here. I'm relevant to this movie. He just doesn't really add much to the film as a character. He's fine with his performance, but his character is rather bland and doesn't really have much to do in the film. Also, the entire marketing push of this movie is why are they here? It's on almost every poster. Once you learn why they are here, it's sort of glossed over very quickly. It's just kind of thrown at you and you're meant to process it very fast and then suddenly ignore it. So that aspect of the movie disappointed me. It was more about Amy Adams' character and less about why these things are here. And I appreciate the overarching symbolism of what's going on. Trust me, I've thought about this movie a lot, and I don't want to spoil it for anyone. That's why I'm not getting too into it. But in the end, aspects of the third act and the way things came to a story conclusion did feel a little rushed. Also, there are some characters in the movie who watch too much TV and make a poor decision. I don't want to spoil anything for you, but that felt so out of left field, and the overall impact of what they didn't last more than a few minutes and really didn't change anything in the movie. It just felt like a device to hopefully gain a little more suspense out of a few scenes, and it didn't really build to anything, so I wonder if it was even really necessary. All in all, Arrival is a beautifully shot movie with great performances. Forrest Whitaker also really good in the film. His accent's a little iffy, amazing visuals, intriguing aliens, a third act that has a very cool revelation that really made me think differently about the entire film. I loved that about this film, but the aspect of why the aliens are actually here on Earth wasn't really explored as well as I would have liked it to be. In the end, I would highly recommend seeing Arrival. It's sort of a mashup of Contact, Signs, and Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and I like all 3 of those movies, so seeing them all smashed into one was definitely a fun time for me. I'm going to give Arrival an A-.
Hey guys, we just got back from The Arrival. It's a sci-fi flick.
No. It's called Arrival.
Oh, I'm
Don't
sorry.
confuse it with The Arrival.
Oh,
Those
yeah,
are
the
the
Charlie
other ones,
Sheen
Charlie
one
Sheen.
with the backwards elbows. Okay, so 2 sci-fi flicks called Arrival and The Arrival. This is Arrival only, and it is the trailers looked really intriguing. This was one where I'm like, all right, sci-fi. I freaking love sci-fi.
I'm all about aliens. I love aliens.
Yeah, I love alien movies and shit like that.
I'm
So
not crazy, but I believe in them though.
Yeah,
The
come on.
universe-
Universe,
the universe is way
whether
too vast,
whether we're
alright?
talking about amoebas or intelligent life, there's something
up
in
there,
between
guys.
there, in my opinion. But so we definitely were into the film's premise. I don't know after seeing it how this is gonna hit with mainstream audiences. I think maybe a little too confusing for them. So we'll be upfront here. We're gonna tell you this right away. There's gonna be no spoilers because this is a film that's very hard to talk about without spoiling it. So we're gonna be very vague, and we're gonna tell you our overall ideas. Whether it was filmed good, the performances, the overall story, and then we're gonna give you spoilers in the same video with plenty of pause so you can stop the video and go out and see the film. Because I know it's early. We try to put these out as soon as possible. But then when you see the film, you're gonna want to talk about it. You're gonna want to come back to this video and talk about it and listen to us talk about it. So, non-spoilers first. Let's start with Joe. How did you feel Amy Adams did, the lead role here?
Honestly, I think anybody could have really been casted for this movie, but I think she did fine. She did fine as she was linguistic.
Yeah, she was a linguistic professor of some kind, some of the
pulled it off
a
pretty
leader in there, and obviously the military comes to her in order to try to help translate, head up a team of translators, not just her, to try to communicate with the aliens to see what they want. Are they here with hostile intent? There's 12 ships randomly placed across the world. It's not flying over New York. This isn't Roland Emmerich here. This isn't Independence Day. This is, we don't understand why they chose these places, and we got to communicate. Are they here to attack us? Yeah. What do they want? Why are they here? I think is the tagline, the big question. And you do learn why they're there, and it's interesting to say the least, but not quite what I expected.
It definitely threw me for a loop. Yeah, like I went in there expecting like an action film. And I got something way more psychological.
I do think a little bit of the marketing in the movie may be a little misleading. Because why are they here? Honestly, that's not the central question that the movie deals with. The heart of the movie isn't about what's why. It's more about the characters and the human characters and what humanity can do and what humanity can gain and what humanity can lose, rather than the aliens themselves. I kind of wanted a little more on the alien side. And then the trailers are showing, military craft and fucking ships and, tension. And for this rather 2-hour film, there wasn't a lot of action. That may have been, in my opinion, a little disappointment. That it lacked some of the tension, at least for me. But do you feel that, more importantly, that it was interesting? And,
yeah, it was interesting. Like it added a little bit of information to keep you wanting more.
Yeah.
Like every couple minutes it's all like, oh, this happened.
You're like,
oh, what does this mean?
It's like
this
a little
happened.
puzzle.
Oh,
You're like,
wow.
all right, this connects.
Yeah, and then when it all fits
Give me
together,
another puzzle.
When it all fits together, it's like, whoa, okay, that's cool. I actually didn't see that coming. All right.
Is really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you got to know that coming into the film that it is slow. It is slowly paced. It is somber at times. It's inquisitive. It's intelligent. And it can get tedious at times, maybe, for some people that walking in there thinking that this is fucking Battle LA or something, or what was that movie? Which is, none of that. Okay, it's more a cerebral movie, as they like to say. But I thought all the actors were fantastic. We got Amy Adams. Joe thinks could have been played by anybody. Honestly, she is kind of have to turn like in awe, and you just have to look like, oh, you're gonna make it. And then you're having flashbacks because you've got the alien storyline and you've got this linguistics, and that was the most fascinating stuff for me. Seeing what the aliens look like, how they're communicating. And that was fascinating, but there's also a very large subplot about Amy Adams' daughter and her family, and how that plays into her life and shapes her life, and ultimately the movie. So she's playing back and forth, and that may play with your mind a little bit because you're like, we're constantly doing flashbacks when you want to stay with the alien storyline, but it all ties together in a very neat way towards the end.
I liked how they did that because it made her feel more human. It gave her a bigger backstory, so you kind of related to her.
Her backstory. I gotta say, there are so many movies that I want emotional impact from. And what this movie did with like its first 5 minutes, I think it was.
Yeah, it
was I was like, wow, that got more emotional reaction out of me than 2-hour-long movies. Now, the movie didn't sustain that. That was the interesting part. Like, I got emotionally impacted within the first 5-10 minutes, but then the rest of the movie, I'd never reached those same heights. But it was still an interesting enough story where you're fully engaged.
Asshole, I guess.
Why? You didn't
no, I was like,
the first few minutes.
Why do
I don't care.
Like,
right, because normally audiences need introduction. Well, her daughter is terminally ill, and that's sad. But some audience like, I don't care. I don't know you. I don't know her. I don't give a shit. But when she was playing with her daughter, those flashback scenes where they're like giggling and playing, and that built the characters, but it built it very fast, and I actually felt something.
To me, it's like Act 1, that all happened. I was like, so aliens, huh? Aliens.
Joe's one.
So are aliens gonna come save her daughter?
Yeah. So So the performances are great. The story is quite interesting. Where there's never a moment where I was disengaged. I was always wondering what would happen.
Yeah, like it kept me wanting more. Like I kept wanting to put the pieces together.
Yeah. And great actors here. Forrest Whitaker as the general.
Johnny Renner. Yeah, no, like most of the time in movies, I'm able to piece it together and see it before it comes. But this actually put me through for a loop. I was like, okay, that I actually didn't expect.
I had a discussion with Joe in the car because I got a little confused at one part, and he cleared it up for me. And I'm like, wow, Joe, I'm impressed. So we'll talk about that in the spoilers. But overall, do you think this is a film that people should see if they're
especially if you're a sci-fi fan? Yeah, it's good sci-fi.
You have to prepare yourself. I think the marketing a little misleading. You have to prepare yourself for a very.
To me, it was.
Yeah, it was. It was. At one point, I think there's a scene. Hold on. I think there's a scene in the trailer that didn't even happen in the movie. I think there was at one point I could have swore she picked up an M16 and she was holding it and showing it. She's like, I have to show. They have to know between. And that was like, oh, the tension. And then that's when all the military was swarming, and you thought maybe because she showed a weapon, the aliens got pissed off.
Well, also,
but that never fucking happened.
Another scene that didn't happen that was in the trailer was the helicopters actually firing missiles. They never fired.
Oh shit, that's right.
I forgot about that one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to look for that shot because I think I remember something like that where they actually do fire.
Yeah, they fired missiles off, and then that's where the trailer ends.
That's fucked up. Yeah. That's Superman. But is it a bad fucked up or a good fucked up? I think. Wow, that's a complete subversion of what normal companies are doing, showing everything in the trailer. So they're like, okay, you want a lot? We'll show you a lot. And it ain't in the movie. And we get to save and keep it spoiler free. I like that and I hate it at the same time.
That'll probably be in like the director's cut.
Okay.
You know, like the extended version.
You think there's a completely different version of this movie?
I think there's an extended version.
Because firing on the aliens and having this huge battle does not happen in the film. That's not really a spoiler. It's not World War III, so don't go expecting that. But there is conflict, and it's a different kind of conflict, and you'll need to go see it for yourself. But yeah, Overall, I thought it was really good. It's not one of those movies I'm gonna run out and buy on DVD, but I'm really glad I.
It's either a rental or something you see on TV.
It's one of those things
Wait
where
for it
after
on
you
HBO.
see it once, it's pretty much done.
Yeah, it's pretty much
Because
done.
once you've learned the secret and everything, it's good.
Yeah, so don't
it's
spoil
something
it.
good to always show your friends. But as far as me wanting to see it multiple times myself, I'm all right.
Yeah, exactly. And there's themes that I don't want to touch on it. We'll talk about it in
so hard
spoilers.
not
It's
to
very
spoil
hard. Well directed, well shot. The effects are seamless. The alien ships look like they're there. I like this play with this gravity. I like the little bird there chirping to make sure that if this thing dies, let's get the fuck out of here. And I thought the aliens were creative, and you know, I would have preferred practical effects. They do a lot of CGI, but I understand that they're trying to convey a very abstract culture and a very different formation of civilization than our own. So in order to do that, they kind of did have to do some of the CGI with the things that they want to show, especially the alien writing language that you've seen in the trailers and how we interpret that. Now, is it realistic? Could we, we've never really know the flow of time. We never really know how long they've been there, 1 month, a few weeks. It feels like a few weeks, but it's
Well, they said it.
maybe months.
It's a couple of months, I know that. I mean,
But them being able to figure out the I don't know about that. You'd have to be real good. We kind
it
of
would
get our
take like fucking years.
we get to pat ourselves on the back that
We're
humanity
geniuses.
is that smart that we can figure out some of that kind of stuff to start basic communication. But it's very cool how they set it up. They sort of teach each other like we're kindergartners and they're kindergartners. It's very awesome. Go out and see the film, in my opinion. Let's go ahead and give some final verdicts here. We're going to start with Beard.
I'm gonna give it a 7.
Yeah.
Because it was a good movie.
Yeah, yeah.
It was a good movie. Definitely better than that movie. The only thing that knocks it down is I wouldn't need to see it again. I wouldn't need to see it multiple times. After you've seen it once, pretty much get everything, and then you're good.
Yeah, entertaining from start to finish. Any huge negatives? That,
No.
And what about you, Joe? Where would you put it?
I'm gonna have to agree with that 7.
Seven. Yeah.
I don't know.
It's not one that you weren't rushing out. Let's go see that
I
again.
saw the trailer coming into this. I was like, all right, everybody in the world is gonna have to communicate, and like it's gonna be a unity thing. We're all gonna fucking team up and find out what the hell's going on. Nothing like that.
There, yeah, it kind of was a little bit towards the end. It was more realistic in the sense that people didn't want to work together, and we need to work together. You know, so there's that political message in there, and I liked how they try to do more realistic. This is more realistic alien story rather than some
Realistic is like, all right,
Hollywood.
Fucking blow this shit down.
I know, that was
That's
fucking
realistic.
stupid. So at some point there is a branch of people that are scared by the aliens and they're pumping this internet. They're letting all the soldiers watch the internet, which if there's an alien invasion or what some people think is an alien invasion, that's a bad thing, because you're gonna have your Alex Jones, your Glenn Becks, your who's on the left,
We need
some
to
crazy
attack
person,
first.
you know, a bunch
Show
of different
we
political
need power.
right. Show of force. Let's fire a shot across their bow and see what happens. And that actually does come into play in the movie, and so that's what I meant by realistic, rather than, you know, this being a cinematic thing where the White House gets blown up and all this other stuff. But anyway, I'm actually in agreement with both these guys. The final verdict for Arrival is a 7 out of 10. I do think it's worth going out and seeing in film. Seeing in the theater. However, I do hope that you guys went out and saw Hacksaw Ridge, because I feel that's the better movie.
10.
That's the movie that probably deserves to make a little more money than it did. I'm a little disappointed to hear that it bombed or it didn't do too well, like 18 million or something. When
it'll be one of those movies that
Marvel
people will be
crushed
watching for a while.
with 82 in, yeah, I hope so. So if you haven't seen Hacksaw Ridge, we promise you, go see that one over Arrival. But
中。それ。さあ。さあ。ここで倒す。 標達成受付いたします。それではまた。いけすかない。中吉。さあ始めようか。取引開始といこう。さて始めよう。取引成立。では交換だ。以上。私の国には急げば急ぐほど貧乏になるという言葉がある。こういう時に時間を割くのは正しいことだよ。出航準備完了。 遂げたな